Chapter 1. The Orun Road. The Orun answered them through the deck. It came at the bottom of the middle watch, 9 folds down the road the mourners had sent. A pressure rising out of the dark dead ahead, climbing the frames and standing up through the boots of the bridge watch, vast and slow, and aimed was the new thing. The thing that stopped Brant's hands on the helm and lifted Marsh's eyes off his silent boards and brought Mercer forward in the chair before the science repeater had rendered a single line of it. Every saying the rig had ever taken from this people had been pointed somewhere else, at an empty piece of September sky, at their own gathered dead, at the deep place the road ran down to. This one came up the road itself. This one was for them. "Render building," Marsh said, low, and his minder shifted half a pace at his shoulder and went back to stillness. "The bay has it. Dr. Hale's on." The Endurance was lying to, drive at idle, her voice shut, exactly the way Commander Holt's approach plan had her, a patched gray vastness drifting down the last leg of the road at a walk, dark in every spectrum physics would let her refuse. There was almost nothing left out here to be dark against. A handful of low red points stood wide-spaced in the black, guttering. Between them, the optics gave up, and the floor trace at the science station read deeper than any figure logged on this hull. Depth with room under it, the one commodity the whole pocket had run out of everywhere else. Junctions in this country did not fold. Nothing burned, nothing moved, nothing answered a hail, because there was nothing to hail. And somewhere down in the heart of all that cold, a people had put the last of themselves and had now begun, enormously, to speak. Mercer kept his hands on the chair arms and let the pressure finish its slow climb through him. The crew called it the long way of hearing, and nobody on the bridge graced or looked at the deckhead anymore. The watch rode the saying the way they rode weather, eyes on their boards, one young rating in the well with his jaw set hard against the part of the body that had older opinions about very large things, speaking from the dark. Hale's voice came up the link from the afterbay, gone to the bench voice, level and quick. "Captain, it's short, it's formal, and it's repeating already. That's their grammar for 'we will wait while you understand us.' Nhál's rendering. Stand by." The pause that followed had the rig's whole winter in it. Then Nhál, even and exact, the way her people set down heavy things. "It is a line, Captain. A boundary. Said closed, drawn across the road. At a bearing and a distance the figure gives precisely. The grammar is not threat. It is older than that, and plainer. It is the figure a people makes at the edge of the last place it owns. A breath of static, the rig reaching for its own limits. And there is an opening built into it, a place left empty, the width of one element, where the figure does not close. They have left room in their wall for an answer, and they are waiting for ours. They are asking who comes." Nobody on the bridge filled the quiet after that. Mercer turned the chair a degree toward tactical. "Aldridge, what's at the bearing?" "Bearings are what I have, Captain. Theirs off the rig." Aldridge stood her station the way she had stood it down the whole road, flat Manchester grammar, and her hands behind her, the boards in front of her dim and passive, and she hated it. "Optics get me occlusions, plural, big ones, spread wide either side of the road where the figure says the line is. I can't shoot a plot with starlight that isn't there. Could be 10 hulls, could be 40. What I can tell you is the spread. It isn't a fist, it's a fence. They are not arranged to come and get us. A beat. And then, because the year had taught her exactly what her competence was worth and what it had been worth before, and I'll say the other thing plainly while there's time to say it. If this goes wrong and this ship defends herself, the only rounds in her magazines print the Ascendant signature into whatever they touch, their pattern, their handwriting. The last thing those people will read off their hulls is the gun that broke their gather. I want the captain to have that fact in front of him before anybody asks me for a posture. You have my posture now, Mercer said. Magazines stay sealed, doors cold. Nothing on this ship moves in a way a frightened people could mistake. His thumb found the worn place on the chair arm, the smooth patch a dead man's thumb had made and a dead woman's thumb had kept, and rested there, briefly, an old habit of the hands the year had never trained out of him. We didn't come here to be ready, Aldridge. We came to answer a door. Then I'll stand here and be wrong for a living, sir. Which from Aldridge was assent, and sounded like it. Holt came down the step from the XO station with the approach folder under his arm. The paper one, because Holt kept paper for the things aboard could lose. The plan holds to the line as drawn, Captain. We lie to outside it. I've marked a lying 2 2 hours short at this drift, and we do not cross or run the drive up or radiate until they change the figure. I'll flag the source honestly. The book's first contact annex assumes the other party reads radio, so the annex doesn't apply, and what we're executing is my adaptation of it. The adaptation is mine, not doctrine. The log says so in those words. Then the log and I agree about who built the only plan worth having. Mercer stood. The bridge was cold. The deep country outside got into a hull eventually, emission discipline or no, and the watch wore their coats at their stations and had stopped remarking on it somewhere up the road. Run your approach, Commander. The ship is yours to the lying 2 point. I'm going aft to the bay to compose the answer, because the answer is the whole of tonight's work, and it will not be composed by Link. At the hatch he paused, 1 second, taking the bridge in. Brant easy at the helm with her eyes on nothing. Marsh tidy over his receivers. Aldridge being wrong for a living. The rating in the well with his jaw still set. The watch he was spending. The people the year had made out of other, softer people. And someone tell the galley the middle watch gets the kettle. It's a cold night to be historic. The afterbay was as it always was now. Cold light, the ring of gray housings standing in the bolt-hole rows of the dead gardens, the bench with its traces breathing, and the 4 people the road had made into the ship's voice gathered around the one figure that mattered. Hale had the boundary render up on the bench display, the ORUN line drawn in light, its one empty element standing open in the middle of it like a missing tooth. Nhál stood at the center of the emitter ring, where she stood when a thing was to be moved properly. Sahin worked along the housings with the contact wand, checking seals that had cured a dozen times over, because the checking was his, and tonight of all nights he would have it. Whitlock had the buses and her slate, and the expression of a woman pre-totting a bill she hadn't been handed yet. Here's where we are. Hale didn't look up from the bench. Same law as every send we've ever sent down this channel. No composition. Anything I invent reads as invented. We can't show them a flag, a manifest, a Geneva registry entry. None of our proofs are made of anything they can weigh. So the question's not what do we say, it's what do we own that's true in their grammar. And the inventory's short. The Hale return, the September call, theirs, and the stand. The stand, Mercer said. The gap, the 26th of September. Hale's hands were flat either side of the traces, the way she signed the heavy things. Our own note, set between their strike figure and their gather figure where the ship actually stood. We've said it once, the first time we ever answered them, and they gave it back to us with a name built on it. It's the one sentence in their whole language we're sure of, Captain, because we didn't compose it, we lived it, and they watched. Mercer looked at the empty element in the line of light. A year of wardrooms had taught him to hear the shape of a decision arriving before anyone had finished arguing it, and this one had been arriving since the deck first carried the challenge up his boots. The ship had exactly one thing of value in this entire dark, and it was an hour of Sloane's. "There is a choice inside it," Nhál said from the ring, "and the choice should be the captain's, which is why I have not let the doctor build yet." She had her hands folded in the listening fold. "They made a name for this ship out of that hour, the one who stood between. We could answer with the name, claim it, fill their wall with it. It would likely open the line. I advise against it. A name is a thing they gave. It is theirs to say whether it still stands, not ours to spend. We answer with the hour itself, the stand figure, plain, unclaimed, and we let the people at the line decide what name it carries now. Among mourners, Captain, that is the difference between knocking and announcing. We knock." "And if the name doesn't stand?" Mercer kept the question level. "If a winter's thought has moved it, if what they remember best by now is whose rounds broke their gather in the first place? Then the line stays shut, and we will have told them the truth anyway," Nhál said. "I have no better grammar to offer you than that one. Neither do they. It is why their channel is the only thing in this pocket I have never once had to check for a hook." The bay's quiet stretched. Down its length, faintly, the deck carried the challenge again, patient, identical, the figure repeating on its fixed interval, "We will wait while you understand us." And Mercer stood in the cold light of the stripped garden, with the whole weight of the approach resting exactly where everyone in the compartment knew it rested, not on the rig, on a dead woman's credit. Sloane would have hated the word credit, arrived in her dry voice at the bottom of the watch, the way her grammar still did. "It's not credit, Mercer, it's just the only true thing we ever managed to say out loud." "Build it," he said. "The Hale return, the September call given back, and the stand. Plain, unclaimed, the way the delegate has it. Nothing else. Whitlock, the draw goes to my account, whatever it costs to say it whole." "It'll cost like a sayin' and a half, Captain, and I'll post every step of it." "Counted is the deal." The kettle arrived while they built. The duty cook's own idea, carried down by a galley hand with 4 mugs and one of the hoarded real coffee measures broken out and split thin across the 4. No note, no ceremony, the galley's way of saying what the galley had no other way to say to the people doing the talking. Hale drank hers without tasting it. Whitlock tasted hers, eyes shut, 1 full second of unembarrassed Welsh devotion. San took the 4th mug. The humans had ruined him, the whole crew knew the joke, and he no longer ran the arithmetic of standing apart, and lifted it a fraction toward the galley hand, who went back up the ladder lighter than she'd come down. Mercer waved his own share into Hale's mug, and nobody made anything of any of it, and the small warm nothing of the moment sat inside the night's enormousness, one of the things that had kept the crew human the whole length of the road. Then Nhál stood at the center of the ring, and the bay went to work. The Endurance spoke at the turn of the watch, the note going down through the frames and out along every plate and scar and graft of her, past the welds at 31 and the 11 names cut there, the figure built out of nothing the bench had invented. "We are heard, and we hear you. We speak of that hour, the one you called us to." And then, last and plainest, the ship's own note, set down between the strike that broke and the gather that fled, where she had put her bulk and bled and lost the woman the whole answer belonged to. 3 decks of off-watch crew paused over benches and ladles and let it pass up through their boots. The whole ship knew what was being said. Mercer had told them at the start of the watch, in the 4-sentence grammar, the cost beside it, where the line was, what would be said at it, what it spent, and why. Then the waiting. The NAHL bore it without strain, but the humans bore it anyway. The answer came at the bottom of the morning watch, and it came slow, the courteous slowness, each element set down and let stand, a people speaking to strangers in figures the strangers had already lived. Nhál read it through the bones twice entire before she rendered a word, and when she turned from the ring, her hands had come open at her sides. The first part is our note, returned exact, then crowned. They have set the name back on it, the element they built in the winter, the single weighted form. Her voice stayed even, and the evenness cost her something everyone in the bay could price by now. The name stands, the one who stood between. The second part is the line. On the bench display, the boundary render changed as the bay's instruments caught up with what the deck already knew. The drawn light of the Orun wall re-said, and at the place where the road met it, the figure opening, not torn, not lowered, parted. The way is open where our road crosses, and the third part? Nhál stopped. Mercer had stood in this bay the morning a door was handed to him, and had thought he had learned the size of the channel's silences, and this one was larger. The third part is a form we hold in the log from their constant saying, she said. It is the figure they make around their own broken, the gathered, the carried, the ones taken up. They have said it around our note, Captain, around us. Nhál's hands stayed open, as if something had been set in them and she had decided not to close them over it. They have not said pass, as a checkpoint says it. They have said, come in among us. The ship that broke their gather with the killer's own pattern is to come down the last of the road inside the form they keep for their wounded. I render it whole for the log, the one who stood between. The way is open. Come and be among the gathered. The bay's instruments breathed. Far forward the ship changed her pitch a half-degree, the galley fans coming up for the day's loaf. The ordinary life of the Endurance going on above a compartment where her crew had just been forgiven something they had not asked forgiveness for and did not believe could carry it. They shouldn't, Nhál started and stopped, and her voice went somewhere it almost never went, all the bench scrubbed out of it. We armed it, Julian, the thing that broke them. They know that. They've known it longer than we have. Yes, Nhál said. They know it exactly. Mourners do not mistake their dead's account. It is their oldest competence. Hear the figure precisely, Doctor. There is no absolution anywhere in it. They have not said it is paid. They have said, come in. Among the Orun, those are not neighbors. They are different continents. She looked at Mercer then, and gave him the rest of it the way she had given him the door itself, plain and entire, a weight handed to the one who must decide what to do with the having of it. What has been extended to the ship, Captain, is not pardon, it is keeping. You will want both hands for the difference, all the way in. Mercer put 2 fingers flat on the cold edge of the bench, briefly, the way a man steadies a thing that does not need steadying, and whatever crossed his face crossed it without his permission and was gone before the Bey could be asked to manage it. The polish had somewhere to be. He let it arrive. Log all 3 parts in the delegate's rendering, word for word. The ship gets it entire at the forenoon muster, the cost beside it. A breath. And signal the bridge. Commander Holt has a line to cross. The Endurance crossed the ORN line at the top of the forenoon watch, dead slow. Her drive at the whisper Ferris's deck could give her without 1 volt of swagger in it, and the watch changed over early because nobody who could invent a reason to be on the bridge had failed to invent one. The first haul came up on the optics, an hour inside the line. It resolved out of the black the way a sea cliff resolves out of fog, by refusing more and more of the dark, until the forward screens carried it whole, and the bridge had its first sight of what the rig had been talking to all year, a vastness, armored, old past anything the yards of home had ever floated, its plating layered and overlayered like something geological, and across the layers the long scars, fused and grafted and welded over welded, mendings on mendings, a hull that had been kept alive far past its builder's meaning by people who had nothing left to keep it alive with and would not stop. Ensign Aldridge stood at her dim boards and looked at it for a long time, reading the handwriting of every mend, and the bridge watch looked with her, and the thing that moved through the deck then never reached the log, because there was no figure for it. The Endurance was scar for scar the same animal. Patchwork recognizing patchwork. 2 ships mended by the desperate, lying close aboard in the cold at the bottom of the world. "They're taking station," Brant said from the helm, very quietly. Her hands lay easy on a board with almost nothing to do, and she had not once taken them off it. "Either beam. Look at the geometry build, sir. They're not screening us from anything ahead. There's nothing ahead but theirs. They're holding the form." The form. 6 hulls now, wide-spaced, vast and slow, matched to the Endurance's walking drift, with a patience that made her feel briefly and absurdly young, arranged around the patched gray warship precisely as the renders had always shown them arranged around their own gathered broken, bodies between the protected and the dark, the oldest maneuver their people owned. The well had no count to keep for a drift, and the junior rating kept one anyway, low, range and bearing to the nearest hull read aloud at intervals, because the order behind the count outlived the captain who gave it, and the voice still did the only thing the order had ever been for. You could stand anything, even being forgiven, if somebody competent kept telling you where you were in it. Mercer let it run. Holt came to the chair at the change of the watch, folder squared, the approach concluded, and his ship handed back the way Holt handed anything back, exact to the rivet. Lying 2-point abandoned on their figure, line crossed at 0840, escort established, no posture changes anywhere in the formation since. The log of the approach is closed, Captain. For the record before I close it, and Holt paused there, not for effect. Holt had never once in his life paused for effect. The plan was mine, the answer was the doctor's and the delegate's, and the credit the answer spent was Captain Sloane's. I've written it that way. I want the record exact about whose work got this ship through that line. And the record's keeper, standing there having run a textbook approach to an alien picket on a watch that should have been his? Mercer said it level, eyes forward, the wire between them out on the table, where the 2 of them had agreed a year ago to leave it, because managed honestly was the only way either man could afford it. How is he? Holt considered the question with the same care he gave a fold solution, and answered the only way he answered anything, which was truthfully. "Some watches it's lighter than others, Captain?" A beat. "This one's light enough. She'd have run the approach the same, she'd have had me build it, and I'd have built it the same, and she'd have taken the credit line out of my log draft, and so will you. The difference is, she'd have done it by the second sentence." "Strike the credit line, Commander." "Noted as ordered," Holt said, and did not strike it, and both of them knew the log would go down the years with Sloane's name where Holt had said it, which was the entire conversation, conducted in the only language the two of them had ever fully shared. The Endurance went down the last of the Orun road, inside the keeping of 6 ancient hulls, deeper and colder, the floor trace falling away under her into room no instrument of theirs had ever had to measure, the lit and warm and hunted country of the Ascendant, a winter of folds behind her stern, and the gather of a broken people somewhere in the dark ahead. At intervals, off the escorts, the constant saying passed through her frames, the grief that never stopped, close now, enormous, whether the crew worked through with their boots and their ladles and their off-watch letters home that no home would read, and woven into it on every passing, where their own dead were kept, the new element rode in its place among the Orun's oldest weights, the one who stood between, said and resaid on the fixed interval, by the people her ship was being carried in to meet. Mercer sat the chair through the whole of the forenoon watch and most of the afternoon, his thumb at the worn place, the cold working up through his boot soles, and let himself be brought in under a safe conduct the Endurance had done nothing in her year of wrong sides to deserve, and everything to owe. Chapter 2. The Gather. The Count stopped climbing at the bottom of the forenoon watch, and the stopping was worse than the climbing had been. "Tally's static, Captain." Aldridge had kept it herself down the whole last leg, range and bearing and number, her boards dim and passive and hating it. "No contacts beyond the spread we hold. I've run the optics out to the limit of this sky twice. No second line, no screen in depth, no yards, no train. What we are looking at is what there is." Son stood at the after rail of the bridge, in the place the watch had stopped noticing the delegates somewhere back up the road, and the truth of the tally came up through the soles of his feet before the screens had finished assembling it. The forward displays carried a nation, hulls lying wide through the dark, vast, slow, old past any keel from home, mended past their builder's meaning, lightless every one, and the optics, given the whole forenoon to try, could put no second rank behind them. The 6 that had carried the Endurance in had not been an honor guard cut from some greater strength astern. The 6 had been a measurable fraction of a people. "Confirm it for the log," Mercer said in the chair, in the plain grammar. "That is the gather entire." "That's everyone, sir." Nobody on the bridge filled the quiet after that. The well ratings count ran on underneath it, low because the order behind the count had outlived the captain who gave it. And beneath the count, the bridge did its arithmetic the way the ship did everything now, in the boots first. 1,100 rounds had gone out of the Endurance's magazines in this dark, in the wrong company. She had needed most of a year and a door set open by mourners to learn what the rounds had been spent at. A people who would fit, all of them, every hull and every name, inside one guttered sky. The sun of the place sat low on the port displays, and the sun was an ember. Deep red, banked, a coal at the bottom of a dead hearth, it gave the optics so little that the screens drew its system as arithmetic rather than light. Nothing burned out there. Nothing rose to any board the ship owned. The contact station ran its hail loop once, out of protocol rather than hope, and wrote against every shape in that sky the same 2 words it had written for a year: no carrier. To every instrument human yards had ever built, the gather read as wreckage and silence. And through the deck, through the frames, through the long bones of anyone standing still on her plates, the gather was saying it's dead, many-voiced now, braided, the constant saying arriving not as one thin line off a far bearing, but as weather. The dark would not be silent again while the ship lay here. That was the hour the crew met be Orun, and Saheen stood at the rail and watched his humans do the thing nobody, the whole way down, had been able to promise they could do. They had known for a year. The knowing was the cruelty. Every soul aboard could recite what the rig had carried up from the dark, that the silent ones grieved, that the gather fled and shielded, and gathered its broken, and did not hunt, that the fluent, warm voices had been the consumers all along. The knowing was old, the seeing was new, and the mind had signed the treaty, and the spine had not been at the table. A hull came up the port quarter at the start of the afternoon watch, taking station close aboard, close by the measure of such things, and the bridge went quiet around the size of it. Armor in layers and overlayers, laid down like geology. The long fused scars, mendings on mendings, and the mendings themselves mended. And nowhere across the whole dark reach of it, one light, one port, one pane. No concession anywhere to the idea that anything inside might want to look out. A childhood word rose in Cyan, the one his teachers had said he would never need. Threvesh, the wrong still, the quiet with a will inside it that is aware of you and does not answer. And he set it down again with care, the way a hand sets down a tool that no longer fits the work. He had made the better word himself in the autumn, but a body does not consult the lexicon, and around the bridge, in small ways the humans believed they were concealing, the bodies voted. The well ratings count thinned to a thread. Brant's hands lay easy on a helm with almost nothing to do, and did not move at all, which in Brant was the tell. Then the gather untaught them, in its own time, by doing nothing except being what it was. It began with the broken one. 2 of the vast shapes came up from deeper in, with a third carried between them. Torn open along half its length, the layered armor peeled back from frames that had no business being seen, and bore it inward, slowly, with the particular slowness of a labor in which the weight is not the difficulty. In past the Endurance, and past the line of the gather, toward the deep heart of the place where the optics lost everything. And the whole way in, under the weather of the rest, the broken hull's own voice ran on unbroken. One small worn figure said and said, because torn open was not the same as silent, and its people had not stopped keeping their dead merely because the keeping now had to be done from inside a wreck. Every axis in that formation points inward, Captain. Aldridge gave the bridge her conclusion, every word wasting nothing. Every hull out there lies between the dark and whatever sits at the middle of it. Nothing bears on us. Nothing has borne on us since the line. We're not what they're guarding against. We're inside the guard. I've been a soldier all my working life, sir, and I've never once stood inside someone else's. Mercer took that the way he took weights now, without filling the silence afterwards. The deep heart the formation curled around lay past the reach of every instrument the ship owned, but the bay's log kept the door saying from the spring, and the door saying had named what lay down there, the protected, at rest, in the deep cold place. Every hull in this sky was a body put between the dark and that, and the Endurance had been brought in through the wall of bodies and given a place among them. At the change of the watch, the well rating was relieved and did not go below. The young man came aft instead, to the rail, to San. The lower deck had ruled long ago that the junior delegate was the approachable one, a ruling that had cost San a winter of drop lessons and earned him a biscuit economy, and asked his question at the volume of a man in a church. "Has anyone ever seen one? Them, not the ships." No one of this crew, and none of the records this ship has taken, say the other side did either. A year of war, and nobody has stood in a room with them. The young face worked at that and arrived somewhere worse, which had not been the intention. San considered him. The jaw set hard since the first hull resolved, the boots planted too wide for the gravity, fear doing its honest work in a body that had been 17 when the Endurance left home, and gave him truth instead of comfort. The human trade learned at the wall and the game and the mess tables. But you have seen more of them than that. You have been standing in their voice all watch. It comes up the keel and through your boots, and it does not stop, and it is not armor, and it is not a face. It is what they have been saying to the dark since before this ship had a name. That is them. You have already met them. As if summoned, the weather swelled up through the well, one of the gather's slow crossings, current joining current, and the rating stood into it, planted his boots wider, took it the way the deck crew took a swell, and rode it down to its floor with his jaw loose for the first time since the forenoon. On this ship, that was what understanding looked like. "Finished with engines," Mercer said at the end of the afternoon watch, and the Endurance lay where her hosts had set her. Drive cold, boards passive, a patched gray warship at anchor inside the wall of a people's last bodies. We're guests. Lie quiet, eyes open, hands in pockets. And pass the word through the decks plainly so nobody hears it first as a rumor. The tally's done. What's out there is all of them. Every hand aboard should know what we're lying in the middle of, and whose. In the galley at the evening meal, the saying came up through the deck plates in the middle of the queue, the first close crossing of the dog watches, and the ladles went down, and the queue went still, the whole compartment standing in the loaf steam, while a mourning people's voice passed up through their boots and on along the spine of the ship. Then the ladles came back up, because the watch turns regardless. But quieter, Sane marked. The compartment gentled by a half step, as if the crew had agreed, without anyone saying it, that some kinds of weather you work through with your head bowed. Hale had the weather unbraided by the second dog watch. The after bay ran cold and dim around her, the ring of gray housing standing in its bolt-hole rows, and the bench carried her evening's work on both displays. Above, the gather's voice entire. Below, the same sea combed out into single lines, thread after thread, each one lifted whole out of the weather, each one distinct once Hale knew how to ask. Sa'en came down the ladder into the middle of it and stood at the bench's end, and the size of what the doctor had spent her watch doing arrived underneath, in the bones, before the mind had consented to do the sum. "Voices," Hale said, not looking up. "Every hull out there carries its own line under the common saying. Distinct figures, distinct weights, distinct hands, Sa'en, if hands is even the word I want. The bench can tell them apart the way you'd tell handwriting apart. I stopped separating threads at the point where it stopped being science and started being—" and the bench voice failed her there, briefly, which it almost never did, and she finished with her palms flat on the bench's edge. There are as many of these as there are hulls. The weather we've been riding since the line isn't a sea. It's keepers. It was never anything but keepers. Show me the near one, Sa'en said. Our neighbor, the hull off the port quarter. Hale lifted the line out and gave it the bench's whole width, render only, the emitters cold. But the deck carried the original on its own schedule, faint under the soles, and Sa'en shut his eyes and took the figure the way his people took everything, all the way down, twice before he said anything. One figure, small beside the gather's great crossings. Worn, the way stone steps wear. By the same weight, set down in the same place past counting. A single fall, carried long, ended formally, never discharged, set again on its keeper's own slow interval, with no audience asked and none needed. Sa'en had grown up beside that architecture. He had stood his whole childhood in rooms where such a weight was kept, and crossed half a dying pocket in the company of the woman who carried its twin. "It is one," he said for the log, and kept his voice level, and the levelness cost what the bay's levelnesses cost. "One dead, one keeper. It is not the gather's form, Doctor. The gather keeps its many together, braided, the whole people carrying the whole loss. This figure is the keeper's own. One name held apart, carried long and not set down. My people have a word for the form, and the word fits it to the last edge. It is Korvesh. The word stood in the cold bay the way the heavy words stood. Off our port quarter is a thing the size of a yard district, armored like a sea floor, that has frightened every spine on this ship since the forenoon. And underneath, on its own watch, where no one was ever meant to hear, it is a mourner with one name in its hands. It keeps its grief exactly the way my elder keeps hers." Hale was quiet a moment. On the upper display the weather rolled on, line over line over line. "And every thread in this stack is somebody's that," she said. "Yes. That's what we armed." She said it to the bench, in the voice with all the color scrubbed out. "Not a fleet, not a power, a sky full of single names. I've had the whole picture since the autumn. I drew half of it myself. And I separated one thread tonight and watched it repeat, and the figures finally arrived. There's knowing, and there's this." "The whole ship has been doing that sum all day," Sign said. "The body catches up to the treaty the mind signed. It is slower because it is carrying more." He turned from the display to the doctor. "I want to answer him, the neighbor. One receipt, the herd form, the soft fall against the door, aimed and low, nothing composed, nothing added. He has been saying that name to the dark past anyone's counting, and tonight there is a hull lying a breadth away that has heard it, and knows the form, and can say so. I do not want him to keep it through this night believing otherwise." Hale straightened, and the struggle in her had nothing hidden about it. She laid it out the way this ship laid everything now. Every saying spends the dark it said in, and the rig's draw steps the floor here now, in the last deep water this pocket owns. I won't spend their refuge on our being moved. A breath, and against that, it's the herd form, the truest figure the channel owns, at a gain that costs almost nothing, and the one law this channel has ever had isn't say nothing, it's say nothing invented. Nobody invented this. You read a keeper at his keeping, and you want him to know he's heard. That's not composition. That's the oldest true thing there is." Hale keyed the bridge before Sayan could answer the argument she had just had with herself, and put it to the captain in 4 sentences, cost first. The link stayed quiet a moment, and when Mercer came back, the voice was the plain one. "Send it, the draw to my account, the figure to the log. This ship can afford very little, Doctor. What she can't afford is to lie in the middle of a grieving people, deaf in every band they don't use, and mute in the one they do, and let a mourner go all night unanswered, a hull's breadth from people who heard him. Low and aimed, as the delegate has it, then nothing more tonight. We are guests." Whitlock was off watch and came down anyway. The buses were hers, and the bay had stopped pretending otherwise. Walked the line at low gain with her slate under her arm. Said only, "Small draw, I'll post it with the evening's figures," and stood to the shunts. Nhál was at her rest, and Sayan did not send for her. The center of the ring had been his elder's place through every saying the ship had ever made, and tonight the figure was small and aimed and a junior's, and leaving her at her rest was itself a sentence in their own grammar, one she would read in the log by morning and understand entire. Sayan walked to the center of the emitter ring and stood where she stood when a thing was to be moved properly, and the bay went quiet around him, and through the souls, patient, worn, the neighbor's figure came up on its slow interval, one name set down again in the same smooth-worn place. "On your mark," Hale said from the bench. "Mark." The herd form went down through the frames at the gain of a hand laid soft on a door, out along the keel and the plates and the scars and the welds at 31, past the cut names, across the little dark to the vast mended flank of the neighbor. One fall, low and brief and true, heard. It was over between one breath and the next, and it spent next to nothing, and it was the first thing the Endurance had ever said to a single Orun alone. The neighbor's voice stopped. Sayan stood in the ring with his hands open at his sides and rode the silence down, and it had no will against them in it, nothing of the childhood word at all. It was the other quiet, the young word's quiet, a voice stillness wide awake and turned their way, the sound of a keeper who has said one name to the dark past all counting, being answered for the first time, and going still to be sure of it. At the bench, Hale did not move. On the buses, Whitlock did not move. Then the figure came back. The same fall, his own, the worn one, the one name said once more, and not on the interval, and not to the dark. Aimed, said slowly, opened a half measure wider than its worn shape, the way a closed hand opens just enough to show what it has been keeping, and laid against the Endurance's hull at a gain so low the bench had to reach for it. A mourner, answering the answer, showing the stranger the weight in his hands. No threat stood anywhere in it, no question. The figure ended in its formal ending. The lifted edge at the end of it opened the width of a hand, and the neighbor took up his slow watch again as if the night were any night, except that the bearing never went back to the dark. From that interval on, for as long as the bench kept the thread, the one name was said toward the ship. "Render for the log," Sayan said at last, and his voice did what it did, and he let the log have that too. "The neighbor returns his own figure, opened, aimed at this hull. He has shown us his keeping. Among my people there is no larger courtesy a single keeper can extend, and no smaller one either. It is the first thing, the thing the others come from. Render it. You are heard, and you are seen hearing." His hand stayed open at his sides. "He is not the war leader, Doctor. He is nobody. One hull, one keeper, one name, the least voice in their whole sky. We should be exact about what happened off our port quarter tonight, because the year turns over inside it. We armed the breaking of these, and they know it to the last count, and the first one of them to speak to this ship alone chose to open his hand. Whitlock posted the draw and the floor's small step under it, and went up without a word. But at the ladder she paused, one hand on the rail, looked back down the bay at the ring and the dim bench, and whatever she had no Welsh for she left unsaid in the Welsh way, with her chin, and was gone. Hale stayed at the bench, building the night's log. "The captain gets the rendering hole at the morning muster," she said. "The crew, too. They stood in the galley tonight with their heads down for a people they couldn't see, and tomorrow they'll know one of those people stopped his own grief in the middle watch to tell this ship she was seen. They've earned the having of it. God knows little enough on this run arrives gentle." Cargo 3 kept the night quiet, and the quiet was full. Sa-en came down to the drop hold at the bottom of the middle watch, the painted court lines dim on the deck, the score slate wiped for the next match, the smell of rope and machine oil, and the liniment Ferris's deck swore by and denied hoarding, and stood at the center circle where the game lived, and the question he had carried down the ladder answered itself through the deck. The saying reached here, too. It came up through the court lines and the worn patch where the youngest ratings queued to serve, the gatherer's weather passing through the one compartment the crew had filled with its fiercest gladness, and there was no longer anywhere on the Endurance where the Orun were not. Every game the ship ever played now would be played inside this. Every joy the crew built, and they would build it fiercely, he knew his humans now, would be built on a floor with grief coming up through it from a sky full of single names. Naro's step came the length of the hold while the thought still stood in him. His elder crossed the court lines in the low light, came to less than a Nhál distance, and stood with him inside the weather, facing the way he faced. "Vesha, Orun. Vesha." Then, because the humans had ruined him, and the ruin was the best of him now, "You read the log?" "I read the log. My junior took the center in the middle watch unsent for, and spoke one true figure at the right game to the least voice in the sky, and was answered gently. I have nothing to correct in any of it. I came to say so where the log cannot. That is the whole of my errand, and it is done now, and still I find I am not leaving. Stay then. The court is the warmest floor on the ship, and tonight it is the coldest, and I cannot tell which of those I came down for." Sa-en's hands moved, the small spill he no longer checked. "Orun, I touched one of them, one, the smallest, the nearest, the least. One keeper, one name, kept exactly as you kept yours. I stood beside your weight all my life, and measured every grief I ever met against the discipline of it. And out there it is the small form. The single keeping is what one of them does alone, between the great sayings, the way a man hums. The sky over this ship is made of your grief, said by everyone, always, with their sun going out behind them while they say it. And our magazines helped make the saying longer. The haste came up in him whole then, thrasel and unashamed, at human speed. I want to pay, tonight, all of it, with both hands, and there is nothing in my hands, and the debt has no edges I can find. I stand in the creditor's own house, under the creditor's own voice, and I do not know what a debtor does here. Tell me what a debtor does here." "Naru," Nhál said. The old answer, "Listen, receive, do not answer yet." Sa-en took it the way he had taken it all his life, and for the first time the taking had no chafe in it, because she was not counseling patience, she was naming a payment. "You cannot pay what you have not finished hearing," his elder said. evenly, all the way to the floor of it. To pay before the hearing is done is to pay short, and to pay short is the consumer's habit, the habit of settling, of squaring, of being released. That habit has been through this sky once already, Alnin. We will not bring it twice. What a debtor does in the creditor's house is stand where the asking can find him. The ship has done the first true thing. She has come in past the wall of their bodies to where she can be seen entire. Her scars, her patched hide, her cut names, her empty magazines, all of it inside their guard, lying still. Tonight your neighbor looked at all of that and opened his hand. The asking will come. It will come in their hour, in their grammar, at their gain, and it will not be small. And when it comes, this ship will be standing exactly where a debtor stands. That is not nothing, Aunen. Tonight it is everything there is, and we will do it well. The weather crossed the hold again, slow, enormous, patient, and somewhere inside the body of it, close now, said by hulls the optics could carry whole, the new element passed in its place among the gather's oldest weights, the name a broken people had built for the ship out of one September hour and worn smooth through a winter of calling. The one who stood between, said and re-said on the fixed interval by keepers with their own names in their hands around a guttering sun in the last deep water of the world, while the ship the name belonged to lay quiet among them, every deck and berth and dreaming soul of her anchored inside the home of the people she had wronged. "I will stand the nights at the ring," Cyan said, "while we lie at the gather. If the asking comes in the dark hours, it will not find this ship asleep." "Then the watch is yours," Nhál said, and the words passed from elder to junior in the old direction, and Cyan planted his boots a little wider on the painted court into the rising weather, the way the deck crew stood into a swell, the human way, learned at the rail and the wall and the game, and stood, both speeds at once, and listened. Chapter 3. The Keeper. "Gain's at the stop," Hale said. "Whatever he gives us next comes in clipped or it doesn't come in at all." "Then it comes in clipped." Whitlock did not look up from the buses. "4's carrying everything I'll let it carry. Ask for more and we'll be doing this by torchlight." The afterbay had been at full stretch since the top of the forenoon watch. The ring of gray housing stood in its rows of bolt holes with every array open. The bench ran both displays at once, trace above, floor below. Whitlock walked the buses with her slate the way a woman walks a fence line in bad weather. And at the center of the ring, Nhál stood with her eyes shut and her hands open at her sides, reading the dark the old way, through the bones, while Cyan moved the circuit of the housings with the contact wand and checked seals that had cured a dozen times over, because the checking was his and he would have it. The saying arrived through the souls first, the way the big ones always did. Then it kept arriving. The Endurance rang, not loudly, Medium pause, largely. The note ran below anything an ear could own and took the whole welded length of her for an instrument, every plate, every graft, the salvage scars aft of the dead mast, the frame 31 welds passing it across the cut names without dropping any of it. In the ventilation trunk above the ring, a loose fitting buzzed against its bracket, and Cyan reached up without being asked and stilled it with 2 fingers and left the fingers there. Since the ship had come in among the gather, the dark had never once been silent. The gather's voices ran many and low and braided, Medium pause. The constant saying under everything, grief on its fixed interval, patient as bell strikes, Medium pause. and the Endurance had learned to ride at anchor inside a mourning the way she had once learned to ride weather. This was not that. This was one voice. The bench took it at a third of true gain, and the third filled the display to its margins, and twice in the first minute the arrays clipped anyway. And Whitlock reshunted by hand and said nothing, and the nothing had Welsh edges on it. "I know this figure," Nhál spoke without opening her eyes, slowly, for the log. "It stood in the door saying, around the protected, the boundary said wide, the edge that parted. In March I rendered it as the opening of a door, and the rendering was true, and it was short." A pause, the kind she put around exactness rather than doubt. "It is not a boundary he describes, he is a boundary. The figure is how he says himself. The door we have sailed down was his name, held open." Nhál kept her hands flat on the bench, either side of the trace. "Give me a rendering I can put on a log line." "The one who keeps." Nhál's head inclined a fraction, as if the weight of it were physical and had to be balanced. "The protected, the boundary round it, the holding wide said as one standing form, the one who keeps the last of them, the one who keeps." "The keeper, then." Whitlock had her stylus already moving. "Saving the delegate's long version for the record, a thing that size wants a short name, Doctor, or the deck can't work under it." Nobody argued. The handle went into the bus log, between a shunt note and a draw figure, ships having always cut the immense down to what will fit in a watchkeeper's mouth, and by the time it had been said twice, it had stopped being anyone's invention. The signature ended, the saying proper began, and its first figure was theirs. The one who stood between. Their own name, the one the OARUN had built for them out of one September hour and worn smooth with a winter of calling, given back now whole, set down at the head of the exchange the way a man lays a hand flat on a table. The voice that rang the hull knew exactly who lay at the edge of his gather. Behind the name came his own signature once more, and then nothing. The trace ran out into the patient dark, and the arrays breathed, and the deck thrummed down slowly through the souls into stillness. "He gives our name and his, nothing else. The exchange is opened and left standing. Names first. It is the oldest grammar anyone owns." Nhál's fright had been with her since the first clip, and it did what her fright always did, which was the opposite of what fright did to most people. Slowed her hands, dropped her voice, scrubbed her sentences down to the load-bearing words. Underneath the bench calm, the other thing ran at exactly the same pitch, and she had given up pretending the two were separable. No dictionary, no template, no shared air even. A grammar built out of nothing but events both peoples had stood inside, and on the far side of it, the largest mind any human had ever addressed, waiting with his name on the table to find out what the Endurance was made of. There would not be another first morning like this one in her lifetime or anyone's. Every word of it was costing the dark it was set in. Both of those were true at once, and the day was going to be long. "Name for name," she said. "Send him his own signature back, our note under it. Nothing composed, nothing warm. We answer what was asked." The sending went down through the frames and out along every plate and scar of her, and the rig drank its draught, and Whitlock posted the figure without being told. The answer was a long time coming, and when it came, it did not open with grief, and it did not open with the constant saying. Nhál's hands turned over, palm up, very slowly. "Doctor, stand by the log. He has begun to count." The first figure was the wreck field. It came up through the deck the way depth comes up a sounding line, A place set down plainly, the torn hulls, the cold, the drifting dead of an engagement older than the ship's acquaintance with any of it. And inside the place, the strike figure. And inside the strike figure, where its gun spoke from, a note Nhál knew before Nhál rendered a word of it, because the ship had sent that note as her own name not an hour before. Then, attached to the figure the way a label is attached to a jar, a count. The wreck field, Nhál said, level, for the log. The hour this ship first put her guns between his people and the prize they were driven off. He says the place and the strike and us inside the strike. And then he says how many of his were carried afterwards. A pause. I will put the count in the log, Doctor, and not in the air. Agreed, Nhál said. Next figure. The next figure was the long-running fight. The weeks the Endurance's magazine had emptied itself down the lanes in the Ascendant's company, said from the other side of the muzzle, each engagement a place, each place a strike figure, the ship's note sitting inside the strike where the ship had in fact been, and after each, unhurried, exact, a count. The counts were not large. That was the worst of it. The counts were small, and they were precise, and the precision said what no figure needed to, that this was a people who could number their dead to the last one, because there were few enough left to number. Do not mistake the pace for calm. Nhál had not opened her eyes since the counting began. I am listening to the falls inside these figures, and they have edges the gathers do not. The gather mourns. This is built. Each figure ends the way a thing ends when it is bitten through, not when it is finished. He is not reciting, Doctor. He is aiming. Hear the slowness for what it is. A people compose slowly when every figure must carry the whole of what remains. The platform came last, and the platform was the heaviest, and he knew it because he had saved it. The place, the taking, the ship's note inside the strike figure at the lock where the boarding had gone in, and then a figure Nhál had no name for until it repeated, the lane itself, said as a thing opened, and after it the strike figure again and again, each time set deeper, in places whose figures had never carried a strike before, deep places, old places. The drumbeat of it walked down through the deck and into the soles of every boot on the ship. The lane you opened, this came down it, and this, and this. The prize they had bought a man named Tan with their dead at the aft lock had been paid for, afterwards, in the dark, on schedule, by people the buyers had never once been able to talk to. Nhál stood at the bench with her hands behind her back and let the year reorganize itself around the figures, the way it kept having to, and apparently would keep having to, until there was no one left aboard who had been there for any of it. There is one more in the sequence. Nhál's rendering slowed further, and the slowing was care. He has put his own people's blow into the ledger the hour they came at this hall, the hour your frames were opened to the dark. It stands among the rest in the same form, with his carried counted under it like all the others. He has not set it apart, and he has not softened it. Her hands folded. He does not keep one column, Doctor. He keeps the page. The saying ended, not with the lifted, unclosed edge of the calling figure. It simply stopped, the way a man stops who has laid out everything on the table and now intends to watch your hands. The whole rang down into quiet. On the lower display, under the trace, the floor sat where the morning sendings had left it, stepped and settled short, the stare the rig drew everywhere it spoke. drawn here in the deepest dark the ship had measured since home. The bay's quiet stretched. Cyan had stopped on the far side of the ring, the wand loose against his leg. So that's the test, Hale said it to the bench, to the trace, to herself. Whether we can talk, whether we'll stand in the right place while we do it. Her mind had been running compositions since the second figure and discarding them as fast as they came, against the only law the channel had ever had. Nothing invented, nothing performed. Anything composed reads as composed. We can't grieve back at him. He'd read the counterfeit in one fall, and he'd be right. We can't defend it. There's no figure for "we didn't know," and if the grammar had one, I wouldn't send it. "We didn't know" is not the same as "we are not to blame," and I stopped being sure of the second one somewhere around the green world. Thre kor, Cyan said it quietly into the ring, the word standing in the bay, untranslated, the way the heavy word stood. Then in English, in the gentle human rhythms he had picked up like burrs and kept. "The ship owes. We have said it to each other in our own tongue since the autumn, Nhál and I, and it has sat aboard all this while with nowhere to go and no one to be said to. Now there is someone. His hands made the small spill he no longer checked. Send the figures back true, doctor, all of them, and where the striker stands in each one, set our note, where he has already set it. We do not add anything. We sign." "The grammar will carry it," Nhál said. "Returning a figure is heard. Returning it with your own note left standing in the striker's place is heard, and it was us. There is no softer way to say that, and no harder one. The grammar does not deal in soft." Hale keyed the bridge. "Captain, the war leader's given us the year. Every engagement this ship fought in the Ascendant's company, from his side of the guns, with his dead counted under each. We can return it signed, our note in the striker's place, every figure, no additions. It's an admission, on a record that doesn't fade, to a people who have never once mislaid anything." She watched the trace while she said it, because watching the trace was easier. "I won't send that on my own authority." The link stayed quiet a moment, and when Mercer came back, the voice was the plain one, the grammar the crew had crossed a winter on. "Send it. The ship signs what the ship did. Log the order as mine. And send it whole, doctor. Don't make them take it in installments." The sending was the longest the rig had ever made. Whitlock took bus 4 to the stop and stood over it with her slate the way Soto stood over the worst beds, and the Endurance said the year aloud down every plate and graft and scar of herself, the wreck field, the lanes, the platform, the lane, his blow and her answer, each figure given back exact with her own note standing in the striker's place. And 3 decks up, the ladles went down, and the boots went still, and nobody had to be told, because the whole ship's company could ride the hull's note in their souls, and the note went on, and the ship was confessing, and every soul aboard stood inside it while she did. The arrays sagged off the stop at last. The bay's ordinary sounds climbed back up out of the silence one by one. "There's the bill." Whitlock's stylus moved down the slate without hurry. "Most of 2 days' adapted allowance in one saying, and the floor stepped while we said it, twice. Both go to the captain's account before the engine deck posts them for me." "Post them," Hale said. "Counted is still the deal." Counted was still the deal, and the gauge did not care what the count was for. On the lower display, the new step sat in the trace where every step the rig had ever made sat, permanent, settled short, and this floor was the deepest the ship had logged since the catastrophe, the one stretch of dark in the whole spent pocket, with real room left under it, the room a broken people had crawled down into because the cold that ruins junctions also hides the hunted. Hale looked at the stair for as long as she could afford to, which was not long, and put it where she put it every day now, on the bench, in the open, next to the work it paid for. The talk spent the dark it was spoken in. There was no version of the rig where it didn't. The only honest thing left was the ledger. The galley sent down a flask of the real coffee at the turn of the dog watch, unasked, with 2 printed cups and a 3rd cup for Whitlock's tea, which was the galley's way of saying the ship knew where her work was being done today. By then the handle had gone round the decks the way handles went round the whole bus log, to engine deck, to galley queue, inside a watch. And ratings who could not have voiced one fall of his signature were saying the keeper over their loaf the way they said weather words. And the name did what short names have always done at sea. It made a thing too large to live with into a thing the ship could stand next to. The answer began at the bottom of the dog watch, slow even by his measure, each figure set down and let stand before the next. Narrow's eyes opened. "The gap," she said. "He has gone to September." The other column came in the same form as the first. That was the first fact of it, and Nhál rendered the fact before she rendered anything else. The same ledger grammar, figure by figure, count by count, nothing elevated and nothing warmed, as if to say that what came now belonged to the same page as what had come before, and would be weighed on the same scale or not at all. The gap stand, the place, the fleeing gather, the strike figure coming down, and between the strike and the gather, set where it had in fact been set, the ship's note, not praised, placed. The strike that broke, their blow, said from his side as the wreck field had been said from theirs, the strike figure meeting the ship's note and breaking on it and turning away, and under the figure, where every count in the ledger stood, a count of the carried who were not carried that day, the dead who did not die. He had numbered those too. The precision ran both ways, or it was not precision. And then the captain, the one who stood between, carried, we carry her also, the march saying, re-said entire, set down now in the body of the ledger itself, among his own dead, in the place their dead were kept. Hale had read the rendering of it in the log 100 times across the road down, and the figure itself had never once come up through her own boot soles until now, and the difference between the log and the deck was the difference between a casualty annex and a funeral. At the back of the bay, Cyan stood very still in the junior's way that was almost the elder's way, and did not master his face at all, and let it do what it did, which he would have told anyone aboard was the human discipline, and harder than the Nhál one. The last figure of the saying took the arrays to the stop and passed it. Whitlock rode the buses by hand, both palms flat, and the bench lost the bottom of the figure twice, and Nhál stood at the center of the ring with her hands open, and read it the old way, through the bones, all the way down. The year column with the ship's note inside the strike, the September column with the ship's note between the strike and the gather, the carried one kept, and then, last, the third placement of the same note, said in the present form, set down here, inside the gather itself, at anchor among the dying, a hull's breadth from the protected thing his name was the keeping of. The saying ended, and left its edge standing open. Nhál was silent a long while, the space her people left round a hard thing so the hard thing could stand in it. When she rendered it whole, slowly, for the log and the bay and the ship, because the ship had earned the whole of it. You stood inside the strike, and our dead are counted under you. You stood between the strike and us, and our living are counted under you. We carry the one it cost you. 3 places, 1 note. Yours. Her hands folded, and she gave the last of it the way it had come, plain and entire. You fought for the ones who are killing us. Now you are here. Nobody in the bay moved. Far forward the ship changed her breathing the half-degree that meant the evening fans had come up, the ordinary life of the Endurance going on above a compartment where the year had just been weighed to the last figure by the people it had cost most. "What isn't in it?" Hale said at last, quietly, because the absences had been assembling themselves in her since the second placement. "Nhál, there's no... he hasn't... There is no forgiveness figure in it. If their grammar owns one, I have never taken it in." Nhál opened her eyes. "There is no welcome in it either, Doctor, and no threat, and no asking. He has weighed us with our own note, and told us our places, all 3, and every one of them is true, and he has left the saying open." A pause, and then the rendering she would not put in the log, because it was hers. "He has not forgiven us, he has located us. Among this people I have come to believe that is the larger thing." Hale keyed the bridge. "Captain, you have a channel to the Orun war leader. 2-way at the rig's limit, real tested today, and not found wanting, though it was found exactly what it is. He knows what this ship did and what this ship did once, and he holds both at full weight, and he's left the exchange standing open." She looked at the trace, the long day of it. The next figure through it will be his to ask, and it won't be small. He didn't spend what he spent today on an introduction. "Then I'll be ready to be asked." Mercer, plain, unhurried, and then, because the ledger of things never quite left him, "Thank your bay, Doctor. The whole ship rode that one with you. I had the galley's word for it before I had yours." The link closed. Whitlock toted the day and went up to her tea. Sayan took the wand on one last circuit of seals that needed nothing, his hand pausing once on the housing nearest the after plates, a touch with nothing technical in it, and followed her. Hale stayed at the bench. The evening lights stepped down. The 2 traces lay one above the other in the dimness, the day's talk and the day's bill, spike for step, the stair drawn a little higher up the deepest dark left anywhere. On the bench display, she opened the next log page and titled it the way the deck had already decided it would be titled, one word after the chapter heading of the channel's whole record, and the handle went from the bus log into the ship's permanent memory, "The Keeper." Under her soles, the constant saying ran on at its fixed interval, patient, unchanged, grief said to the dark on schedule by a people who did not permit themselves to stop. And beneath it, lower, where only the bones got to before the bench did, the open edge of his last figure stood in the cold the way the door had stood in it since March, given, unclosed, and on the gauge, faint and unarguable, the floor had stepped for his saying too. The keeper was spending the last room under the last sky his people owned to talk to the ship that had helped spend the rest of it. Hale sat in the stripped garden with the cold flask and began building the sequence the morning would need. The reckoning had its channel now. Whether the Endurance could be worth what it cost to talk to her was not the rig's question to answer. She would put it on the captain's table beside the bill and get on with the work in front of her. Chapter 4. What We Owe. Vega found the first of the strikes 40 meters in and stopped reading the wall with his gauntlet and put his lamp down the hole instead. The hole did not need the lamp. Aldridge knew it from 4 meters off, the way you know your own handwriting upside down across a room. The punched lip, the pedaled plate, the channel driven straight through structure that had been grown rather than welded. And she came up the gallery on her mag soles with the empty place on her hip aching like an old break in weather, and stood beside the engine deck hand at the wound in the wall, and the lamplight ran away down the channel and did not find the end of it. Through and through, the gallery flattened Vega's voice the way the whole hull flattened everything. A people who spoke in pressure had built no surfaces for echo to live on. 11 frames, maybe more. There be an exit pedal somewhere on the far flank. His right glove, the built glove, fabrications work, 2 fingers that answered and a housing where the rest had been, moved along the rim of the hole without touching it. Kinetic penetrator, no charge, dense core. Nothing in this pocket throws metal, Lieutenant. The front's rails punch a different hole, and the Orun don't punch holes at all. I know what throws metal, Aldridge said. Vega looked at her then, the lamp between them making a small yellow parish of the two of them in all that black, and had the sense not to say the rest of it, and she walked on up the gallery to where the next one was, because there was a next one, because there was a line of them, and she had known there would be a line of them from the moment the first lip caught her light. The party worked the dead ship in a quiet that had started out as discipline at the breach and had stopped being discipline about 10 meters in. Hollis came behind with the gauge frame, sounding the structure ahead of the cutters the way he'd sounded pressure trunks through 2 fires, and old hands' patience in every reading. Rhodes ran the hall frames in Vega's wake, a sledge of them on a line, the way Vega himself had run frames into a different derelict once, in the days when the Endurance still thought the dark was empty. Cardenas kept the boat at the torn place in the flank where they'd come aboard, with the tethers paid out and the channel open, and nothing to do but watch the gather move where the boat's screens could render it. Shapes the size of weather, vast and slow and armored, standing off in the cold at distances that were not distances to them, around the guttered ember of a system they would die before leaving. Nobody on the party carried so much as a sidearm. The captain's order had gone up on the watch bill word for word: no arms leave the ship inside the gather. Nothing that throws, cuts, or burns travels except tools, and tools travel logged. And A. Eldridge had drafted the tool log herself and signed it, and her hand still went to her hip on every hatch and found the nothing there, the habit going down protesting, like a dog made to lie on a cold floor. The Orun had sent them this hull. That was the whole of it, rendered through the rig and Nhrál's care at the morning briefing. A place figure, exact, this wreck among their kept dead, and one element, single and weighted, that Nhrál would stand behind as take, not a trade, not a price named. The Endurance needed plate and lattice the way the crew needed protein. The refit Ferris was building toward would eat conductor by the ton, and the people her guns had spent the worst of the dark breaking had answered the need with a true thing and nothing warm wrapped round it. Hale said that was the grammar. The Orun did not promise and did not comfort. They located. So the party cut conductor and stripped lattice and filled hall frames inside a body their own ship had helped to kill, and Eldridge walked the line of strikes up the long gallery and read the spacing, and the spacing read back. Interlocking arcs off more than one mount, a hand's width of drift between impact sets, the loose weave at the start where the solution was still walking, and then the tight weave where it had settled in. A close defense battery firing a laid solution, sustained, corrected once at the 8th second by somebody who knew her trade. There was no need to pull the gun cam loops. She had written this. It was her own work coming back to her off a dead wall in a dead ship, in the cold heart of a mourning people's gathered grief, and her body knew it before her arithmetic finished, the way her body had known the whole. the graveyard, the day the Ilvain came limping across their bow with the big, silent shape astern of it, and the obvious right thing had stood up in front of the whole bridge wearing the little guy's face, and she had put better than half the ship's magazine into 90 seconds of certainty. 750 rounds at a target that was already turning. She'd watched the loops in the tactical alcove afterwards until she could recite them. She'd watched the big shape go dark and slow into the far side of the wreck field, hit and hit and hit again, and never once returning fire. And she'd put the wrongness of that away where she'd put everything, back when putting things away still worked, and the ship had tucked its grateful new friend under its flank, and somebody on her own deck had said it out loud, like the good guys. It had come here to die, or it had died on the way and been carried, no way to know, and she found she needed to know, and there was no one in the universe who could tell her in any language she had. The Orun gathered their broken. The whole pocket knew that about them now. It had taken Hale's bench and Nhál's ear and the worst of the autumn to learn it. They shield their own. They put their bodies between guns and the protected thing. They bring their dead home. They had brought this one home and kept it among them in the cold, moored to the gather by lines as thick as the boat. And when the broken strangers from the far side of everything had needed metal, they had sent the place figure of their own dead kin and the single-weighted element. Take. Lieutenant, Vega's voice off to her left, gone strange. He'd found the deep frame. The channel from the 9th or 10th strike had run out of straight somewhere inside the body of the ship and finished here, in a member as thick as a man, grown in spirals the way the Orun grow everything, and the thing that had finished it sapped in the bottom of its own crater like a coin in a fist, flattened, mushroomed, the dense core peeled back on itself in petals of bright alloy that the cold had kept bright. Vega had his lamp on it, and his built glove flat on the frame beside it, and through the glove, through the structure, Aldridge knew what he could feel, because she could feel it through her boot soles, and had been feeling it since the breach. The tremor. Constant, slow, deeper than sound, coming up the mooring lines from the gather and into the bones of the dead ship, and never stopping, never once in any watch stopping. The signal the translator had given them as silence for aft the war. Grief, running through the kept hull of the grieved for, while strangers cut its body for parts because the mourners had told them to take what they needed. "Cut it out," Vega said. "We can't, Lieutenant, we can't leave it sitting in them. I'll do it clean. I'll dress the bore. I'll do it." Aldridge did it herself, with his cutter, kneeling on the spiral frame with her shadow thrown huge and wrong up the gallery. It came free easier than it deserved to. It weighed nothing in her glove. Out here, nothing weighed anything. The weight arrived anyway. She turned it to the lamp, and the lamp found the base of the core where the driving bands had stripped, and the lot rings stood there in the alloy as clean as the day the press had cut them, and under the rings the stores stencil, and the yard mark of the orbital line at Houston, and the letters. English letters, in the body of the thing, like a signature on a confession. Rhodes had come up the gallery with an empty hall frame and stopped, and was looking at the round in Aldridge's glove, and at the open crater, and at the line of punched lips marching away down the wall into the dark. And the young rating's breath was loud on the party channel for a moment before she got it governed. Rhodes had been a runner once, in the fight where 3 of these shapes had stood and shielded and bled and gathered their dead and gone, and a bulkhead had come down a half-second too close, and the body under her suit still carried the mended places. Nobody had ever told her the window she was hurt for shouldn't have been opened. Nobody had needed to. The whole ship had done that arithmetic the day the truth came aboard. They know, don't they? Rhodes said. What's in there? They can read these walls better than Vega can. They knew what's in here when they sent us the place figure. Her lamp wavered along the strike line and came back. Can we tell them we didn't know at the time? Could the rig carry that we didn't know what they were? The rig carries what Nhál stands behind, Aldridge said. Then she could stand behind that. It's true. It is true. Aldridge closed her glove over the round. And they haven't asked. That was the part there was no floor under, and she watched the no floor arrive in Rhodes the way it had arrived in her at the briefing, when Nhál had rendered the place figure and the single element, and then folded her hands and said nothing warm, because nothing warm had been sent. The Orun were not waiting for the strangers to explain. They were not waiting for sorrow or for the long human document of reasons. They had read this hall. They kept it. They knew to the frame what had gone into it and what the strangers' guns were, and they had sent take, because the need was true and the metal was true, and the rest was not a thing their grammar traded in. There was no forgiveness coming. There was no punishment coming either. There was the exact truth, moored in the cold, trembling with the grief of its people, with English letters buried 11 frames deep. Frames are at capacity on the lattice wall, Hollis said from down the gallery, mild as ever, an old man's voice doing the old man's job of putting a floor where the young had run out of one. We'll want the next relay of empties off Cardenas before the turn, Lieutenant, if we're keeping schedule. Keep schedule, Aldridge said, and put the round in her thigh pocket and sealed the flap, and the weight that wasn't there rode against her leg for the rest of the watch, like the start of a list she already knew she would not finish writing today. The trouble came at the change of relays, in the wide hold they were using for staging, and afterwards Aldridge would mark how ordinary the approach of it had been. No threat signature, no rising pitch on any gauge she owned, just 3 tired people and the 4th one cracking, in a cold given hull, with the tremor coming up through everyone's boots. The staging hull had been the worst place on the walk from the start, and the party had worked it with their lamps up high, because what stood along its walls were the cradles, 40 of them, 50 in ranks, each one a socket of grown spiral structure shaped to hold something the size of a boat, and every one of them open, and every one of them empty, and the cut marks at the mounting collars dressed smooth. Recent work, careful work. Vega had read it in the first hour with his glove and set it on the channel before he'd thought about who was listening. The Orun had been through this hull ahead of them, before the place figure was ever sent, and had cut their dead out of the frames and carried them deeper into the gather, so that the strangers who came to strip the body would not stand looking at what the strangers had done. It was mercy, or it was privacy, or it was a thing with no human name that lived between the two, and it had sat on the party's shoulders all watch, heavier than the hall frames. You could be forgiven a great deal, Aldridge thought, watching Rhodes guide a frame of conductor down the hall under lamplight, by people who would never once mention forgiving you. The trap of this place was how survivable it all felt, right up until you touched it. Vega had been talking too fast since the deep frame. Not loud, fast, the engineer's escape running at red line, scheme after scheme laid out on the channel while his built glove worked. They could refeed the gather's cradle rings off the Endurance's spare bus. He could draft it tonight. They could machine new collar stock for the cut mounts. Fabrication owed him hours. They could leave the number 2 cutter, the good one. The Orun could... And there the scheme died of its own grammar, because the Orun could not, and would not, and had not asked, and Ferris's deck could no more spare the bus than the crew could spare blood, and every one of his offers was the ship's life rendered down into a gift nobody wanted, and Vega knew it. Anyone could hear that Vega knew it, and the knowing only ran him faster. "We could at least leave something," Rhodes said, quietly, to Vega's tempo, like a small voice finding a gap in weather. "When we're done. People do at graves. Not I don't mean a plaque. Something of ours that mattered, so they'd know it cost us to—" "They don't want it to have cost us. That's not what any of this—" "Don't pull at it, you two," Hollis from the gauge frame kindly, an old hand reaching out to steady a load the way he'd steadied loads through 2 fires and a winter. "It's being paid, that's what I tell you. All of it, the channel, the standing with them, the help that'll come of it, us freezing out here being useful instead of home in our racks. It pays down over time, like anything. We do the work in front of us, and it comes square in the end, and the— Square. The word came out of Vega with no speed left in it at all. It comes square. His lamp swung, Hollis's mild face behind the visor, the ranked and emptied cradles back. They cut their dead out of the walls so we wouldn't have to look at them, and we're 40 frames into the body of a thing we shot while it was leaving. And I've got the front's prize lane through half a hand and 2— The built glove came up, the 2 live fingers spread, shaking. "And you're standing in here, in this, telling me it squares? Lad, I only meant—" Vega hit him with both hands in the chest plate, and the old man went off his boots. In gravity it would have been nothing, a shove between messmates, a thing the galley saw twice a winter. In the staging hold of a derelict, it was Hollis going backward off the deck, slow and helpless as a loosed barge, gauge frame tumbling away on its lanyard, boots pawing for a purchase that wasn't coming. And behind him, where the salvage had been working all watch, the stripped section of wall stood with the cut ends of the matrix lattice bristling out of it, a field at bright shorn stems, every one of them a suit breach waiting at the pressure of a handshake. Aldridge moved without any decision she could afterwards locate. 2 strides up deck on the mag soles, a boot hooked to the cradle rank, her hand out and closing on the gauge frame's lanyard as it went past, and the line came taut and the old man's mass arrived in her shoulder all at once, wrenching, and she paid the spin-off around the cradle mount the way you'd belay anything, and Hollis came to rest a body's length short of the shorn stems, swinging slow, breath roaring on the open channel. The hold went absolutely still. The tremor came up through her boots, constant, unjudging, the grief of the people whose dead haul this was running on beneath the whole human moment without taking the slightest notice of it. Vega was still coming. Not at Hollis anymore, at nothing, at everything, blind with it, his boots tearing free one after the other in the lamp-crossed dark, and Aldridge put herself square in his path and did not raise a hand and did not raise her voice either, because a raised voice was fuel, and she had stood in enough burning rooms to know it. "Look at your hand, Vega." It stopped him better than a hold would have. His face arrived at her visor from a foot away, wet and furious and coming apart, and the built glove hung there between them in her lamp. 2 live fingers and a housing, and his eyes went to it because they had nowhere else to go. "That's what it costs when somebody sells you a simple fight," Aldridge said, flat. "I know the salesman. I've been one. You want to buy twice?" The breath went through him the way a fold shutter went through the ship, stern to bow, and out. The fists opened. Hollis had got a boot to the deck off the cradle rank and stood himself upright with the careful dignity of an old man declining to be seen shaking, and the gauge frame hung quiet at his hip again, and for a moment the 3 of them and Rhodes stood in the ranked hollow staging hold of the dead ship, saying nothing at all, 4 lamps and their breathing. "No harm done," Hollis said at last, to the hold at large, generous to the bone. "We'll say no more about—" "There was harm," Aldridge did not soften it for him, because the softening was the same coin Vega had just refused at the top of his lungs, and she would not stand in this hall of all halls and watch her own people teach each other the discount. Logged the shove to me, on the record, and the recovery with it. Hollis, get your readings checked by Rhodes before we trust the next bay. Vega, he had not moved, the glove had not lowered. You're off the cutters until the boat, frame hauling only. Walk with me. The party went back to the lattice wall behind them, and nobody said sorry, because nobody was ready to be the one who said it, and she let it stand. Mercy that arrived early was just the wanting of quiet, wearing Mercy's coat. She'd learned that somewhere with a different badge on her shoulder, at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it had cost other people everything she'd been too well commended to ask after. At the mouth of the hold, out of the working lamps, she switched the two of them to suit, and stood Vega against a cold-grown wall and let the channel run empty until his breathing had found a floor. "I'll stand whatever the log brings," Vega said. The fast was all gone out of his voice. What was left moved like the heavy thing it was. "I shoved a 60-year-old man at a wall of knives because he was kind to me wrong. In this ship. Christ, Lieutenant, in this ship." "In this ship," Aldridge said. "I keep waiting for somebody to make me pay for it." His visor came round, and the lamp caught the wet on his face, and he let it be seen, which from Vega was a thing with the cost on it. Any of it. The hand doesn't count. The hand was just... The hand's mine. I mean the lane. Pratt, Sengupta. I read them the way in, Lieutenant. The prize was a lane, and the lane carried their convoys, and the convoys carried... I read the platform's bones and told them where to cut, and I keep waiting for the bill to come, and instead they moor their dead in the cold and tell us to take, and I can't... The glove closed and opened. There's nothing to push against. There's nobody even angry at us. How do you pay a bill nobody will send? Behind her boots, through the deck, the tremor ran on. "You don't," Aldridge said. "It doesn't come. That's the whole of what I know, and I bought the lesson dear, so take it off me at cost. Nobody sends the bill, and the wanting them to is just you trying to get out from under it the cheap way. The fine, the flogging, the kind word, they're all the same door, and there's nothing through it. I've had the kind word. I've had the commendation, even." Her voice stayed level. The leveling had been done elsewhere, at the bottom of other watches, where her body did its remembering. "There's no making it right, Vega. There's only what you do next, and then the next thing after that, for the rest of the cruise and likely the rest of your life. That's all there is." A beat, and the empty place on her hip rode at the edge of it. "It's not nothing." Vega was quiet a long moment. The lamps of the working party moved on the lattice wall down the hold, and Hollis's gauge frame ticked somewhere, sounding the structure, the old man's patience back at its work. "The give-back schemes," Vega said. "The bus, the collar stock. You knew they were—" "I knew. It was going to be fast. That was the tell, wasn't it? Fast." He took a breath that had years in it and looked down the hold at the emptied cradles, rank on rank, dressed smooth by the people who would not even let the guilty stand at the graves. "What's the slow one, then? What do we owe that we can actually pay?" "The work," Aldridge said. "Done right, every watch, for as long as they let us stand in here, and the record kept true. I've got the second one in my pocket. Come on, Frames, we're behind schedule, and the schedule's theirs." Aldridge wrote the amendment that night in the tactical alcove off the bridge, with the gun cam loops from the graveyard running silent on her board, and the round from the deep frame sitting beside her stylus on the desk, bright-petaled under the watchlight, the only thing she had ever salvaged that the manifest had no column for. The loops were unchanged. That was the thing about loops. The big shape came across the wreck field exactly as it had always come, slow and silent and turning away, and her solution walked onto it and settled and stitched, 90 seconds, 750 rounds, and the original after-action sat appended in her own language from the far side of the truth. Hostile heavy driven off. Ammunition expenditure logged. No friendly casualties. Every word of it accurate. That was what wanted correcting, not the facts, the names the facts wore. She keyed the amendment and wrote it plainly, the way the captain wrote orders now. And it said what the rounds had hit, an Orun vessel withdrawing under no return fire, later kept among the dead of the gather at the place figure on file. Ammunition signature confirmed by physical recovery, lot rings and yard mark legible. Recovered penetrator logged to the evidence locker under her name and the date, 9th of June, 2242. Cross-referenced to the original engagement record, which stood unaltered above it, because a record should be able to disagree with itself honestly, and this one finally did. Signals had the mid-watch quiet when she came through with the sealed copy for the ledger queue, the receiver stack washing the compartment green, the minder on her stool by the hatch with a slate. Marsh ran the routing without being asked twice. Half his keys were gone, but the queue discipline was all still his, tidy as a kept house, and the entry went where his postings had gone, to the place that cannot be edited or burned. And he read the header while the seal confirmed, because reading headers was the duty left to him, and Aldridge stood and let him read it. "You could say it," she said, "whatever the dark's been coving for you out here. Nobody's minding the minder at this hour." "It was never mine, Lieutenant." Marsh keyed the confirm and squared the slate to the console edge, and there was nothing in the careful voice at all. No triumph, no relief, not even the zealot flash. Just a man at the far end of a long arithmetic, tired in a way the racks didn't fix. "I posted readings. The proof was always going to be somebody's hull." Marsh turned back to his cues, and the green wash took him, and Aldridge went out through the sleeping ship, down the one practical road, past the galley's banked warmth, and the passage at frame 31, where the watchlight stood low on 11 names, and the line for all the rest. And somewhere out beyond the patched flank, through 3 layers of hull and the cold, the gather went on speaking its one unending word to its kept dead, and the Endurance rode moored in the middle of it, taking only what was sent, owing everything else. The next walk's bill posted at the turn of the watch. Vega's name was at the top of it, put there in his own hand, frames and dressing work, the slow trade. Hollis's name stood 2 below it, unremarked. Aldridge signed the bill and stood the party to the boat at first relay, and they went back into the dead ship and did the work, and did it right, and that was the start, not of the paying, there was no paying, of the next thing, and the next thing after that. Chapter 5. The First Help. The keeper began to give at the bottom of the middle watch, and he began with the road. Mercer had to refit papers spread across the desk in the captain's cabin, Ferris's margins in one column, Whitlock's busloads in the next, the salvage manifests off the dead ship in a third, when the deck changed under him. The gatherer's many braided voices dropping away beneath one voice, vast and single and unhurried, the voice the whole ship knew now through her every plate. He sat still through the first slow figure of it with his stylus down and his palm flat on the margin column, the size of it arriving up through the deck and the desk and the bones of his forearm. By the second figure he had his jacket on. The link clicked while he was dogging the hatch. "Captain," hail from the after bay, level and quick. "You'll want to be down here. He's not counting and he's not mourning. The figures are places, exact ones, depth and cold and bearing, one after another, walking away from the gather. Nhrál's rendering now." A half-beat, the kind she put round a thing still moving under her hands. "Captain, we think he's giving us a road." The spine passage at that hour had the night lights and the cold and almost nobody, and what nobody there was stood still. A galley hand at the ladder foot with a tray of loaf ends she had stopped carrying anywhere. A rating off the middle watch with one boot up on a rung, both of them feeling the deck talk and watching aft the way people watch a horizon. Mercer went past them at a walk, because captains do not run, and took the ladder down into the cold light of the stripped gardens at something that was not quite not running. The bay had its full night company. Whitlock walked the buses with her slate. Hale moved the circuit of the housings with the contact wand, and at the center of the emitter ring, Nhál stood with her eyes shut and her hands open at her sides, taking the road through the bones the old way, and giving it to the log in even, exact, unhurried English, figure by figure, while the deepest voice in the pocket set places down, one after another, like a man laying stones across a ford for someone else's feet. A junction, said deep, said cold, said dead. Then the going figure and the next place. The bearings run off the gather's own position. The depth figures are flying depths given for a keel, not for a memory. Nhrál's head inclined a fraction, balancing the weight of it. It gives each one twice, once plain, once with its approaches. It is a chart, Captain. It is being handed to us a stone at a time, and against each junction as it came, set close in against the place figure the way a seal sits against a signature, there came a small attendant figure that carried no depth and no bearing, that the bench could not chart and the renders could not open. The third time it arrived, Hale flagged it with a query on the log line, and Narahh answered without opening her eyes. Received, not rendered. I will not stand behind a guess, Doctor. They go in the log as they came, under my name, until I have the exactness. They are small, and they are always there, and they are not navigation. Mercer stood at the foot of the bench steps and let the road arrive through his boot soles, and watched the oldest of his own reflexes wake and go to work. The part of him that had spent a working lifetime across tables turned the gift over, looking for the hook. Where is the price? Where is the clause that bites? Who signs? What do they sign away? And which line gets read back to us in a worse room in a better year? The reflex ran its full circuit and came back with its hands empty and stood there in him, unemployed, while the deck went on handing his crew the way home and asked for nothing, as this channel had asked for nothing since its first hour, as Narh had said in the spring, and he had privately checked against every transmission since, because checking was also one of his reflexes. The only thing in this pocket I have never once had to check for a hook. Whitlock posted the draws as the road went down, session figure by session figure, the floor stepping its small counted cost under the trace, everything to the captain's account. Counted being the deal. The road ran on through the rest of the middle watch, junction, going figure, junction, each with its small sealed attendant, out of the gather's deep cold and up through countries of the spent dark the ship's own charts had never reached. Then the saying changed. One junction, said alone at the end of the chain, and said large. Narh Hendering slowed, and the slowing was care. It is given with both its skies, Captain. Their grammar puts a sky behind every door figure, the dark the door stands in and the dark it opens to. Every door on the road tonight has carried the same two skies, spent and spent. A long fall of the voice went down the hull entire, and the loose fitting in the ventilation trunk buzzed against Sane's two stilling fingers. Behind this one, the second sky is lit, junction joined to junction, many, burning, alive, a network, said in the present form, the form they keep for what is. The Orun do not promise, they locate. On the far side of that one door there is a living sky. For a moment the bay had no sound in it but the array's breathing. Out. Hale's hands were flat on the bench, either side of the trace, and the word came out of her like a reading. Every chart this ship has drawn since the pocket took her is a chart of embers. One door in all of it goes out, and he's just told us where it stands, and that the sky on the far side is still burning. I won't dress that as proof of anything, Captain, so I'll say it as navigation. That is the first figure anyone has given this ship out here that has home anywhere in its arithmetic. A lit network. Ours is lit. There is nothing else left anywhere near this dark that is. How do they know? Mercer kept his voice level, which cost more than it showed. It's their road. Have they flown it? The figure is old, Captain. It is given in the kept form, a thing carried, not a thing seen this winter. Nhál paused. I asked its age. They did not give one. They gave the figure again, unchanged, which among this people is the answer. It does not age. Nothing in their keeping is allowed to. The door figure stood a while in the dark, complete, and then the keeper said it again, and said it shut. The same junction, re-said, and Nhál stopped, and the stopping ran the length of the bay, because Nhál did not stop. When she went on, her voice had gone to the pace she kept for the heaviest weights. Re-said closed, not barred, not guarded, shut into the closed saying so far that no going figure can stand in it by any hand from either sky. And behind the figure he has begun to give the how. Doctor, attend your bench. It is large. The trace filled. It filled the way the Wreckfield ledger had filled it in the first days of the channel, and then it kept filling. And Whitlock came up the buses without being told, and rode them by hand. And twice the arrays clipped at a third of true gain, and she reshunted in silence, with Welsh edges on the silence. Hale stood over the bench and watched a people's deep knowledge come aboard her ship in figures, and her hands went slow, and her voice dropped, and her sentences scrubbed down to the load-bearing words. I can't hold this in a watch. I can't hold it in a season. Her hand moved across the trace, measuring, giving up, measuring again. It's not a procedure, Captain. It's a body of knowing doors entire, what a door stands on, how it fails, how it can be made to fail, driven shut, all the way over, so hard the dark stops answering at that place and stays not answering. He is handing me how a junction is closed, for good and all, and the bench is taking it the way a teacup takes a sea. Hear what it is before you ask what it does. Nhál's hands had turned over, palm up, very slowly, the way they did when something had been set in them. What lies at the heart of this gather, what those halls stand arranged in the cold to die for, we have called the protected thing since the door was first given, and I rendered it small. It is not only their last living, Captain, it is their keeping entire. What the Orun know, gathered the way their dead are gathered, and tonight he has taken the oldest weight in it and set it aboard a stranger. Her head came up. Understand the figure. They are not paying us. There is no exchange form anywhere in this night. A people at the end of its sky is putting what it kept where the consuming cannot reach it. They are doing with their knowledge what they do with their dead, carrying it forward, in us. Across the ring, quietly, into the cold air, Cyan said, Selkor. Nobody rendered it, and nobody asked, and the word stood in the bay the way the heavy words stood. The giving ended there. The saying did not. The last body of it came down slowly, even by the keeper's measure. Each figure set down and let stand. The consuming figure, the one the whole crew knew now from the inside. The gather figure, the broken taken up. The constant saying said about itself, the keeping that never stops and never sheds. And then a going figure, the stranger's own, pointed up the road and out the one door. Nhál read it through the bones twice entire, before she rendered a word, and then she rendered it whole, for the log and the bay and the ship. Say what was here. Say who did the consuming. Say it where it cannot be taken down. The arrays sighed down off their load. Out in the dark, the constant saying came back up, patient, enormous, unchanged, as if a people had not just emptied its hands. There is the ask, Captain. Nhál's voice stayed even, all the way to the floor of it. Not payment, nothing tonight was sold, and the road is given whether we answer or not. Hear that exactly, because it is the whole figure. Their saying never stops and never sheds. Nothing said into it has ever been unsaid. The gather would gutter out around its last hull before it let one name fall from the keeping. That is the only ledger this people trusts, the kind that cannot be edited by whoever survives the dead. They ask us to keep what was done in this pocket the way they keep their own, to carry it out that door and say it, what was here, what was done, who did the consuming, in our skies, where it cannot be taken down. The edge of the saying stands open. There is no clock in it, and no condition anywhere in the night. They will wait while we understand them. The cold of the bay stood up through Mercer's boots, and he let it, and the memory arrived the way they arrived now, unbidden, body first. A borrowed table, his father's good wine going into other men's glasses while the firm came apart around him in inventory lists, the old man's back straight as a keel pouring, a boy in a doorway learning what he had spent the rest of his life believing was a lesson about preparation. It had never been about preparation. The lesson had been the pouring, what the ruined do with their hands when the ruin is total and guests are in the house. And a people losing everything to the dark had spent this night pouring for strangers. And the part of him that had drafted clauses for a living stood in the middle of it with its empty hands. His eyes stung. He let them. Log the night entire in the delegates' renderings, word for word. His voice came out plain and stayed plain. Doctor, begin charting. The helm gets the road as fast as you can make it flyable, and the engine deck gets the depth figures. Ferris has been waiting for this hull's permission to want something. Whitlock, the whole of the night's draw to my account. He stopped at the foot of the ladder, one hand on the cold rail. The road is theirs to give. The promise is mine to make, and a promise to this people gets made awake, on the record, in daylight. They have waited out worse than my forenoon. Delegate, the small figures against the junctions, when you have the exactness. You will have it the hour I do, Captain. Mercer went up the ladder through a ship that was already, faintly, in her sleep, beginning to know. By the forenoon watch, the door had a name. Hale's log called it the bridging junction sole egress, far side living, which was the bench being exact. The deck did to it what the deck had done to the keeper, cut the immense down until it fitted in a watchkeeper's mouth, and by the change of the watch, ratings who would never read a log line of it were saying the name flat and familiar. A place now, a fact of the world, the way you said the galley or the wall, the span. One junction in all the spent dark that bridged out, and a crew at the bottom of the universe had given it the shortest word they had for a thing you cross. The road went round the hull the same hour, the way everything went round the hull, and the ship changed underneath it. Mercer walked the spine at the top of the forenoon and felt the change arrive against him like a current. Not noise. The galley queue was no louder than any morning, but a pitch, a lean, a ship's company's whole banked want, taken out of storage in one watch and carried openly down every passage. Somebody had chalked an arrow on the ration board by the serving line, pointing aft and up, with one word under it, and Boyd had not rubbed it off, and the board went unrubbed through 3 sittings, while the word did its work on every soul who queued past it. Home. More than one tray went along the rail that morning in front of eyes that had quietly stopped managing themselves, and nobody remarked on it. The arrangement aboard had been settled for a long time. You were allowed your weather so long as you kept your feet. All of it riding on a promise he had not yet made. Mercer carried that up the spine with him, and it weighed exactly what it weighed. Holt came to the wardroom at the hour asked, the night's log under his arm in the paper folder, squared. Mercer poured the coffee ration's bitter end into 2 mugs himself and pushed one across, and Holt took it and noted the pouring and said nothing about it, which was Holt. "You've read the night?" "Twice, sir." "Then advise me, Commander, because I find myself in a country with none of my languages in it." Mercer sat back. The cabin's cold sat with them. Neither man had remarked on cold since the road down. "A people we helped to break has handed this ship the way home, free, entire, no consideration asked, and one charge. No clause, no term, no forum, no remedy. I have spent my whole working life across tables, and everything I know how to do with my hands wants to close this, match the gift, paper the obligation, fix the wording, bind the parties, and every instrument I reach for is obscene in the reaching. You cannot negotiate with a grave. So tell me what the book does. Mine is the wrong one." Holt set his mug down and did not open the folder, because the folder was for the record, and the page references lived in him where other men kept songs. "The book binds people 2 ways, Captain, contract and oath. A contract wants consideration moving in both directions, an authority standing over both parties, and a court to crawl to when it sours. There is no second direction out here. No authority over anybody in this dark, and the nearest court is on the far side of the span. The contract's out, and everything in you that keeps reaching for one can stand down with honor, sir. Your instruments aren't obscene, they're jurisdictional, and we are out of the jurisdiction. Which leaves the oath. One party, said aloud, witnessed. No remedy anywhere in it except the kind of man who said it. The service has run on that instrument since there has been a service. Every commission aboard is one, mine and yours included. They haven't asked you for anything exotic, Captain. They've asked you for the only instrument the book has left, and the book has had it the whole time. You're not being offered terms, you're being sworn. And the penalty clause? Who you are afterwards, sir. There has never been another one." Mercer turned his mug a quarter and back once and let the sentence finish doing what it was doing. Across the table, Holt opened the folder at last to the practical pages, and the 2 of them worked through the morning's mechanics the way the year had taught them to work. The deep knowledge under bench seal, Hale as custodian, receipt posted to the ledger queue, the road figures to Brant's plot as fast as Hale could make them flyable, the engine deck's requests. "Ferris has been at my hatch since breakfast, sir. The road flies deeper and colder than she was built for, and he wants whatever that hull knows about living down there. I've told him it's coming. I'd be obliged if that turned out to have been true. It's coming. He'll have figures by the dog watches that will keep him up a week, and he'll thank us for it. He will, sir. Loudly, at length. Holt squared the folder closed. Then, at the edge of the business, in the place where Holt put the things that were not business. I knew the answer walking in, Commander. Last night in the bay before the delegate had finished rendering it. I knew it the way you know your own name. So account for me. Why did I send for you? Holt considered it with the same care he gave a fold solution, and answered the only way he ever answered, which was truthfully. Because a promise that size shouldn't go out with one signature on the workings, sir. He stood, folder under his arm, and at the hatch he paused, half a degree off square, which from Holt was an arm round the shoulders. The ration board, Captain. You'll have seen it. Boyd asked me whether it ought to come down, chalk on a serving surface against galley standing orders, strictly. And? I advised against, sir, Holt said, and went back up to his watch. The ship answered at the turn of the first dog watch, and the whole of her answered. The bay had built it through the afternoon, the only way the channel allowed, nothing composed, nothing invented, nothing warm. The grammar already owned the form, and Nhál set it out for the log before the sending, plainly, named like a surgeon's cut. Returning a figure is heard. Returning it with our note standing in the striker's place, the bay has sent that once, and it cost what it cost, and it said heard, and it was us. Tonight the note stands in the carrier's place, heard, and we will carry it. Her hands folded. There is no softer way to swear, Captain, and no harder one. Mercer stood where he had stood the night the answer to the line was built, at the foot of the bench steps, in the cold light of the stripped garden, with Nhál at the trace, and Whitlock on the buses, and Saw-En at the housings, and the deepest voice in the pocket waiting out in the dark with its edge standing open. 3 decks up, the Q-Marsh kept now under a minder's eye, went on taking the ship's entries into the place that cannot be edited or burned. Mercer had spent a career grateful, on Geneva's behalf, that so little of consequence ever went to such places. The gratitude had not survived the year. Understand what you're posting, all of you, before I give the word. He said it to the bay, plainly, because they had earned the workings, and the workings were short. Once this goes into their keeping, it does not come out again, anywhere, ever. That is not the risk of the thing. That is the point of it. Counted, Whitlock said, from the buses, and braced. Send it. Nhál stood at the center of the ring, and the Endurance gave her word. The note went down through frame 90, and out along the keel, and up through every plate and scar and graft of her, through the salvage welds aft of the dead mast, through the patched flank, across the cut letters at frame 31, without dropping anything. The charge returned entire, what was here, who did the consuming, where it cannot be taken down. And standing inside it, in the carrier's place, where the figure kept the ones who take the weight up and walk, the ship's own note. Above the bay, the ladles went down, and the boots went still, deck by deck, nobody ordered to attend, and every soul attending, because the whole's note ran in their souls, and the whole ship's company knew what was being said in their name. The Endurance was swearing, and they stood inside the oath while she swore it. The arrays sagged off the stop. The bay's ordinary sounds climbed back one by one. The answer was not long coming by his measure, and Nhál took it through the bones with her hands open at her sides, and part way into it her hands closed and opened the way the bay had seen only once before, on the night a granddaughter was carried. Closed not by her order, and opened again, slowly, learning. He has it, she said. He has... And she stopped, and the stopping was longer this time, and nobody breathed into it. Captain, he has set it into the constant saying, our note and the charge standing under it, woven in where their dead are kept, said now and on the next interval, and on every interval after, for as long as one Orun hull can still speak. The promise is no longer ours to keep or fail alone. It is kept. Whatever happens to this ship now, whatever finds her, whatever she cannot outfly, the word is given where nothing that hunts us can reach it. Her head turned, and her eyes came open, and she looked at Mercer the way she had looked at him the morning a door was first put into his hands. "You have sworn in their ledger, Captain. You are in the page now, both of you." And behind it, while she was still rendering, the road resumed, the next leg coming down place figure by place figure, deep and cold and exact, the giving taken up again as though it had never paused, because it had never depended on the answer. The keeper did not wait to be thanked. Whitlock went back up the buses with her slate and posted the largest single draw since the confession, without a word of commentary, and the floor stepped under the trace, small and counted and permanent. The price of the dark, every true thing said out here was said in. Mercer keyed the ship's speakers from the bench panel and gave it to all of them at once, in the grammar the crew had crossed a winter on, the cost beside it. "Here is the whole of it. The people we helped to break have handed this ship a road home, junction by junction, to one door out of this dark, and on the far side of that door the sky is lit. With the road free, they have given us the deepest thing their people keep, and they have asked no price. They have asked a promise that we carry what was done in this pocket and say it at home, where it can never be taken down. A few minutes ago, in your name, I gave them this ship's word, and it is already written where nothing in this universe can unwrite it. Every fold of the road will spend the dark it crosses. The bills post to my account as they always have, and the first leg goes down at the morning watch." It started somewhere forward and above, in the berthing decks, and it came down the ladders and along the trunking and through the open hatches like pressure finding a path. Not the drop roar, not the galley's market clamor, nothing the year had taught him a name for. It was a ship's company at the bottom of the universe being told they were going home, all of it at once, every banked and rationed and hidden gram of it spent in one go. Somebody bellowing, somebody hammering a bulkhead with the flat of their hand, a sound off the mess deck that was either laughing or weeping, and was certainly both. The whole patched gray vastness of her ringing with the living, the way she had rung all year with the dead. In the bay, Nhál put her face in her hands for exactly as long as she needed to, and came out of them smiling, with her eyes wet. Whitlock stood at her buses and let the dryness go where it went on the big nights. Sion turned his long gray face up toward the noise, taking all of it in, everything the humans had ruined him with. And under it, through the boot soles, on its fixed interval, patient and enormous and unconsoled, the gather went on saying it's dead. Mercer stood in the stripped garden between the two sounds and let himself be stood there, the joy above, the grief below, the deck carrying both at once without dropping either, because the deck had been built for that by everything it had crossed. His thumb found the weld seam at the bench's edge and worked along at once, the old habit of the hands the year had never trained out of him. Out past the hull, in the deep cold, the saying ran on, and woven into the body of it now, in the keeping of a people who had never once been caught saying an untrue thing, where nothing that hunted either of them could reach it or wait it out, rode the word of a patched gray warship. Heard, and we will carry it. Chapter 6. A Good Day. The canister left Sane's hand with its whole intention announced in advance, the way everything left Sane's hand, and Cargo 3 rose as one voice to tell him so. "Sax thought way, son!" Hollis, from the steward's crate at the foul line, mild as ever, and not needing volume, because the hold did his shouting for him. The throw went up in a high, honest arc that any defense in the pocket could have read from the moment Sane's shoulders began their slow NAHL gathering, and Whitlock read it, and was standing under it with her arms folded before it came down, and caught it one-handed without uncrossing them, which got its own roar. Sane stood in the middle of Ferris's half with his long gray face turned after the canister like a man watching a bird he had personally released into a cat's mouth, and the engine deck side cheered him anyway, pounded the container tiers behind them anyway, because Sane losing at drop had become one of the things the Endurance did, like the count run aloud through a fold, and nobody would have traded it for a side that won. Brant stood her place at Aldrich's line and let the noise come up through her boots with the other thing, the thing underneath that the noise was for. The other thing never stopped now. A hull away, one skin of patched and welded metal, and then the deep cold, and then the vast, slow shapes of the gather hanging in their dark around the place they would die for. The ORON signal ran on the way it had run since the Endurance came in under safe conduct. Below hearing, below the boards, a pressure the souls took up and the bones translated, a mourning that did not pause for anybody's off-watch. You stopped noticing it the way you stopped noticing the air handlers. Then a frame would end, the hold's roar would drop into the gap between plays, and there it would be again, faithful, enormous, going on. Grief as weather. The court lines had been repainted in fresh reactor tape for the season's final, and the sack hung off its strut where it had always hung, and the bedding jar on its bracket by the hatch was so deep in chits and folded promises that Hollis had threatened to appoint a deputy steward just for the audit, and all of it, every daft, loud particle of it, sat inside that signal like a lit window in a winter field. That was the arrangement. Nobody had voted on it, and everybody kept it. The dark got the hull, the dead got the wall, and for 1 hour at the turn of the off-watch, Cargo 3 belonged to the living. "Frame 9, Hollis announced, to the hold at large with the gravity of a man reading a treaty. "Engine deck trails by 3. The steward reminds all hands that tackling remains forbidden, that the sleeve rule remains in force, and that the sleeve rule remains specifically in force for chief engineers." "The steward can come down here and search me," Ferris said. "The steward searched you in frame 2. The steward found 2 canisters and a sandwich. That sandwich was evidence of nothing." Brant was laughing before she had decided to. The laugh just went, out of the chest, easy with the whole line laughing around her, and she marked it the way you marked a gauge that had been low a long while coming back into the green. She wanted this hour. She had come down the spine ladder wanting it the way she used to want sleep, with her shoulders somewhere up around her ears off the back of a watch spent threading drills for a refit that hadn't started yet, and the hold had taken the shoulders down inside 3 frames the way the hold did. She was years older than the ensign who had stood on the Houston concourse with her kit bag, looking for a burning assignment in a crowd of strangers, and that girl felt to Brant like a younger sister she remembered being fond of, somebody who still thought folds were exciting and didn't yet know what the bottom of the count sounded like. That girl had wonder and no hands. The woman at the foul line had the steadiest hands on the ship, and had stopped being surprised by anything, and most days Brant called that a fair trade and made herself believe it. Today she didn't have to make herself believe anything. Today there was the line, and the canister coming off Aldrich's rebound, hard and flat and low, and Brant picked its bones out of the air the way Vega had taught her in another life, stripped it clean in front of the sack, and the line went up around her like a wave standing on end. "There it is," Aldridge said, not smiling, already resetting, which from Aldridge was a parade with bunting. And under the roar, faithful as ever, the long, slow pressure of a dying people's grief came up through the deck of the hold, and Brant stood in the middle of the noise her crew was making on purpose and put her heel down flat against the signal, not to refuse it, you couldn't and you didn't try, just to stand on the floor where both things were true. The frame the whole season would be remembered for came 2 plays later, and it began as the great disasters began, with Ferris looking innocent. Brant clocked it from the line, the chief engineer drifting toward Cyan between plays, mug in hand, saying something out of the side of his mouth that bent the Nhal's whole attention down toward him like a crane inclining. Whitlock clocked it too. Whitlock had been first-hand on that man's deck across every bad mile since the collars sheared, and she straightened out of her stance with the slow horror of a woman recognizing the shape of an idea before it was born. "Chief," Whitlock said. "Chief, no." "It's a free hold," said Ferris. "A man can talk to his own side." What he had said to his own side became apparent on the next play, when Cyan came to the throwing spot with a canister in his hand, and a second one pressed flat against his forearm, under the sleeve of his fatigues, exactly the way 3 seasons of folklore said the chief carried his shame. The trouble was sourced in the body. The Nhál did not faint. The Nhál could not faint, so far as anyone aboard had ever seen. A people whose whole grammar was stillness did not own the muscles for a lie. And Cyan stood at the spot wearing the most transparent expression of guilt ever achieved by a sentient being, his off arm clamped against his ribs as if welded, his long face arranged into what he plainly believed was nonchalance, and what was in fact the face of a saint photographed mid-theft. The hold began, in sections, to see it. The hold began, in sections, to come apart. Cyan threw the visible canister. It went nowhere near the sack, which surprised no one. Then, with the air of a conjurer revealing a dove that died of stage fright, he produced the hidden one. Produced it slowly with both hands, the way you'd hand somebody a relic, and underarmed it gently at the sack from a position so thoroughly observed by every soul in Cargo 3 that 2 of Aldridge's defenders were too weak with laughter to contest it, and Hollis was already off his crate with his arm up, and the canister struck the rim of the sack, balanced there 1 full insulting second, and dropped outside. The noise that followed had no shape Brant could have written in a log. It was the engine deck baying, and Aldridge's line doubled over their knees, and Whitlock with her face in both hands saying, "Chief, what have you done?" into her palms, and Ferris wiping his eyes with the heel of one fist, and over all of it, Hollis at full steward's gravity, ruling the throw, foul, void, and the most honest crime in the history of this court, which set everyone off again. Cyan stood at the center of it. Cyan stood the way the Nhál stand, upright and unmoving, in a hold that was rocking, and let the laughter break over him in rollers, and turned his head once, slowly, to take all of it in. And Brant, watching from the line, caught the moment something in his stillness eased and settled, a weight going off a beam. The Nhál had learned grief at human speed in this hall. Apparently the other thing could be learned at human speed too. "The penalty throw," Hollis announced, when announcements were possible again, "goes to the wronged defense. Steward's discretion." A pause, mild and planted. The steward awards it to the criminal. So Cyan threw the penalty against his own foul, with both sides chanting his name. "Cyan, Cyan, Cyan," boots on the deck plates in time, a sound that went down through the hall skin and out into the dark, where grieving people hung listening to whatever they made of it. And the throw went up in the same high, honest, doomed arc as every throw he'd ever made, and missed, and the hold celebrated the miss like a victory at sea. Aldridge's side took the frame, the match, and the season 3 plays later, on a strip Brant would have been proud of any watch of her life. And Aldridge didn't celebrate that either, just looked down the line at her wall, at Brant and Whitlock's opposite numbers and the rest, with the furnace banked behind her eyes, and gave them the one nod she paid out per season, like a woman settling accounts in full. The jar came down off its bracket for the settling. That was law. Season's end, all debts called. Hollis presiding with the grease-pencil ledger he kept inside an old gauge housing, and the hold reorganizing itself around the bracket board into a slow, loud market of small favors changing hands, a watch covered, a haircut owed for the 3rd consecutive season and the 3rd consecutive season deferred, 2 chits of somebody's pudding ration handed over with funeral solemnity. Marsh stood at the hatch through all of it, a pace inside, his minder a pace behind where Marsh stood now. He had bet nothing, because nobody would book him. The easy half-smile was folded away in whatever pocket the rest of him lived in these days, and he watched the settling like a man reading a market he was barred from. And Brant caught his eye for half a second across the hold, and did not wave, and that cost her something on a day this good. You bet on the final once, she thought, and I never found out what I was. And Marsh inclined his head a centimeter, taking it as his due, and kept his post. 2 true things about the man, and the deck had stopped trying to make them into one. On a good day you could afford to feel the weight of both. Brant let herself feel it for the length of one breath, and turned back to the noise, because the hour wasn't over, and she had sworn the whole of it to the living. The galley had the feast laid on by the time the hold emptied uphill, and the feast was a betrayal, and the betrayal was the best thing to happen to the ship in months. Boyd had spent the hoard. That was the first thing every soul saw on coming through the hatch. The long tables pushed together down the middle of the mess, and the loaf coming off the printers in ranks, and over the whole compartment, the smell that meant the spice stock, the real one, the dwindling sacred remainder Boyd had guarded against a darker day since the week the gardens died, was in the ovens all at once. The heel ends had gone dark and sweet the way they went maybe twice a year. There was a tray of something Boyd had coaxed out of the feedstock, and the last of the Green World dried stores that had no name and needed none. And at the end of the serving line, doling it out himself with the long-handled spoon of office, stood Ferris behind a vast dented urn, and what was in the urn was coffee. Real coffee. The dragon's hoard, the stuff he'd doled out in single cups for the runs that mattered, all of it, brewed at once for the whole ship's company. "The whole tin," Whitlock said at the head of the queue, in the voice of a woman at a graveside. The whole tin. Ferris filled her cup with terrible ceremony. "Drink it slow. It's the last coffee anywhere in this dark." "You've been guarding that tin since Houston." "And the man I was guarding it with," Ferris said, "stood in this galley and told the whole table, 'You spend it now, because out here there might not be a later.' And we gave him the argument and saved it anyway, and then there wasn't a later. Not for her." He said it the way he reported margins, plainly, no drop in volume, no reaching after anything. And he tipped the urn and filled the next cup. So, Dunbar wins the argument. Drink up. Nobody at the engine deck's end of the table sat in the seat under the mug hook with no mug on it, and nobody made anything of not sitting there. And the feast went on over it, which was how the ship did this now. The absence kept like a place setting, the noise built around it on purpose, the same arrangement as the hold. The argument Dunbar would have loved ran the length of the tables anyway, conducted at full volume over the very loaf it concerned, whether Boyd spending everything tonight was a masterstroke or a catastrophe, whether a feast you couldn't repeat was worth more than 6 bearable weeks, whether the dark sweet heel was better than the middle slice. The captain came through at the half-hour, took a heel end and a cup, standing up, told Boyd with complete sincerity that Geneva had given him worse state dinners, and left them to it. Mercer could read these things now, when a cruise evening needed its captain in it, and when it needed him gone, and the noise closed over his going like water. It was Hollis, in the corner seat, who said it. There was a lull of the kind that comes when 100 people hit the good part of a meal at once, and into the lull, mild as ever, to nobody in particular. Wonder what Sarno's eating tonight. The lull stretched a half-beat longer than it would have. Not cold, soft. Half the table had a private picture, that was all, and you could watch it pass over the faces. A man in madder red at a fire under a different sun. Fish out of a tidal flat. A widow. The boy, the children, the whole impossible green of that world the ship had buried in the back of its mind, because the front had needed every hand since. "Fish," said Soto comfortably. "Lucky beggar's eatin' fish." "With his hands," said Whitlock, wistful. "Off a plate somebody made out of actual ground." "He'll have taught the boy his letters by now," Hollis said, and looked into his cup. "All of theirs." Brant sat with her dark heel and her one real coffee, and let the picture have her too. The beacon was in it. The beacon was always in it, in her version. The single-charge emergency unit off the Endurance's own stores, logged out by the quartermaster and carried down the ramp and kept, so the report said, the one Mercer had read into the record, by the door of a drowned house, the one rescue ping the man would ever own. The receivers had never heard it. Marsh's boards logged every whisper that crossed them, and had since the running silent days, and in all the dark road since the green world fell astern, no ping had ever come up with Sarno's name on it, and the silence was the good news you couldn't check, so nobody leaned on it. He never needed it. He never needed us. Or. The picture didn't resolve past the or, and nobody at the table pushed it there. Somebody could have said we could ask the Orun whether their road bends past the green world, and nobody said it, because every hand at the table knew which way the road home ran, and what it would mean to spend the ship the other way, and the choosing had already been done in the wardroom where choosing belonged. The ache just sat at the table with them a while, one more place kept, and then Boyd came by with the tray of the nameless triumph, and the table fell on it, and the evening took up its noise again around the man none of them would see again, the one who'd done the thing the whole feast was homesick for. He was home. That was the unbearable, bearable thing about Sarno. Of all of them, he was home. The jar settled it. Afterwards, Brant could not have said where in her the idea had been waiting, only that the settling market had moved up to the galley with the feast, Hollis's ledger out on the table end among the crumbs, the last debts changing hands, and she heard herself say, "I want to put one in long." Hollis looked up. Long. Payable at home. Her voice came out American flat and entirely level, which was how she knew she meant it, the way the level had always been how the helm knew it. She had the slip already torn from her pocket notebook, and she wrote it at the table, with everybody watching and not watching, and read it out the way the steward's law required. One dinner, my dad's table, Cleveland, the lake out the window, perch if it's a Friday, payable on arrival. She folded it once and dropped it in the jar before her hand could decide otherwise. Whoever holds it, holds it. He'll cook. He'll like it. He likes feeding people who fix things, and that's everyone in this jar. The galley had gone quiet around the jar in a way the hold never went quiet around it. "Now hold on," said Whitlock, already tearing paper. "Now hold on," and wrote and read it out. "1 week's proper fishing, my uncle's boat out of Milford Haven, weather permitting, payable at home. And the weather will not permit, I want that on the record, it's Wales," into the jar. Hollis was writing before Whitlock finished, an afternoon on an actual riverbank, location negotiable, rod provided. Soto put in a meal in Monterey that the kitchen in question did not yet know it owed. Ferris stood at his urn through 4 or 5 of them, with his jaw working like a man rejecting sentiment wholesale, and then wrote something short, and folded it 3 times so nobody could read it over his shoulder, and put it in without reading it aloud, and Hollis met the steward's law violation with the steward's discretion, and said nothing at all. And then Salin stood, from the bench beside Nhál, and asked the table, with the formality he kept for the things that mattered to him, "May a Salin put one in?" "Steward's rules, yes," said Hollis instantly. Salin wrote with great care, the stylus small in the long gray hand, and read it to the galley in the accent that had gathered human rhythms the way a hull gathers patches. "I will come to the dinner in Cleveland. I will sit at the table of the father of Mia Brant, and I will eat the perch. This is a promise and a debt, payable at home." He looked up. "It is the same one as hers. Is that allowed?" "It's encouraged," said Hollis, over the noise starting, and the noise was the warm kind, the kind with no hole in the middle of it. And Nhál, who had sat the whole feast in stillness with her cup untouched, inclined her head a fraction. The Salin nod, agreement weightier than agreement. And the jar went back to its bracket that night holding, along with the chits and the haircut nobody would ever collect, the first dozen debts in the history of the Endurance that could only be paid in the light of the home star. Written by a crew at the bottom of the universe on the best day anyone could remember, every slip of it a flat refusal to die out here, addressed to no one and binding on them all. Brant took the long way back to berthing because Ensign walked with her, and the long way went past the wall. They stopped. You stopped. The passage at frame 31 had its cold and its low watchlight and its 11 names, and the line for all the rest, and the 2 of them stood in front of it with the feast still warm in them, and that was allowed. That was the whole arrangement, the one nobody had voted on. The noise of the galley came down the spine behind them, faint, somebody laughing in it. "Your father," Ensign said, "the one whose table I now owe a debt at. Tell me a thing about him I do not know." "You don't know anything about him." "Then the choosing is easy." Brant looked at the names, and the names let her look past them, the way they did when you'd fed the living first. He fixes barge engines, lake boats, the big ore carriers. Fixes, fixed. The tense wobbled in her mouth, and she let Ensign hear it wobble, because out here you stopped knowing which one you were entitled to, and that was the truest thing she could have told him about her father. He'd come home smelling like degreaser in cold water, and he'd scrub to the elbow before he'd touch bread. Winters the lake froze out past the breakwater, and the ice groans. Big sound, goes for miles like the whole lake's talking in its sleep. I used to think it was the saddest sound anywhere. Her breath went out, half a laugh with freight in it. Then I shipped out, and now I stand in a cargo hold at the bottom of the dark, at a party, and the floor's doing the exact same thing under my boots all night, except it's not ice. It's them. A small motion of her chin at the hull, the deep cold beyond it, the dather. And the daft thing, the genuinely daft thing, Ensign, is that it makes me homesick. Their grief sounds like my lake. I never said that to anybody. I learned to stop saying homesick out loud somewhere around the time I learned to fold her one-handed. You trade it for the hands. Nobody tells you that, but you do. Ensign stood with it in the standing quiet, long enough that the quiet did its work, which was the Nhál way of replying that the thing said had been heavy enough to set down. You traded the saying, Ensign said at last, not the thing said. I have watched your people do this since Houston, and tonight I have watched the same people put their homes in a jar and screw the lid down so that the homes cannot get out. The long face turned to her, and what crossed it had started out seasons ago as almost a smile, and had finished its journey since. It was a smile. His, nobody else's, a thing the Nhál had not owned until this hull taught him the use of it. Visha mia, Brant, your lake is not far tonight. I heard it all through the match.
Yeah. Brant put 2 fingers on Pratt, the way she did, briefly, the cold of the letters the same cold it had always been, and found that tonight it sat in her hand differently, not lighter, companioned. The dead at her fingers, the jar on its bracket, the perch dinner owed in 2 directions across half a universe. Yeah, you did. They went on aft. At the berthing fork, Cyan made the small human bow he had built for himself out of observed parts, and Brant bumped her shoulder against his arm, the old word from the old life, and got it back, deliberate, careful, exactly judged, a Nhál saying the human thing in the human tongue. And in her rack, 3 frames aft, she lay listening to the hull the way the hull had taught them all to listen, the handlers, the far aft pump, half a tone flat, faithful. And underneath everything going on, the long, slow voice of the deep cold, the gather mourning in its winter field. And inside it, 1 hull thick, the small lit window where her people had spent an evening shouting at a sack on a strut and writing down their homes, on purpose, fiercely, because tomorrow the refit started and the road home was long and dark and owed, and nobody aboard could afford a single one of the things the jar now kept. And they had bought them anyway, the whole tin, the saved half, all of it, spent in one night with their eyes open. Dunbar wins the argument, Brant thought. Lake ice groaning under a steel floor at the bottom of the world, and went to sleep happy, and didn't apologize to anyone for it. And the watch turned over above her, and the good day ended the way the good ones get to, used up entirely, nothing saved back, nothing left over for the dark. Chapter 7. What the Nhál carry. The gather said its dead all night, and the Endurance rode inside the saying. It came up through the souls on every deck at every hour, not the one thin line the rig had once strained to catch at the limit of its reach, but a weather of voices, hull upon hull of them out in the guttered dark, each vast shape keeping its own dead, and all of them keeping one another's, the figures crossing and joining and parting again, like currents in a sea the ship had been given leave to lie down in. The crew slept inside it. Nobody reported it as a fault anymore. A rating in the galley queue stood with a mourning people's whole voice coming up through the deck plates, and passed a tray along, and said nothing. Not because the saying had grown small in anyone, but because a body cannot stand to attention before grief through a whole watch rotation, and the Orun, of all peoples, did not ask it. Nhál stood among the dark housings of the rig at the bottom of the middle watch, and let the weather come up through her bones, figure by figure, all the way down, the way she had once stood in this bay and read one far transmission off an empty bearing. The bay kept its night shape around her, the bench live under dimmed boards, the arrays at their listening, the bolt-hole rows of the dead gardens running away under everything towards the after bulkhead, and out past the plates, ranged through the cold of a system whose sun was going out on a calendar its people knew,
The last of the Orun sang their dead the way other peoples breathe. The road was nearly whole. Session by session since the captain had accepted it, the keeper's rendering had come down the channel into Nhál's bench, place figures, course figures, depth and cold said plainly and without fear, junction by junction, across the spent dark, towards the one door out, and session by session, Nhál had translated a mourning people's geography into dead reckoning language a helm could fly. And Whitlock had posted the draw to the captain's account, and the floor had stepped its small counted cost. One leg remained. The keeper had closed the last session with the lifted, unfinished edge their grammar used for more to come, and the bench had gone dark, and the ship had ridden on at the heart of a voice that did not stop. And on every place figure of the road, in every session, there had been the other thing. A small attendant figure set close against each junction, sealed there. It carried no depth and no course. The bench could not chart it. Nhál had let it stand in the log as received and unrendered, in her own name, because a rendering owed exactness, and she did not have exactness yet. She had a suspicion, and the suspicion had been gaining weight since the road's first figures came in. And tonight, before the last leg came down and the ship turned for home, she meant to pay what the Nhál owed this people, and to ask of them the question her own people had no answer for. Nhál came down at the hour she had promised, sleep still in her face, a mug of the bitter end of the coffee ration in one hand, and did not ask again whether the mourning would not have done as well. Whitlock followed inside the minute, walked the buses unbidden, and said, "Braced when you want us, doctor." And then to Nhál, in the dry Welsh evenness that was its own courtesy at that hour, "Sing it something cheerful." Receivers up, emitters on your word. Nhál set the mug down where it could not reach the boards. The captain signed the draw without reading past your name, and he asked me to pass something on. She gave it the way she gave figures, exactly. Whatever it is, the record carries it entire. So do we. That is the matter of tonight, Nhál said. What is carried and how? The prepared thing waited in the bench's queue where she had built it across the road nights. The Nhál's witness, formal, composed of figures both peoples owned. The strike that broke on the ship's bulk, the gather figure, the September call, returned, and over them, in the acknowledgment form, the promise she had composed the way her people composed everything, slowly and to the floor. What was done here is known to the Nhál, and the Nhál go to many skies, and in every sky they enter, it will be said. It was a true promise. Her people would keep it for generations and count the keeping cheap. She had meant it to be the largest thing she could give. At the center of the ring, the weather came up through the deck, patient, enormous, a people's whole voice arriving in her bones. And the prepared witness shrank in its queue while she stood there, the way a coin shrinks when it is offered against a sea. The arithmetic was not complicated, and its simplicity made it worse. Her corvesh was one grief, carried half a life. The saying outside the hull had no edges she had ever found. It did not repeat. That was the thing the crew had not understood yet, and that she had kept out of the log in plain words, because plain words would do something to the people who read the log. The constant saying did not repeat because names were still being added to it. Somewhere out along the lanes the war went on, and the gather's voice grew by what the war sent back. A people beyond her counting, carrying a weight beyond her arithmetic, on no schedule, but always, with their own sun going out behind them. Set against that, the form in the queue read as what it was,
a teacher's form, brought by a people who had taught in every sky they ever entered, into the one room where they were not the teachers. "Strike the cued send," Nhál said. Hale's hands paused on the bench. "All of it?" "All of it. It is the wrong gift." Nhál unfolded her hands and let them lie open at her sides. "I will build the true one now, and you will shape nothing and add nothing. What goes out tonight goes out as it is carried." "Understood," Hale said, and struck the cue, and asked nothing else, which was the trust of 2 ships' worth of knights speaking in the only grammar the bench owned. Nhál began with the worn fall. The dark knew it. The Orun had carried it a winter and worn it for the ship's name. It had knocked at an empty piece of sky on their slow fixed schedule and called the answerer back. No figure in the pocket was more theirs and hers at once. She gave it now, slowly, opened, the way a closed hand opens. And inside it, where no figure had ever stood, she set the telling. A small fall, young, placed within her own the way the protected had sat within the deep cold place. A threshold figure out of the road's own grammar, a crossing begun. And then, where every figure the channel had ever carried set down its ending, she set nothing at all. No floor, no place. The small young fall went out across the threshold and did not end, and was not ended, and that was the whole of it. The weight she had stood quiet over since before the doctor at that bench was born. One of my line, young, went out upon the crossing, and the dark gave back no place, and I have carried her standing still, with nowhere to stand. The emitters drove it down through frame 90 and out along the keel and up through every plate and scar and graft of her, and the Endurance set it to the gather entire, and Nhál stood in the stripped garden with her hands open and let the ship finish her sentence. The weather stopped. Not the wrong still, the other thing, the young word, Sen's word, the voice quiet, but sea wide now, the whole gathered dark of them falling silent at once, every hull, every figure, the current stilling from horizon to horizon of the channel's reach, a people beyond counting, turning all their faces one way to receive one stranger's grief. The bay's instruments recorded the silence as dutifully as they recorded everything. Hale stood at the bench with both hands flat on it and did not move. Somewhere above them the galley fans changed pitch for the morning loaf, and the small human sound of it fell into the quiet, and the quiet did not break. Then the keeper answered. The first figure came alone, and it was hers. The small young fall, returned exact, given back the way you give back a thing you have taken care not to mark. Nhál read it twice down to its unclosed end before she rendered it for the log, voice level, because the log was owed and Hale could not read the deck through her boots. They returned the young one's figure, unchanged. It is how a thing is handled when it is understood to be lent. The second figure was the carried form, the form they kept for their own gathered dead, the taken up, the form they had set in the spring on the one who stood between. They placed it now on the small young fall, and the placing came up through the deck with the whole gather behind it, every hull in the dark setting its weight to the same figure at once, and Nhál gave the rendering to the log in the words the bay already knew, because the words were the same and were meant to be. Carried, we carry her also. Nhál's hands closed, not by her order, Half a life she had stood over a weight with nowhere to set it down, the discipline absolute, the form kept past keeping, and a people she had known one winter took the weight's young name up into a saying that had no end, among dead beyond counting, as though the addition of one stranger's child were the ordinary work of a mourning people's day, which, her hands were fists at her sides, and she let them learn it at their own speed. It was their daily work. That was the answer to the question she had not yet asked, arriving before the asking, and she stood inside it and could not yet take its size. Vesha aunen, she said, aloud in her own tongue into the bay, to a young one half a life gone, the leave-taking there had never been a graveside to say. It went into the log unasked, and she did not have it struck. Nhál kept her eyes on the bench, which was that woman's way of leaving a room without leaving her post. Then Nhál asked. Nhál sent the gather's own constant saying, one body of it, returned, heard, and after it the Kell figure, the closed door, and after the closed door the lifted, unclosed edge, their own grammar for an open one. Their endless saying, a door shut, a door open, nothing else. It was the nearest the channel could come to the question she had crossed the pocket carrying. A weight without edges, is it the debt that cannot be paid? Or is there a door, and where does it stand? The answer was the road. The last leg came down the channel at full depth, place figure after place figure, the final junctions of the way out, the approaches to the one door, said as plainly as the Orun said everything. And this time the keeper gave each figure slowly, opened, the way she had opened her fall, and the small attendant figures stood up out of the rendering at last into what they had been all along. A dead figure joined to a going figure. At every junction of the road, the two together, inseparable. Lost here, gone on from here. Nhál rendered it for the log in pieces as it came, and the pieces assembled their whole in the cold air of the bay, whether anyone was ready for the whole or not. The road the Orun had given the ship was no chart out of any library. It was the way the Orun had come. Junction by junction, the order of their being broken off each place and driven deeper and colder. Junction by junction, the dead of each leaving, taken up and sung forward, because the places could not be kept, and the dead could. The Orun did not own a road home to give. They had given the strangers the only road they had, the road of their losing, run backwards, sung end to end. The Endurance would fly home up a retreat through a mourning people's whole history of being consumed, and at every junction the saying would be there ahead of her, keeping the names. The attendant figures, Nhál said, for the log, and the levelness of her own voice was the most expensive thing in the bay. Render them so, they're dead, carried with the going. The road is complete, Doctor. Chart the last leg, and understand what it is you are charting. Nhál started in the bench voice and did not finish in it. I'll have the whole chain laid on the captain's table by morning. A breath. We have the way home, and it's the root of everything they lost. There was one thing left in the night, and Nhál sent it before the channel could settle, the witness promise, after all, alone, stripped of its composition, the figure bare. It will be said in other skies. It had been too large at the watch's start. It was the right size now, offered not as a teacher's gift, but as a debtor's installment, and the difference was the whole of what the watch had taught her. The keeper's answer came back short, hard, driven, with an iron in it the rest of the night had not carried, built out of the strike figure and the consuming figure and the open edge, and nothing of comfort anywhere in it. It was the charge he had laid on the captain when the alliance was struck, said again now to the Nhál, and harder, because the Nhál went to many skies, and the charge could travel.
Say what was here, Nhál rendered, slowly, exactly, while the figure was still going down through her bones. Say who did the consuming, say it where it cannot be taken down. Nobody in the bay answered that, because it was not a thing you answered, it was a thing you carried out. Whitlock came off the buses with her slate already totting, and the dryness had gone out of her somewhere across the watch, and she let it stay gone. "There's the bill, Doctor. Biggest single draw since the first send, and the floor stepped while we spoke, same as ever. I'm posting both." She looked at the ring a moment, the gray housings standing in the stripped garden in the cold light. "Counted is the deal," she said, to nobody in particular, and went to wake the morning watch. The passage at frame 31 had the bottom of the watch to itself, and Sayan stood at the end of it with one hand flat on the steel below the names, in the human attitude, learnt the way he learnt everything, by standing where the humans stood, until the standing meant in him what it meant in them. 2 captains, 9 names, a line for all the rest. The cut letters rode where the hull rode, and the hull rode at the heart of the gather, pointed, since the forenoon's orders, at home. Visha, Aunan, he had known her step the length of the passage away. Visha. The ship spoke in the middle watch. Sayan kept his hand on the steel. The galley had opinions at breakfast. The galley has opinions on everything now. There is a pool running on which watch we turn for home, and I have been asked for my professional judgment as a Nhál, and I have given it gravely, several times, for biscuits. And your judgment? Soon. I am rich in biscuits. The lightness went the way it had come, at human speed, whether through an open hatch. And then the spine carried something at the bottom of the watch that was not the road, and the ship went quiet around it, without knowing what it stood inside. I knew Aunan. I carried it once. I did not know her name that night either. I knew her weight. She has a place now. The sentence came out of Nhál in their own tongue, with an ease that the elder who had boarded at Houston could not have imagined owning. Not a graveside, they're saying. They have taken her up. My child's child is among dead beyond counting, in a voice that does not stop. And when the ship flies the road home, she goes with it, because the road and the saying are one thing. I asked them how a people carries a debt without edges, Eonen, and they set my granddaughter into the answer. Zahen stood very still, in the junior's way that was almost the elder's way, and the stillness had the human thing inside it too now, both speeds at once, at last. Kelkor, he said. All this dark I have feared that word for them. A debt of that size. There is no Kelkor at the gather. Nhál set it down the way her people set down heavy things, evenly, all the way to the floor. And it was the lightest heavy thing she had ever set down. That is what I went to the ring to learn, and it is learnt. A debt is only past paying where it is made to stand still. They do not stand under their weight, and they do not set it down. They give it a course. The going is the payment. Every junction, every name carried past the place it was lost at. The dead taken forward with the living, because the places can be taken from you, and the dead cannot. We were taught that grief is held, Eonen, the held form, the standing, the quiet, and we were taught well, and the holding is true, and it is not the only true thing. The oldest mourners in this dark do not hold, they go. Your humans had it before either of us, Sayan said. his hand pressed flat below the deepest cut name. I learnt grief at their speed, and thought the speed was the lesson. Look where they cut their dead, Onan. Not in a yard on a world they will stand on again, into the bones of the thing that goes. This wall has flown every fold since the torch, away from home, deeper in, and now up the long road out, and no one aboard has ever once called it leaving the dead behind. No, they carry them forward and make the going out of them. They had the practice and no word for it. Nhrál's hands folded and unfolded and stayed open. We had every word and not the practice. The gatherer's voice came up through the steel under Sayan's palm, the way it came up through everything now. And the two of them stood in it together a while, the one who had learnt grief at human speed, and the one who had carried it the old way, meeting somewhere neither people had a form for. "I have made a word," Nhrál said. Sayan's face stopped, the human spill and the Nhal's stillness both, all of it arrested at once, and what rose up through the stopping she had not seen in him since the graveyard, and it was not grief this time. "You," he said, "you have never—" The haste got out of him whole, thrasail and unashamed, and he folded his hands and unfolded them, and abandoned the mastering altogether. "Say it. For the weight given a course, for a grief not stood under and not set down, set on the long line and taken forward with the going." She gave it the way new words are given to a line, 2 beats, stress on the first, into the cold passage under the riding names. Corthran. Sayan weighed it, and the weighing took him no time at all, because he had been living inside the meaning of it since a wall was cut by torchlight and nobody ordered a ceremony. "Corthran," he said, accepting it, and the word passed from elder to junior, the old direction, carrying the newest thing either of them owned. The humans will want it rendered. Brant will ask me what it means, and I will say, it is what your wall is. It is what the road is. It is what the Orhan are. "Tell her it is what the Nhál are bringing home," Nhrál said. "We came into this dark to teach. Let it be said in our sky and every sky, what was done here and who did the consuming, and what the dying taught the living about how the dead are carried. I have stood among my people's words half a life, Onan, and tonight I needed a new one. That is what learning is. I had forgotten the taste of it twice over." They stood at the wall in the standing quiet together, while the watch turned over above them, and the gather's voice went on coming up through the steel, inside the body of the constant saying, new since the middle watch, where the dead of a dying people were kept and carried. A small young fall went down, and was taken up, and went on, out along the road that waited charted on Nhál's bench, 3 decks up, junction by junction, dead by dead, all the long way home. Chapter 8. More Pocket Than Yard. They lowered the bell into the gauge trench on the garden's old chain falls, 4 hands on the steadying lines, and Whitlock calling the centimeters, and it went down true and seated itself the first time, and that was the first thing Ferris held against it. Nothing went in true the first time, not on this ship, not since Houston. Every machine aboard had been argued into its bed, shimmed, eased, sworn at, drilled out, and tried again, because every machine aboard was doing a job it hadn't been built for, in a hole it hadn't been drawn to fill. The bell came down out of the chain fall's rattle, kissed the keelmate his deck had machined flat to the keeper's renderings, and settled with one low note that ran the length of the trench and up through the soles of every boot on the watch. the sound of a thing arriving where it belonged. "Well," Whitlock said from the trench lip, "there's a sound a chapel would pay money for." "Don't," Ferris said. It did not look like drive machinery. It looked like what the deck had called it from the hour it came aboard. A bell, a blunt dome of black iron the size of a hatch cover, mouth down over the keelmate, skin like a casting with no casting marks anywhere on it. It had been lifted whole out of a dead ship by the people who mourned her, carried across the Gather's dark on the flank of a hull the size of a town, and set down at the Endurance's lock with the care you give another family's child. The mounting loads, the feed runs, the trim marks had come down the channel session by session as the keeper's renderings and crossed Hale's bench into drawings a machinist could read. What stood inside the iron had not come down the channel at all. Ferris had been over every centimeter of it with lamp and gauge and found no seam to get a tool into, no fastener, no moving part to wear out. It weighed more than his sums said that volume of iron could weigh. It sat 2 degrees above the air of the trench, and his thermometers could not find where the heat came from. The renderings gave the mounting loads to 4 figures and said nothing about the inside. A sealed unit. Every engineer alive had one opinion of sealed units, and Ferris had given his to the empty trench the night before, at length, alone. What the bell did, the renderings said plainly, and what they said plainly had kept him awake worse than what they didn't say at all.
The yard's governor, the honest machine that had ridden this drive since commissioning, chased the boundary. It read each door through the senders and trimmed the loop to follow, and on the honest doors of home it followed close enough to call obedience. Out here, the doors lied. They guttered and wandered and offered their solutions back a half-tone flat, and the governor chased them like a dog after gulls. And so, since the first cold junction, it had been Ferris's own palm on the feed line through every crossing, riding the trim by hand, correcting to the truth in the metal instead of the lie on the board. The bell did not chase. The bell sat against the keel and took the boundary's pitch through the ship's own bones, the way Ferris took the loop through the skin of his hand, and trimmed the drive to where the door was going instead of where it had last been. He had read the renderings 4 times, and the conclusion refused to be argued with. The Orun had built the thing he did with his hand, built it better. He could ride a bad door for a watch before the hand went. The bell could ride one without end, and never tire, and never sleep, and never miss. They blew the loop down, walked the new feed runs end to end twice, and brought her up on the bell in the last hour of the forenoon. Damage parties staged fore and aft out of pure engine deck superstition, and Hollis on the brass, because senders printed on bad stock lied under load, and somebody had to keep custody of the truth. Headers coming up. Whitlock had the panel that had been Dunbar's. Nobody had reassigned it aloud. The watchbill had grown a quiet new shape around the hole, the way the watchbill had learned to. 10%? The loop's note rose through the plates, the garden's pumps and the printed pressure bodies and the graft's pewter share all coming up together under the old familiar protest, and beneath it, new, low, the bell's note rode the loop the way a finger rides a pulse. 20. Boss, brass and senders are arguing already. How wide? Senders say the feed's starving. Brass says she's sweet. Hollis, flat, eyes on the mechanical tap. Senders are printed on stock I wouldn't make spoons from. I know which church I'm in. The old governor would have believed the senders. It would have crammed the header open to feed a starve that wasn't there, and surged the loop into its own relief valves, and Ferris would have caught it by hand the way he'd caught it 100 times. He stood at the trench lip, with his palm flat on the feed line, and the line ran sweet under his hand exactly as the brass said, and on the board the feed differential fault burned its steady lying amber. The bell ignored it.
The bell wasn't plumbed to the senders at all. The renderings hadn't even given it a connection to ask for one. It read the line itself, the trench, the keel, the iron truth of her, and it put the header trim exactly where Ferris's own hand would have put it.
30%. Whitlock's voice had gone careful. 40. At 46, the bell did a thing no governor of his had ever done. The loop's note jumped, one clean half-tone, no ramp, no warning, the whole circulation retrimmed in a step so fast the gauges arrived after it was finished, and everybody on the deck flinched toward its braces, and Hollis's pencil stopped on the slate, and nothing else happened at all. The note ran on, sweeter than before. Down the trench, a pressure swell that had been building in the graft's share, the graft retrimming around a sticking pump the way the graft did, the alien correcting the alien, had been met, matched, and cancelled before it was a swell, before Ferris's palm had even caught the rising tremor that was usually all the warning a man got. Ferris took his hand off the line. He looked at it, the hand, the way you look at a tool that has been superseded between one watch and the next. "Bring her to running pressure," he said, "since apparently we're spectators." Whitlock brought her up. The loop stood at running pressure off no man's hand for the first time since the far side of the threshold. The bell and the graft passing the work between them in clean stepped ramps, two machines out of two parishes, neither of them Houston's, talking to each other through his drive in a grammar he could trace and log and never once anticipate. The watch stood around the trench while the held breath went out of it. Somebody at the back laughed once, the disbelieving laugh of a man watching a card trick done slow and still missing it. "There it is," Whitlock said quietly, at his shoulder. "There's the road home, Dom." "It's a sealed unit off a dead ship, plumbed into a salvage graft, running garden pumps in a warship," Ferris said. "It isn't anybody's road home. It's a seance." "Aye, and it trims like you." She said it without any cruelty in it, which was worse, the way her flat chapel truths were always worse. "Hand on the line. Trust the metal, not the paperwork. They've built your bad habit out of iron, boss, and it's the best machine on this deck. Present company accepted, obviously." Obviously. Ferris stood with his superseded hand at his side and the amber fault lying steadily on the board, and gave the deck the rest of it, because the deck had earned the rest of it. "Log the test. The bell takes the trim from here on. The sender's differential fault is downgraded to a known liar, and the governor comes out of the circuit tonight." The governor came off its bed in the middle watch, and Ferris took the last bolts himself. It was a Houston machine, drawn there, cast there, wound and balanced there by people who had assumed a navy and a network and a yard at the end of every cruise, and it had done nothing wrong in all the dark since it had chased every lying door in the pocket at his side, faithful to senders that deserved none of it, and the worst you could say of it was that it was honest in a place that punished honesty. They set it on the end of the bench in one piece. The bench light put its shadow across the survey slates, and the empty bed in the loop where it had sat since commissioning already had the bell's feed runs crossing it like a path worn over a grave. Hale came down before the watch turned, a slate under one arm and the test still warm in her gauges. "Your trace." She turned the slate to him without preamble, which was Hale at any hour. "The bell against the floor line, across the whole test, every trim it makes, the floor steps. There. There. Steps, Chief, not drift. Counted, clean, every one logged to the event that bought it. The graft steps it too. The rig steps it. Smaller. The speed went out of her voice, and what was left was the quiet, clinical evenness she kept for the things that frightened her. Idle, the bell costs nothing I can measure. Working one deep door on the road the keeper's given us, it will spend more floor than every send the rig has ever made. It's the heaviest spender we've shipped. It is also the only thing aboard that can fly that road. I've run it both ways. Those two sentences don't cancel, they just sit there. What is it spending, Doctor? He asked it with his eyes on the trace, though he knew the shape of the answer. The whole ship knew the shape of it by now, the way a town downstream knows the dam. When the floor steps, what goes? The same thing everything out here spends, Hale said. I can count it to 4 figures. I can't put one of them back. Ferris took the chalk off his belt and wrote the bell its own line on the gauge board, under the feedstock count and the grafts column, in his own square hand. Rounds, loaf, dark. 3 kinds of arithmetic about the same ship. Then it gets counted, he said. Draw per fold, posted to the captain's account, same as the rig. Counted is the deal. Counted is the deal. Hale gathered her slate. At the hatch, she stopped and looked back down the long, cold avenue of the drive space, the manifold of salvage, the pewter roots threading inboard off the matrix, the black iron seated at the keel, and said the other thing, the thing her trace didn't show. It works, Chief, better than anything Houston ever put in her, better than anything Houston could put in her. I know, Ferris said. I keep waiting for that to feel like good news. When she'd gone, he walked the loop, because the loop was his, and walking it was the only sum he trusted at that hour. Ascendant patterned rounds in her racks, an ascendant barrel strapped in her hold, bought on the wrong side of a war with the ship's own good name. A dead stranger's roots running her blood aft of frame 60. Grown lines warm in the cold air, carrying the whole return leg without ever being asked twice. Orun iron at her keel now, mourned aboard like a passenger, trimming her drive better than her builder's best. And around all of it, between all of it, Houston's steel, what the pocket had left of Houston's steel, patched and shored and welded back wrong. The yard share of his ship getting smaller every time somebody saved her. More pocket than yard bowed astern. 3 dead and dying parishes keeping one ship alive. And the one parish that built her down to plating and memory and a flimsy over-the-gauge board, gone soft at the corners with the trunkings damp. 165. The chalk line of the day's draw under it, and now 3 columns where there used to be 1. Whitlock found him at the bench at the watch change, and nodded at the governor standing on the end of it like an exhibit. Stores asked, the bin's open, and that's 40 kilos of dense stock standing there wearing a Houston part number. Not tonight, Ferris said. Whitlock looked at the governor and at him, and let it be, which was a second engineer's way of putting a thing back on the shelf where its owner could reach it. Not tonight, she agreed, and went up the ladder to post the day's draw. The Endurance got under way out of the gather at the turn of the morning watch, and the engine deck rowed her out with the trench manned and nothing to do. That was the new fact of her, and it arrived in the body before anybody said it aloud. The loop at running pressure with no hand on the line, the bell's low note under the pump's chorus, the trim corrections coming in their clean-stepped ramps as the drive took up way, and through the soles, under all of it, the gather's voice. The saying had come up through the plates at every hour of every watch since the deep cold took them in, hull upon hull of a mourning people, keeping their dead, and as the ship made way, it thinned, figure by figure, the way a shoreline thins, and did not go to nothing. Word from the rig passed down the net in Hale's exact second hand said it never would. The road they were flying was the road the OR own had been broken along, and the saying ran the length of it, keeping the names ahead of her all the way out. The Endurance would not fly one fold of the way home in silence. Nobody on the engine deck said anything about that either. A man passed a spanner, a woman logged a reading. The dead of another people went on coming up through the steel, and the deck worked inside it, quietly, the way the whole ship had learned to. Word came down the net mid-watch that the galley pool had paid out 6 watches of speculation on which watch she'd turn for home, settled at last in favor of a sickbay orderly who, it was being said loudly in the queue, had inside information from the captain's steward and should be made to split it. There were rulings demanded. San, it was reported, had been canvassed as a neutral party and had gravely declined jurisdiction, citing a conflict of biscuits. The laughter ran the length of the ship's net for a quarter of an hour, out of all proportion to the joke, and nobody aboard mistook what it was. A crew turned for home for the first time since the dark swallowed them, making a noise it could stand to make instead of the one it couldn't. The first junction of the road came up at the end of the afternoon watch. Deep and cold. The plot had it colder than anything in the log, colder than the door that had nearly kept them on the wrong side of the threshold. A junction the OR own had been driven through and had charted in their dead, and the count came aloud through the well, the way the count had come aloud through every crossing since Sloane ordered it, because no one aboard would ever be the one to stop it. 2 minutes to commit. Solutions holding. Engine deck, bridge. Mercer, plane, 1 channel over. No edge in it and no performance. The captain's voice had worn down to the grain in the pocket, and the grain was what the ship trusted. First door of the road home, Chief. What does your new parishioner say? Ferris stood at the trench lip with his palm on the feed line out of pure habit, the line sweet and steady and needing him not at all, and gave the only honest answer aboard. She says it's a door, Captain. First one since Houston she hasn't been afraid of. Drive's yours. Then we'll try not to embarrass her. Bridge out. 1 minute. Solutions holding. The hull began, faintly, to carry the junction's pitch. Fold pressure arrived in the soles of his boots, in the long bones of a ship that had been asked for too many doors on too little, and the bell answered it. Not after it, not chasing, with it. The black iron at the keel ringing the boundaries wander back into the loop as trim before the gauges had even confessed the wander, the drive leaning into the door like a hand into a known tool. The old governor would have gone into the relief valves inside a minute. The old Ferris would have ridden it by hand, correction by correction, for as long as the hand lasted. The bell rode it the way the OR Yoon rode their grief, without ceasing, without effort he could find anywhere on a gauge, as if the door were not lying at all, but speaking a language somebody aboard had finally been built to hear. 30 seconds. Holding. Holding. Mark, Mercer said. The drive came up like a lifted weight. The loop's note climbed through the deck plates without a flutter in it, the graft and the bell trading the load in steps too quick to follow. Brandt's solution standing somewhere 11 decks up, as clean as a printed line, and the boundary's pitch ran out long and low through every frame of her, the door keeping its word the whole way through for once in the pocket's miserable history. And the Endurance folded. Stillness. The fold pressure let go of the soles of his boots. Through, the well said. Clean. Solution held the whole transit. Helm says she's never flown anything like it. Ferris stood with his palm on a feed line that had not once needed him, and around him the engine deck, the deck that had buried its cheering with its dead a long way down the dark, dug it up. It came out rusty, half a shout and half a laugh, Hollis banging the flat of his hand twice on the brass housing, Whitlock's voice riding over the top of it, flat and Welsh and bright as a flag. There's my girl! And it lasted only a moment, because they were a working deck in a hunted ship, and the next door was already on the plot. It lasted long enough. The first fold of the road home stood in the log, clean, and the ship that had taken it was no ship Houston would recognize. and the second fact had just carried the first one through. The draw stood on the board within the hour, chalked in the Bell's new column in his own hand. The heaviest single line anyone had entered since the chase began. Heavier than the rig's biggest send, posted to the captain's account, counted like rounds because counted was the deal. Whitlock totted it and said nothing. The floor had stepped while they crossed. Somewhere back along the road, the dark had paid for their door, and the only decent thing a Depp could do about it was keep the books straight. Then Ferris went to the bench and picked up the governor. It took both arms. 40 kilos of honest Houston iron, faithful to the last, superseded by a dead people's bell, and the arithmetic stood there waiting where the arithmetic always stood. Dense stock was loaf. Dense stock was spares. Dense stock was the next repair the road would demand. And sentiment massed 40 kilos exactly. Dunbar would have had it in the melt before the fold note settled. "You spend it now," she'd have said, the way she'd said it in the galley when there was a galley worth the word, because there might not be a later. And the run had taken her 2 meters from the hatch, and her lock had carried the loop through the door, and the deck kept her panel shape and her arithmetic both. Ferris carried the governor to the printer's bin himself, the length of the drive space, past the gauge board and the flimsy and the tally of refusals, and set it down in the bin with 2 hands, the way you lower a thing, not the way you drop it. "You were honest," he told it. It stopped being an honest neighborhood. On the way back, he stopped at the keel, where the black iron sat 2 degrees warm in the cold air, with the next door's pitch already somewhere in it, carrying his ship's drive the way the graft carried her blood, the pocket's work keeping Houston's people alive 1 fold at a time, all the long way home. He put his palm flat on the bell. Under the iron, faint and even and wrong and alive, the Endurance ran on. "All right," Ferris said, grudging it every word. "Your crew." Chapter 9. The War at Their Back. The fold set them down in the middle of someone else's killing. It arrived as light first, the forward optics, starved a whole winter of anything to look at, coming up crowded before the deck had finished ringing. And then the render built it the way the boards built everything, plainly and without mercy. A junction region, like every mark on the Orun's road. An ember of a sun standing far off above a system stripped to the rock. And strung across the middle distance, slow and laboring, a line of hulls that were not warships. Drum-sectioned bodies, big as grain stores, old, mended, their spin still turning. 11 of them. 10, the count corrected itself even as the well began it, because the rearmost was finished, rolled out of its own line, dark down half its length, shedding a slow spiral of freight and air and whatever the freight and air had been keeping alive. Behind the dead drum, fast shapes moved in a weave. Mercer knew the weave. He had watched it once on year-old loops in the alcove off this bridge, with A.W. Eldridge naming its parts in the voice she used when the feelings were already finished. Interlocking arcs, walked solutions. Fire laid sustained and corrected by crews who knew their trade and were in no hurry, because nothing in the work in front of them required hurry. The work was a convoy. The crews were taking it apart from the back. "Picture," Mercer said. 4 in the weave, light hulls, rail signatures, front pattern, sweep auxiliaries, Captain, not ships of the line. A 5th standing off high, quiet, directing. A.W. Eldridge's boards were live and filling, and her voice stayed where it always stayed. "Nothing out there is shooting back. Nothing out there can.
This isn't an engagement they're running. It's a cull. Helm. Brant had the plot turned before he asked for it. The convoy's making for us, Captain, for the junction, our junction, the one we just came out of. It's the only navigable mark this region owns. My board and their helm agree about that. Whatever door they're running for, we're parked in it. The geometry arrived whole, and it arrived the way the worst things arrived now, without asking anything of anyone. The Endurance had come up the Orun's road and out of the fold, and the road had set her down, square, exact, unconsulted, between a line of guns and the people the guns were for. Signals, Marsh, low, his minder a shadow on the stool behind him. Traffic from the flight is sealed, front grammar, nothing for us there. But the convoy's carrying in the clear, Captain, broadcast, no addressee, no routing, no seal. The translator has it clean, the way it gets everything that rides a carrier. A pause, exactly the size of its contents. Its names, a name, a line, parentage, I think, an age, then the next. It loops, but the loop is longer every pass. They're reading their muster into the open, Captain. They're adding the dead as they go. Nobody on the bridge said anything to that. The render turned slowly on the main display, the weave walking its fire up the convoy's spine towards the next drum in the line, and out of the speaker its signals, level and clean and conversational, the translator went on rendering a voice that did not know it had listeners. Name, line, age. Name, line, age. Holt came down the step from the XO station, and to his lasting credit, he made the case standing straight, in the open, where the log could keep him. The book first, Captain, because the roads owed it, and nobody else at this table will say it. A stranded command's standing duty is its data and its warning. Everything this ship has paid for is worth fleets at home, and nothing here. And tan sweeps read our every event. The arithmetic is not kind, but it is short. Each watch we spend in someone else's war is a watch spent off Earth's account, and we are carrying the only copy of the bill. A beat, square as the man. That's the case entire. Damage control and the boarding party will be closed up before you've decided, whichever way you decide. It was a good case. It was, by every column Mercer knew how to add, the winning case. He sat in the chair and ran it the way he had run the worst of the year's arithmetic. Feedstock against distance, the wounded already in Soto's care against the wounded any stand would buy. 160-odd souls he had promised a road home against 11 hulls of strangers, 10 whose names he would never learn to say. The numbers came out where Holt's numbers came out. The numbers always would. Build the next leg, Ensign, Mercer said. Rough it and hold it. Legs built, Captain. Brant said it very quietly, eyes on her board, hands still. She did not commit it. Nobody had told her to commit it, and she sat with the solution lit under her fingers like a thing that had gone cold. Aldridge spoke without turning round. Permission to lay solutions, Captain. Laid isn't fired. I can be ready without being committed. It came one breath before he would have ordered it or forbidden it. He honestly did not know which. And that was the bridge telling him, in the only grammar discipline allowed it, where the ship already stood. On the display, the weave finished with the next drum's escorting tug, a thing the size of one of their own boats, swatted without ceremony, and began, patient, unhurried, to walk its arcs onto the drum itself. Spin sections, thermal blooms reading warm down every degraded length of them, and the boards putting figures on the warmth that nobody asked to have read aloud.
Out of the speaker the voice went on. Name, line, age. Somewhere on that hall a person stood at an open transmitter, doing the one thing left to do for people who could not be saved, keeping the count where the dark could hear it, so that the count of them would exist somewhere outside their own skins when the skins were taken. Nobody answered musters like that. The dark took them and kept nothing. 3 decks down, at the end of a passage that went nowhere, 11 names stood up in ridges out of a sealed bulkhead because tired men had cut them there by torchlight, and somebody read them at the bottoms of watches, unhurried and aloud, because the living have a watch bill to summon them, and the dead's muster goes unread unless somebody stands in the cold and does it. Mercer's body got there before the rest of him, a heat behind the sternum like a swallowed coal, his hand flat on the chair arm and pressing down. He had been going to run the road. The leg was built. The numbers had all come out. "Belay the leg," he said. Brant's hands moved before the sentence ended, and the cold solution went off her board, and the bridge, discipline holding everywhere, eyes everywhere on stations, changed under him the way the deck changed pitch when the drive came up. Nothing said, everything different. "Aldridge, lay your solutions. Commander, your parties. Helm, put us across their line of retreat, between the weave and the drums, and walk us up it. Dead slow is over." Mercer keyed the ship and gave it to all of them at once. The 4 sentences the crew had learned to trust in the worst of the wrong year and never stopped trusting after. "This is the captain. A convoy of strangers is dying at our door for the crime of leaving, and the Endurance stands at the junction until the last of them is through it. It spends rounds we cannot print, days we owed home, and the quiet we have kept on this road since the gather. The Y is on every board on this ship." Mercer let go of the key. On the speaker at signals, clean through the translator, the voice arrived at the end of its loop and began again, 1 name longer. The Endurance went up the convoy's wake, with her drive at a pitch Ferris's deck had never given her before. The gather, the grafted core running sweet and deep and wrong, better than anything the yards at home had ever bolted into her. And nobody aboard had a spare breath for what that meant tonight, and the war on the boards turned to look at her. It did not hurry, even now. Mercer hated the unhurry of it, with a clean, useful hatred, the kind a man could put down afterwards. The director's hall held station high over the field, and read the newcomer the way a man reads an unexpected invoice, and 2 of the 4 shapes in the weave detached from the killing with the lazy economy of professionals being asked to do a second job inside the first, and came round, and began building their arcs against the Endurance instead. "They've priced us," Aldridge said. "Wrong, I'd say. Nobody's told them what we throw." "They'll learn from the first hole," Mercer said. "Range? Closing. They want flank aspect on us, and they're taking their time about the geometry. Rails reach further than my battery, Captain. They can stand off and write on us for a while before I'm allowed an opinion. The envelope's behind them, though. To keep working the drums, they have to come back inside my arithmetic, and the drums are what they're here for. A half beat. We just have to be a wall while they think about it." "Then be a wall, Ensign," Mercer said. "Hold us across the line." The first rail strike arrived without sound, which was the part the body never learned. The hull rang aft and starboard, one long iron note that came up through every boot on the bridge, and the damage board lit the grafted flank. The alien matrix welded over the scar of the dead sensor mast a lifetime ago at a green world's orbit, and Ferris was on the link before the note had died. "Bridge, engineering. That one hit the graft, and the graft shrugged it, and I'd be lying if I said I knew the margin it shrugged it by. The plate I trust is the plate we didn't make. Next one finds honest yard metal, it'll be a different conversation. The Cor'll give you whatever you ask tonight,
Ask early, that's all. She turns harder than she used to, and the hull hasn't been told." "Noted, Chief. Stand by to be asked." The second and third strikes came together, walked in by a crew correcting on their own fall of shot, and found the honest metal. Frame 61 took a channel through 3 void sections and a stores flat, and the breech klaxon ran its two-tone down half the ship, and somewhere below and behind the bridge, the damage control parties went into the dark of it with their gear and their numbers being read on the nets, pressure figures, names of compartments, the calm, terrible vocabulary of a ship being hurt. 4 wounded came up the net from frame 61 inside the first minutes, then 6. "Drums are in our shadow," Brant said, working, her whole body given to the board. "First 3 are past us. The weave's lost its angle on everything forward of our beam. They shoot the rest of the convoy through us or not at all." "That was the idea, Ensign." "Aware of that, Captain." And then, dry as Sloan on a good day, with 2 more rail notes ringing down the hull while she said it, "Wall's holding. Don't ask it to dance." The 2 shapes that had stayed on the killing made their decision, and it was the professional one, and Mercer watched them make it with something cold turning over under the swallowed coal. They retasked, not onto the Endurance, onto the last unprotected drum, the one still laboring up out of the field towards the shadow of the wall, too far back, the Wake's arithmetic plain on every board. The weave could have it before the shadow could. "Aldridge. Solution's been on them since the turn, Captain. They're inside my arithmetic. Asking." "Granted. Stop them." Mounts 2 through 5 spoke for the first time since the lit country, a sound the older hands knew in their backs. The deep-coupled hammer running of a close defense battery firing laid solutions, the whole hull shivering on the recoil compensators. And the Endurance wrote across the dark and the only handwriting she owned, which was the front's. Aldridge walked her arcs the way the loops in the alcove had always shown her walking them, sustained, corrected once, exact. The leading shape ran into the laid weave and came apart at the spine, 2 pieces tumbling apart from its own bloom of stores, and stopped being anybody's problem. The second took the corrected arc along its rail mount and sheared away trailing, its trade gone, suddenly very interested in distance. Too late for the drum. The weave's last full pass had gone into it while the battery was still turning the first shape over, and the strike found whatever a drum ship kept for a heart. It did not blow apart, it just went dark, all down its length, the spin slowing the way a top slows, and fell out of its own climb with the door in sight, and the voice on the open band stopped. Half a breath, the render turned. The battery's thunder ran down to nothing, and the Endurance stood inside the silence where the names had been. Then the voice came back, a different voice, off a different hull, further up the line and rougher in the translator's rendering, picking up the loop where it had broken, mid-name, and the Endurance's bridge let out a breath in a dozen small ways nobody logged. Brant's shoulders coming down a half-inch over the helm, the rating in the well missing 1 beat of his count and finding the next. Marsh's hand flat on the console edge as though steadying a page. The 2 shapes that had come for the wall repriced the evening against their new arithmetic. 1 flight mate opened, 1 lamed, the meek prize escorted by a hull that threw metal and threw it like a trade, and broke off, out and high, falling back towards their director with no more hurry than they'd arrived with. The director itself held station 1 long minute more. Its sweep came down the Endurance's stem to stern, slow, deliberate, a clerk's hand smoothing a ledger page, and Mercer sat under it and let it take what it was always going to take, the patched flank, the dead aft third, the grafted plate, the gun signature, the heading, the wall measured. "They're folding out," Aldridge said. "All 4. 3. The lame one's slow. Director first. No parting shot. Parting shot's gone to a clerk's office, Mercer said. Marsh? Outbound traffic ahead of their fold, Captain. Sealed, flag grammar, priority routing. Same shape as everything the front sends about us. Marsh did not editorialize. The year had paired him to readings. Somewhere a column just got a new entry. The last drums came up the Endurance's flank and crossed into the junction's approach, passing so close the optics carried their hulls whole across the main display. Plating mended with what looked like street metal, doors welded from other doors, generations of repair laid over repair by people who had nothing left to repair with and would not stop. Every station watched them go by in silence. There was no figure for the recognition, and nobody tried to build one. At the threshold, the lead drum turned its transmitter on the Endurance, the first addressed transmission its people had made all day, and sent the muster entire, top to bottom, once. Every name, every line, every age, the crossed and the taken together, the dead drum's reader, and the names that reader had been adding when the strike came. And at the end of it, in the translator's clean conversational rendering, a sentence assembled by someone who had learned in the worst school exactly how much could be asked of strangers. This is the count of us. The places we kept it are gone. Keep it where the fire has not been. Then the drums went down into the fold one by one, unlovely, laboring, away into the deep cold the Endurance had spent a winter learning, running for the spent dark because the spent dark was the one country the consuming did not want. And the junctions settled behind the last of them, and the field was empty except for wreckage, and the wall the strangers would never know the name of stood alone at the door, with her flank torn open and her magazine lighter, and the war's bookkeeping already riding ahead of her up the road. Soto's report came up the link at the change of the watch, while the damage control parties were still dressing Frame 61's wounds in vacuum gear. 11 through sickbay, 3 staying, burns and pressure trauma, 2 of the 3 bad. "Nobody for the wall, Captain," she said, blunt and tired, the kindest sentence the ship owned. "Tonight." The rest of the bill stood itself up in the tactical alcove an hour later, where Aldridge had the gun cam loops running silent above her board, the way she ran them after every action now, watching her own solutions with the unblinking discourtesy she had once saved for other people's. 306 rounds, mounts 2 through 5. Aldridge gave it to him flat, no preamble. He had come down for the bill, and she did not make him ask twice. "I'll give you the magazine total when you want it, and you won't like it, and there is nowhere between here and home that prints more. Frame 61's a fortnight of Ferris's people patching 3 void sections we'd already patched once. And Brandt makes it 4 days' drift to recover the road's mark. We came off the line to be a wall, and the wall has to walk back. That's the arithmetic, Captain. Rounds, hull, blood, and the road. Everything you said it would spend, it spent. And the entry in the clerk's office. And that." The loops turned over above her, the leading shape coming apart at the spine, again, in silence. "There's one hull in this pocket that throws metal, and it stood at a door today in front of a director who took his time reading it. The front knows a wall stood where their cull was working, and they know which wall. We posted our heading by standing still." "He was always going to learn the road," Mercer said. "I'd rather he learned it from this than from our running." Aldridge did not answer that at once. Her thumb moved on the board's edge, and the loops froze, her own arcs, laid and walking, the corrected weave settling on to the lead shape one frame before the spine went. "I want one thing on the record between us, Captain, and then I'm done, and it's frames and schedules." The Manchester came up in her voice the way it did when she was paying for something. That's the first solution I've laid since the graveyard, knowing exactly what was under it. Right target, right reason, people running behind my shoulder instead of in front of my guns. And it came easy, easier than it's ever come. I've spent a year learning what easy cost the last time somebody sold me a simple fight. So I'm telling you while it's cheap, don't let me get to liking the right fights too much, sir. That's a door I've been through. The watch officer it makes is no use to you.
Noted, Lieutenant. On the record. Mercer stood a moment with the frozen loop between them. For the record's other column, I built the leg home. It was on the helm board with the killing on the optics, and the arithmetic said run, and the arithmetic was correct. Holt's case was correct. Yours are not the only easy doors on this ship, and mine has better lighting and a much more comfortable chair. We'll mind each other's. That's a watch bill I can stand, Anson Aldridge said, and turned the loops off and went back to her frames and her schedules, the soldier's mercy, leaving the captain the last word by not needing one. Mercer took the long way forward, the one practical road, past the galley, where the duty cook had the night ovens going and a tray of the ration's bitter end already moving aft towards the gun crews and Frame 61's parties. No note, no ceremony. The galley saying the only thing the galley had ever needed to say, and stood a moment in the passage at Frame 31, where the watchlight rode low over 2 captains and 9 names and a line for all the rest. He did not read them tonight. He stood, and the cold came up through his boot soles the way it always did, and then he went up to the bridge and did the rest of it. Marsh? The convoy send. The muster, all of it, and the sentence at the end. Post it to the ledger, sealed, in full, where your postings go, the place that can't be edited or burned. A breath. If anyone ever comes looking for those people, the count of them is going to exist somewhere the fire has not been. We said we'd carry what was done out here and say it where it can't be taken down. It starts with arithmetic like theirs. Posted, Captain. Marsh ran the routing with the cue discipline that was all he had left and all he needed, and read the header while the seal confirmed, and for one moment something that was not a reading crossed the careful face, a man watching the cause he'd been crucified for being done, plainly by the captain's order, under the captain's name. And then the green wash took it, and he was a signals officer again, tidy over his boards. Log entry, my voice. Mercer sat, and his thumb found the worn place on the chair arm, the smooth patch a dead man's thumb had made, and a dead woman's thumb had kept, and rested there. Ship's log, 2nd of November, 2242. At the day's first watch, the Endurance, making passage on the road home, came out of fold into an action in progress. A civilian convoy of 11 hulls under deliberate destruction by front sweep auxiliaries. The captain interrupted the passage and engaged. 9 hulls crossed to safety. 2 were lost with all aboard, their muster received and posted entire to the permanent ledger. 1 auxiliary destroyed, 1 disabled. Own casualties, 11 wounded, no dead. Expenditure and damage are appended, and the delay to the road is the captain's, taken with his eyes open, and he will answer for it to anyone who asks, beginning with the crew. Running states throughout. Mercer closed the log. The bridge worked quietly around him, the watch changing over, the count running in the well, the breach party's traffic thinning on the nets as Frame 61 came back into the world, section by section. And on the main display, the road's next mark stood waiting out in the dark, 4 days' drift further from home than it had been at the morning watch. Ensign Brandt. Captain, walk us back to the road. The Endurance came about and took up her heading, stiff along the new welds, lighter by 306 rounds, carrying 11 wounded, 2 captains, 9 names, a line for all the rest, and now, riding sealed in the one place that could not burn, the whole counted muster of a people whose name she had never learned, who had fled into the cold she had come from while she climbed on towards the lit country, up the long road home, where the men who built the rails kept their books and had, since the morning watch, a new entry in her name.
Chapter 10. The Book and the Wire. The Endurance was fighting for her life against a ship that did not exist, and winning on points, when the captain came up the bridge ladder without being piped. The problem had gone to the watch at the top of the hour, injected on the training circuit in Holt's own hand. A help call off the port bow quarter, the open convoy form, voices under a holed hull, the range chosen so that a merciful course and a fatal one read identically for the first hour of either. The watch had not been told it was an exercise. They had worked it the way the standing orders required them to work anything. Receivers passive, emitters cold, the contact walked across the field on bearings alone, nothing radiated, nothing spent. And Brant had pulled the withdrawal solution she now kept laid at every junction drop, the way out kept warm, and had it live on her boards before the well finished reading back the bearing rates. "Solution's up, Commander. We can be nowhere twice over before anything at that range can prove we were here." "Very good. And the call?" "Still calling, sir." Brant's eyes stayed on the board. "The solution doesn't answer it. The solution just keeps us alive while somebody decides." "That is all a solution has ever been for. Stand down the problem. Exercise concludes. Time logged." The entry was accurate. He had given up pretending to himself that it was complete. "Captain on the bridge," the duty rating said. Mercer stood at the head of the ladder with his coat squared, and the set of him said the last of the problem had run under his eyes from the hatch. The watch came up a half degree in their seats and stayed on their boards, because the watch had learned the new captain the way a deck learns anything, by repetition. Mercer did not interrupt work to be acknowledged. "Carry on. A clean piece of work. The well, especially." And to the dais, in exactly the voice he used for weather. "When you're relieved, Commander, the day cabin." Nothing else. The captain went back down the ladder, and Brant did not look at Holt, with the particular discipline of a helm officer not looking at anyone, and the watch ran on correct to the minute until the relief came up at the turn. Mercer had the training log open on the desk when Holt arrived, and did not stand, and did not offer the chair. Holt remained at parade ease in front of the desk, both hands behind him, where they could keep each other's counsel. 6 readiness exercises posted this quarter, Mercer said. All on your watches, all written by you, all evaluated by you, all satisfactory. I've read every one. Every scenario is a help call. Every solution is a refusal. This ship can break off from a distress contact faster than any deck I have ever stood on, Commander, and not one order of mine asked for the skill. He folded his hands on the desk, and the posture arrived in Holt's count with its provenance attached, because it was his own posture, from this side of another desk, borrowed whole and returned with interest. None of it is an offense. An executive officer drills his ship, and the book is squarely on your side, which I imagine is why you chose this shape for it. I want to establish what it is before I establish what to do about it. Did you build this against me? No, Captain. I built it about you. Mercer waited, which was its own kind of order. Holt took the folder from under his arm and set it on the desk. Gray paper, because Holt kept paper for the things aboard could lose. The convoy found this ship by counting what she did. You sat in the wardroom while his ledger was read back to us. The fouled shot, the vault inventory, the traffic receipts, every entry and event somebody thought too small to matter. I have read the log of that screen until I could draft his entries for him. The man hunts by character, Captain, so I wrote down ours. The folder opened to its tabs under his hand, squared. Since the convoy action, there is exactly one behavior of this ship that is legible across the whole of this pocket. The director at that junction read this hull stem to stern before it folded out, and what it read was the truest thing about her. She stops, and I would not trade that off the manifest at any price. It is also the only bait anyone hunting her will ever need. Begin at the last page, sir. The last page is the one that matters. Mercer turned to the last page and read it, and Holt knew the words from the inside, having drafted them 4 times to get the warning plain without one syllable of drama in it. The lure when it comes will be built out of our own mercy, the thing this ship has been seen to stop for, given back to her. The more exactly it deserves an answer, the less it should be given one. The quiet that followed had a long keel. Mercer closed the folder and put his fingertips on it, flat, and when he spoke, the polish was nowhere in it. You have spent your watches drilling my ship to survive me. I have drilled her to survive what the enemy has learned about you. From the dais, the two are indistinguishable. On paper, they are not, which is why I put it on paper. Holt held the level he had held his whole career, 1 degree above quiet. Your instinct to stop has been on the record since the relief action, Captain, logged, paid for, and heard by anything with receivers and the patience to point them at a war. Somebody aboard had to price what a ledger keeper would make of it. The establishment tables say the executive officer is who that somebody is. And the part where the command queue never saw a page of this is the part I will answer for. The exercises were logged accurate and incomplete. A beat, and he gave the next sentence its full weight because it had been his once and was about to be spent against him, which was the correct use of a true thing. Accuracy is not a courtesy, it's the book. You were in the wardroom when I said it. The annex should have gone up the queue with the first drill, and it goes up tonight. Why didn't it? No heat. The question was real, which had always been the trouble with the man. You don't withhold paperwork, Commander. You are the only officer I've served with who files his confessions in advance. Why did this live in a drawer? Holt had the answer prepared because he had conducted the interview against himself twice on the walk aft, and the answer had survived both hearings, which made it true and did not make it good. Because a break the captain knows about gets budgeted for. You weigh everything, sir. It is what you are for. I have watched you weigh the galley's mood against a course change. If my caution had stood in the queue with my name on it, you would have priced it into every call before you made the call. And the one morning this ship needed my no at its full rate, you would already have spent it down to small change. His hands, behind him, kept each other still. That reasoning was sound. It was also mine alone, held past the point a subordinate is entitled to hold anything, about a man who has never once docked me for the truth. Both findings go in the log. I drafted the entry before you sent for me. Mercer stood then, and went to the cold curve of the hull where a porthole would have been on a ship built for a kinder trade, and stood with his back to the desk, and his hand went once to the chair back beside him on the way, an involuntary small motion, there and gone, the kind of thing the year let out of the man at the rate of about 1 a week. The deck carried the far hum of the graft-borne drive, the note Ferris's people had never quite gentled into anything a Houston yard would own. "Post your annex," Mercer said at last to the hull. "Tonight, as written, nothing softened. section by section to the division boards, by hand. You taught the ship that's how notice is given. I'm not going to unteach it because the notice stings." He turned. The look on him was not anger and was not warmth. Holt could not have entered it in any log he kept, which he noted, the way he noted everything that exceeded the form. "I had a sentence drafted about trust, Commander. You countersign anything true. You told the doctor that once, and it got around, the way everything on this ship gets around. I can't find the version of my sentence that is. When I can, you'll have it. Good night." "Good night, Captain." Holt squared the folder under his arm and went out, and posted the annex that evening at the head of every division's board, by hand, the way the book said notice was to be given, and stood a moment at the last board while the off-watch read it around him, nobody saying anything, the ship's own mercy laid out in tabs and findings like an organ on a surgeon's tray. The real one came in on Marsh's watch, at the bottom of the morning watch, and Holt was on the bridge inside 4 minutes of the call going to the dais, which meant he arrived to find the captain already in the chair and the compartment already full of the voice. It rode the common band the convoy people used, the open help form, and the receivers gave it to the bridge whole, a hull hold and venting, position appended, and under the form the voices overlapped, ragged at the edges, the sound of a compartment full of the living getting smaller. The Endurance had answered that form before. Every soul on the deck had stood a watch inside the answering. "Bearing and range hold steady off the road, Captain." Aldridge stood her boards, dim and passive, and gave it flat. "Optics give me a wreck-shaped occlusion at the position, called no drive signature. They also give me 2 more occlusions flanking it, wider out, colder, that the starfield can't quite account for. There are exactly 2 sane approach lanes to that hull, the wide line a freighter would fly, and the careful line a warship would, and both of them run the gauntlet between those flanks. I can't tell you it's a bag, sir. I can tell you that if I were building a bag, this is the one I'd build." Signals? "The routing's too clean, Captain." Marsh said it carefully, in the level he had spoken in since his board, his minder a half-pace off his shoulder, and the whole bridge knowing the weight of the word in his particular mouth. "Power's flat across every repeat, no decay, no scintillation, nothing a dying bus does to a transmitter. A Rex call gets worse, this one is maintained. A breath. The last time I called a routing too clean on this ship, I let myself be talked past it. I'm not going to be talked past it twice, sir. That is everything I have, and I'll stand aboard on it." "Doctor." Mercer's voice stayed level. "You came up at a run. Give me the benches piece." Hale had the slate already turned before she reached the dais step, and her voice had gone to the place it went when she was frightened, quick and clinical and scrubbed. "Standing item 1 of the commander's annex, any inbound help form gets matched against everything this ship has ever transmitted in clear. I ran the match while the call was still building. Third element of their plea sequence, Captain. It reproduces our own aid protocol send from the relief action, not the form, the send. Our operator miskeyed a range figure that day and corrected it on the tail, and the correction's in the log, ours, time-stamped. She turned the slate to the chair. The voices calling us are carrying our stumble, both halves, the error and the fix, verbatim, on the same interval. Survivors don't quote your mistakes back to you, Captain. Recorders do." The voice went on underneath all of it, ragged and patient, asking. Mercer sat with the slate's render in front of him, and the watch watched him not look away from it, and Holt, from the dais step, watched the man do the thing the annex's last page had been written about, want to go. It moved through the captain at the speed of weather.
The hands, the jaw, the breath managed a half-second late, and nothing about the wanting was a defect. It was the truest thing about the ship, sitting in her chair. "Here is where my instinct is," Mercer said, to the bridge at large, plainly, because he had never once governed by pretending not to have one. "Cardanus, wide and dark, no emissions, eyes on the hull before anything commits. If there is one living thing aboard that wreck, we are the only ship in this dark that would come, and we are the kind of ship that comes. I have not unlearned that, and I don't propose to start learning its opposite today." His eyes came up to the dais step. "Commander, your annex is posted, your evidence is on my slate, and you've been the brake on this exact morning since before I knew the morning was coming. Say your piece, all of it, here, where the watch can weigh it." So the wire was to be run in the open. Holt came down the step and gave it level, the way he gave a board anything. "The bait isn't fishing for a rescue, Captain. It's fishing for a fact, whether the ship that stops is still on this road. The dropship answers the question as loudly as the ship would. The kill doesn't even have to land. One confirmation off this bearing, and the sweeps come down on the road behind us, and the way home is a hunted road every fold of the rest of it. And they will not need to catch us to ruin us. They will only need to know where to wait. The book asks 2 questions of an unverifiable contact, sir, and they are the only 2 questions I have. Can you verify the living, and can you survive being wrong? The answers are no and no." He let the voice on the receivers say its ragged piece into the pause, because pretending it was not in the compartment would have been a softer kind of lie. "Then the answer is nothing. Hold the road, stay dark, log what it costs in plain words, and live with the entry. The kindest thing this ship can do for the next convoy that calls, the real one, is to still exist when it does." The compartment had gone very still. Brant's hands lay on a board with nothing yet to do, and she had not taken them off it. The young rating in the well had his jaw set against the part of the body that wanted to answer any voice that sounded like that. Mercer looked at the slate's render a moment longer. His thumb moved once on the worn place, the small tell the whole bridge knew, and nobody mapped aloud. And then the captain did in front of all of them what he had not quite managed in the day cabin, and did it without ceremony, in the voice he used for weather. "Helm, hold the road as the commander has it laid. Tactical, passive only, all the way past. Signals, nothing. We answer nothing." And then, not to Holt, to the watch, to the log, to the ship. Enter it plainly. The captain's instinct on the evidence was to stop, and the executive officer's evidence said the stopping was the trap. The course is Commander Holt's. If the dark proves him wrong, it is my name on the order regardless. That is what the chair is for. But this deck's record stays exact about whose work it runs on. It has been exact about that since before I sat in this chair. I see no reason history should stop at me. "Logged as spoken, Captain," the duty rating said, and wrote it. They held the road. The voice followed them down it for a long while, asking and asking on its fixed maintained interval. And somewhere in the second hour the comms watch asked, very quietly, whether the captain wanted it off the open speaker. "Leave it up," Mercer said. "If it's machinery, it costs us nothing but the hearing. And if I'm ever wrong about a mourning like this one, I want a deck that remembers what wrong sounds like." Nobody asked again. The Endurance ran dark and slow, with a voice calling after her, and her people stood their stations inside the sound and did the work. The trap sprang at the end of the afternoon watch, on its own schedule, which was the worst thing about it. The call cut off first, not the guttering down of a hull losing its last bus, but mid-element, between one repeat and the next, the clean silence of a switch. Aldridge had the long baseline passive array on the position out of pure Manchester stubbornness, and so the bridge got all of it at the speed of old light. The two flanking occlusions coming alive, hulls, big ones running up from cold to combat power in the time it takes to decide to, and the sweeps going active down both approach lanes at once, the wide line and the careful line, a methodical moving grid of them, back and forth, overlapping, thorough, the full professional execution of a kill. On nothing, on the empty dark where a merciful ship would have been, on either course she might have chosen, swept twice each and then a third time, slow, in case mercy had come careful and quiet. They watched their own death conducted in full, at range, without them in it. "Both lanes, Captain," Aldridge said at last, flat as her boards, "the freighter line and the warship line. They'd budgeted for a careful Samaritan, too. There was no clever way in." A pause that her whole career stood inside. There was only the commander's way, which was not to be there. The hunters held their grid for a while longer, found the nothing they had been given, and folded out one after another, the wreck-shaped hull powering out last of all under its own drive, unhurried, a stage being struck. The fold flashes faded off the array. The road ahead lay empty and cold, and theirs. "And the recording, Captain," Hale said quietly from the science repeater, "for the log's completeness. To build that lure they had to have our relief action traffic, which means when this ship stopped for those people, something cold was lying off in the dark, taking us down. We weren't just heard, we were collected." Her eyes went to the dais. "The cost of stopping isn't only what it spends, it's what it teaches, sir." Mercer sat with that the way he sat with every bill the road had handed him, and then keyed the internal address, all compartments, and the click of the channel ran through the hull like the whole ship drawing one breath. "This is Mercer. At the bottom of the morning watch, the road offered us a hold hull full of voices, and we held our course and let it call after us, and this afternoon the watch saw what was waiting for any ship kinder than we were today. The reed that kept us off it was Commander Holt's, his evidence, his doctrine, built on his own watches before anyone asked him for it, and at a cost he kept to himself. The verification annex stands in ship's standing orders from tonight over his name, and every voice in the dark from here home gets weighed against it. We are still the ship that stops. From today, we are also the ship that checks first. Back to work." The channel closed. The bridge did not cheer, because this bridge had never once cheered. But the watch turned over around the dais with something settled in it that had not been settled at the morning's bottom. And as the captain rose to go below, he stopped at the dais step, level with Holt, eyes forward, and gave him the rest of the day cabin sentence in the only language the two of them had ever fully shared. "Good work, Commander. Your watch." "My watch, Captain." Soto had the file already open when Holt came down to sickbay at the end of the day watch, because the interval review was a standing condition with his own signature under it, and Holt kept his conditions the way he kept everything. Soto ran the review without conversation. The grip, the gait, the vestibular battery she no longer pretended was routine by hiding it inside other tests, and then sat back at the duty desk and turned the slate so he could read the lines she had just written. Fit for unrestricted duty. The finding of unfitness recorded against Commander Holt
is discharged. The objection entered with his waiver is withdrawn by its author, the curve having said so first. The counter goes in a drawer, Soto said. Yours, not mine. Some men keep the thing that proves the climb. I'd put you in that column. Holt initialed the page below her line, small and legible, the signature off 20 years of watch bills, and the two of them sat a moment in the dim of the long frames with the file closed between them, the desk where the chair had been won, standing exactly where it had stood when he won it. You were right today, Soto said. The whole ship knows you were right. I'm asking what it cost, because being right like that doesn't post to anything I can read, and I read everything on this deck. It was machinery, Doctor. I held the proof in my own hand. I wrote half the proof. That isn't what I asked. Holt considered the question with the care he gave a fold solution, because she had earned the real answer at this desk a long way back, and the real answer was owed. The body keeps its own log. Somewhere in mine there is now an entry that says a hull called for help on my road, and my counsel was silence. And no evidence amends that entry, because the ledger it's written in doesn't take evidence. That is the cost. It is payable. I budgeted for it the day I wrote the annex. It's in the folder, in the findings, as a line item. What I had not budgeted for. And Holt stopped there and audited the sentence and let it stand anyway, which was itself the news of the day. Was the captain reading my name into the ship's record with all hands on the channel? Officers have marked my work before, Doctor. None of them ever spent their own standing to do it out loud. Soto squared the closed file with the day's returns, unhurried. You took a waiver off this desk once to claim a chair the establishment tables owed you. I objected, I stood by my medicine, and I watched you stand every watch since like a man serving out a finding against himself. I watch curves for a living, Commander. That one's moving. I'm not asking you to say so. I'm telling you it's in the file now, because I record true things.
Then the file's accurate. Holt stood and took his cap from the desk. And complete, Doctor. For once, both. Go to bed, Daniel, Soto said. Fit for unrestricted duty is not a dare. The middle watch came to him quiet, days later, the road colder by 2 folds, and the annex 3 drills old on the new bill. The change of watch talked itself up the ladder in the easy half-voice of people who had crossed something together, and the talk came past the dais step, one sentence of it, something about the galley, carried all the way to the foot of the chair before it tidied itself away. And Brant, handing over the helm, paused at the step on her way below. Off the bill, sir, but you'd want to know, the galley's running a book on the annex drill times, section against section, break off to solution, Whitlock's holding the stakes. A beat, with mischief standing in it at parade ease. Section 2's favorite, at evens. Section 3 is Foster on the break-off by 11 seconds, Ensign. The smart money knows it. Aye, sir. Brant went below with the grin she didn't quite spend, and the watch settled, and the ship lay dark and slow on a road of other people's grief, running for home with her receivers open and her mouth shut. Holt entered the watch in the decklog in his own hand, the old way. 14 May, 2243, 0400. Watch assumed by Commander Daniel Holt, Executive Officer. Ship dark, on the road, 3 folds past the false contact. Contact verification annex in force. Ship's standing orders, this date. No contacts, no casualties. His first watch in this chair, the log had had no column for what the hour was. It still didn't.
Holt shifted his weight in the chair without needing to favor anything, checked the empty contact board on the interval the doctrine set, and stood the middle watch on the right side of every regulation ISCA Frontier Command had ever written, where he had always stood and would have stood regardless, and had now, in his own person, with the record exact, chosen to. Chapter 11. The Floor Rising. The contact plot went up over the floor trace at 3 a.m, ship's time, and from the moment the two lay together on the bench display, Nhál could not make them be different things. The lower trace was hers, the book drawn out as a line. The road's whole run since the refit lay along it, every fold a blunt, clean step where the drive took its draft, and the dark came up underneath the ship and settled short. Between the steps, the printer's patient grade, constant as rust. At every anchorage, the rig's scheduled spikes, the channel kept to its fixed interval, bought and paid for over the captain's signature. 3 columns, kept daily, read out at the morning report with the loaf and the fuel, until the figures had gone as boring as Sloane had once ordered them to be. The upper trace was the signals log. Every contact the watch had raised astern since the gather fell behind. Tan sweep ships, Ascendant pattern, arriving in 1s and 2s on junctions the Endurance had already cleared, logged by bearing and hour, and entered in the record as what the dark was doing lately, the way a ship notes weather on the horizon she has no say in. Step for contact, contact for step. Wherever the book showed a heavy mark, the long double fold out of the gather's cold, the stop where the rounds had spoken in someone else's war, the anchorage where the rig had said the road figures back to the channel at full gain. The sweeps came down on that junction sooner and surer and sat. Wherever the book ran lean, the contacts straggled. On the one leg the ship had crossed light, drive only, rig silent, the galley's grade the only spending aboard, the log showed his ships late and spread wide and casting. Nhál had been at the bench since the middle watch turned, doing with the overlay what she did with everything that frightened her, which was trying to break it. Instrument fault first. The contact log came off the signal suite, the floor came off her own bench feed, and the drift survey's independent line. The 3 shared no hardware anywhere, and a fault that lived in none of them could not be agreeing with itself. Coincidence second. She rebuilt the road a dozen ways in the bench's memory, the spending shuffled, the legs reordered, the heavy marks dealt out at random, and the contact log refused every invented road and sat back down, every time, on the one the ship had actually flown. Then the control, because a finding without a control was an opinion with graphs, and the control was the lean leg. If the sweeps were hunting for a ship, her shape, her emissions, the rumor of her, the lean leg was the same ship and should have been the same hunt. It was not the same hunt. On the lean leg he had groped. Everywhere the Endurance had spent, he had not groped. He had arrived. The sweeps were not searching the dark for them at all. A step was permanent. That had been the first and worst fact in the book since the night she built it. The trace that was a stair and not a tide. The mark that stayed spent wherever the ship had spent. But a step was mute about its hour, and the settling was not. A junction lately flown told on itself. The fold state stood different for a while after a crossing, the way water stands different behind a boat, and an instrument fit to fly a junction was fit to read one. Brandt's chain had used exactly that coming down the Orun road, sounding each junction on approach, confirming the road was old and cold and nobody's. 4 facts, free to anyone who came and paid to stand on the mark, that something crossed, how lately, how heavily, which way the solution had leaned. 4 facts, strung junction to junction down a winter of folds, were a course, a pace, a habit of spending, a ship, rendered legible by everything that kept her alive.
The Endurance could not stop spending. That list still stood where it had stood in the brief she had carried to Sloane at another watchstern, in another year. The rig was the only channel to the only people in this dark they owed. The rounds were the only teeth. The printers were the only food. And now the drive that had taken the keeper's knowledge into itself at the refit and run ever since like nothing Houston ever built her. The drive was the road home, and every fold of it signed their name on the junction it crossed. And there was the other thing, the thing she had actually come down to the bench to finish before the contact log turned the night into this. The characterization was done. The road survey lay in the bench's memory beside the book. The floor sounded at every junction since the gather, the room left under each one measured, the cost of one crossing written against it. The figures were not hard to run. That was the obscenity of them. She could put a number now on what any junction of the Orun's road had left underneath it, and a second number on what the Endurance's passage took, and the second number, out of the first, told her to the watch when her ship's rescue stopped being something the dark could afford. The cheapest junction since the refit stood colder tonight than the morning they had raised it, by exactly the amount their crossing had needed. She had written once, in a brief she would give a great deal to have back, that the ship was the household now. Smaller stove, same fire. The road had made the figure exact. They were flying home up the retreat of a people consumed by spending, and the flying was spending, and at every junction of it, the constant saying ran on at its fixed interval, keeping the names of the dead the road was made of, while the road's own room went up the stair, one passage at a time. Some of those steps had her signature on the authorization line. Understanding it had been the whole point. Understand the dying, she had told the captain's table when the survey was approved. Characterize the floor. Know the country we are spending. Well, the country was characterized, and what she now understood did not stand off at arm's length, the way findings were supposed to. It came aboard and got into everything, because a measured cost has an owner, and an unmeasured one is just weather. The dark was not doing this to them. They were doing it to the dark, at a counted rate, in a counted place, with her instruments counting it, and the hunter was reading the count. Nhál rammed the model forward once, because the model would run forward whether she asked it to or not, and it was better to ask. Given his pattern, the surety after heavy marks, the straggle after lean ones, the next sweep raised the stop. The heaviest mark on the road, the junction where the ship had emptied half a magazine in a war that was not hers, and the dwell after it mending. Tan's sweep would come down on it inside a window the bench drew narrow, and the near edge of the window stood unkindly close to now. Nhál keyed the watch, flagged the bearing, and asked for any arrival transient on it the moment it raised. Then she did not go to bed, because there are nights the bench keeps you, and this was going to be one. And she already knew who else aboard would be awake in the dead hours, 3 frames aft, standing in a stripped garden, listening to the dark. Nhál stood at the center of the ring with her hands open at her sides, and the arrays stood at their listening around her, and the saying came up through the souls the way it came up everywhere on the road now. Thin again, a line instead of a weather, paid out astern across the cold from a people falling away behind them one fold at a time. Nhál stopped at the edge of the bolt-hole rose and did not interrupt, and Nhál spoke without turning, which between the two of them had stopped being uncanny somewhere in the middle of the year. "You have been at the bench since the watch turned, Doctor. The boards reach the rig's log. Your queries have a rhythm when something is wrong in them." "Something's wrong in them."
Hail came into the ring and put her back against a dead housing, and the cold of it came through her coat, and she let it. I finished the survey tonight, the roads characterized, every junction sounded, the cost of a crossing written against the room that's left. That was the easy half. Then I laid the contact log over the book. He's not hunting us, Nhál. He's reading us. Every junction we spend at keeps the mark, and the mark keeps our hour and our weight and our heading, and his sweeps walk down the road behind us from mark to mark like a man going lamp to lamp down a street. The heavy legs, he comes straight in. The lean leg, the one leg we crossed with everything quiet, he groped. The spending is the trail. There isn't a separate trail. The thing the book counts is the thing he follows. Nhál's hands stay open. Out in the dark, the saying said its fixed figure and fell quiet, and said it again. And the survey, Nhál said, say the rest of it. You did not come aft at this hour for the hunter. The rest of it is that I understand the floor now, properly, the way I set out to, and I'd give it back if I could. There it was, said, and it came out of her flat and quiet, because anything else would have shaken. I can number what this road has left under it. I can number what our passage takes. I built the rig, I built the doctrine. I signed for half the spending in that book myself. And tonight I can tell you within a watch when any junction on the Orun's last road stops holding folds. And some of that arithmetic is ours, Nhál. The ship that came to stand among the wronged is billing their retreat for her ride home. Small, counted, real. I have spent my whole life getting to know things, and tonight is the first time in my life I have sat at a bench trying to find a way not to know one. For a while the Nhál said nothing, and the silence had the shape her silences had. The space left round a hard thing so the hard thing could stand in it.
When the keeper gave the road, Nhál said at last, he gave it as his people give everything counted. You have read his grammar, Doctor. You know there is no figure in it for a gift with its price torn off. He knew what a crossing takes. His people taught ours the arithmetic of it before your instruments could spell it. He priced the road and paid the price into the giving, and handed it to this ship open-eyed, and the charge he laid on us was not spend nothing. You stood in the bay when it came down. Say what was here. Say who did the consuming. Say it where it cannot be taken down. Nhál turned now, and the watchlight stood in the gray of her, and her voice did not change and was not the same. You are trying to set down what you know, and there is nowhere to set it. We do not stand under a weight like this one, Doctor, and we do not put it off. We give it a course. Your survey is not your guilt to keep at a bench at 3 in the morning. It is the witness arriving. No one in this sky or any of ours can say what was done to this dark as you now can, to the figure, to the watch, junction by junction, in a record that will hold. That is not the thing that makes you responsible. It is the thing that makes you able to pay. Hale looked at the open hands, and the dead garden, and the long dark aft of the plates where a people beyond counting were singing their dead at the fixed interval, and some piece of the night moved over and made room, not lighter exactly, set into line, the way a load rides better lashed than loose. "Corthran," she said. The word came off her bench flat and landed anyway. "Corthran," Nhál said. "Learn it the way the crew learns things, Doctor, by standing where it is true until it is true in you. You built the instruments that can spell the dying. Spell it, all the way home and after." The link clicked. "Bench, middle watch,
The voice of the watch was young and even and very awake. "Your bearing is up, Doctor. Arrival transient on the stop. One ship, Ascendant pattern, came down on the junction inside the last turn of the glass. He's at the near edge of your window. You asked to know the moment it raised." "Confirmed by the survey feed," Hale said, because the bench had already told her, the small cold tick of an instrument agreeing with a thing you had wanted to be wrong about. "Log it to the plot and wake nobody. The captain gets it at the turn." The link closed. The two of them stood in the ring, and the saying ran on under their feet, patient, fixed, indifferent to windows. "He pays to read us," Hale said. "Every junction he sounds he spends. Same dark, same stare. The pockets being billed from both ends of the chase. There's no version of this where the dying don't fund it." "No," Nhál said. "There is only the version where it is counted and said. Go to the captain at the turn, Doctor. Take both truths up together. A captain should not be handed half a thing twice." Mercer was dressed and upright at the watch turn, with the cabin light not long on, the flimsies squared under the brass sounding weight, the coffee drawing a line of steam that stood in the quiet like something that would keep. The captain had taken the slate at the hatch without one word about the hour, and Hale had watched him read the brief through twice, the survey, the overlay, the window and the contact that had closed it, and watched the steam on the coffee fail somewhere in the middle of the reading, untouched. The last time she had carried a brief up at the watch turn, the captain it went to had read the stare 3 times and ordered it spent like rounds. That captain rode astern of them now, on the fixed interval, in a mourning people's voice. Hale stood on the far side of the desk in the bench posture, hands behind her back, and let the figures do their own talking until Mercer set the slate down flat. "Walk me to the bad part, Doctor." Mercer's voice was the plain one. "And I'll tell you the same thing I tell the wardroom. I can read a stare. You taught this whole ship to read one. So the bad part isn't the cost, because the cost has been on the mourning figures since before the chair was mine. The bad part is that it's 1 act, Captain. 1 act. 3 bills. Hale gave it to him the way she had built it at the bench, 1 clause at a time. "Every fold the drive makes gets us home. That's the first thing it does. The same fold raises the floor under a road the Orun paid their dead to chart, the country we came here to stand with, build for our leaving by the watch. That's the second. And the same fold writes the mark he tracks us by. That's the third. The rig, the rounds, the printers, the drive, the whole adapted life of this ship spends in 1 currency, and the dark keeps the receipt, and the receipt is permanent, and Tan has learned to read it. The thing that's getting us home is the thing that's killing here, and it's the thing that's leading him after us. I went looking for 3 problems, Captain. There's 1 problem wearing 3 faces, and we're flying it. Can we starve him? Go quiet? There is no quiet fold. I gave Captain Sloane the list of what we could stop using, and it has not improved with age. Ways to die quieter. And quieter buys nothing now. The road behind us is already written. Every mark we've made since the gather is standing in the dark right where we made it, waiting for him to come and stand on it. I can shape the spending, group it, bank the rig's sendings to the anchorages, run the legs between as lean as the galley allows. Shaping costs him time. His sweeps spread. His confidence straggles. The lean leg proved that much. But shape is all it is. We cannot be unwritten. Mercer's thumb found the edge of the sounding weight and rode there. When he spoke next, it was slower, and the polish was all the way out of it. Where we've been, or where we're going. Where we've been. The marks are astern, Captain. They end at our last fold and start again when we make the next one. Ahead of us, the road doesn't exist, to him or to anyone, until we fly it. Until we fly it.
Mercer let that stand a moment, and whatever crossed behind the captain's eyes crossed alone, the way it had crossed Sloane's, and came out the other side the same way, as orders. Then here's the watch's worth of decisions, Doctor, and you'll hear them again at the table so nobody mistakes whose they are. The gap goes on the mourning figures. Read out with the floor and the loaf. His last fix, our lead, plain numbers in plain company. This crew has carried every true thing we've ever handed it and dropped none of them, and I will not start hiding arithmetic from people who can do arithmetic. Second, the spending shapes, your bankings and your lean legs. Draw the doctrine up with Brandt and the engine deck, and I'll sign it. Third, the rig's schedule stands. The channel is a debt, and this ship pays its debts on the day they fall due, hunted or not. If the cost of being ourselves is that he knows where we've been, then he knows where we've been. We are not buying silence from the only people out here we owe talk to. There's a fourth, Hale said. I want leave to keep one more column. What the road pays for our passage, junction by junction, sounded fore and aft, the whole way out. Not for the doctrine, for the record. She had not known until the bay, in the cold, with the saying coming up through her boots, what the column was actually for, and she gave Mercer the rest of it straight. The keeper's charge was to say what was here where it can't be taken down. When the witness is paid, Captain, I want it to carry our own line in it, too. What the leaving cost the people who gave us the leaving. All of it, in the open, counted. Or the witness is a column short, and I'd know. The cabin's air handlers ran on through the quiet. Hale looked at her for a long moment, and then he did what she had watched another captain do across the same desk. Reached out, took the brass sounding weight off the squared flimsies, and set it down on the brief, and left it there. If the gesture knew its own history, nothing in the captain's face said so. Hale looked at the weight a beat longer than the order needed. Keep your column, Doctor. The ship signs what the ship does, going as well as coming. Mercer straightened off the desk, and the mourning was in his voice now, the day's first weight going on to the shoulder that had learned to take them one at a time. And we'll have the division said plainly while it's just us. You found the cost, you keep the count, that's yours, and I know what it weighs, and I'm not taking it off you, because the day the count moves out of your hands is the day it stops being believed. But every step on that gauge from this watch forward is spent off the chair. You're the keeper of the book, not the owner of the bill. I've spent things in my life that don't come back, Doctor. I know the difference between the man who keeps the account and the man who signs it, because I've been both, and only one of them gets to sleep. His hand came off the desk. Get some. The gap reads out at the forenoon muster, and I want its keeper standing up straight when the ship hears it. The figures went out at the forenoon muster in the captain's own grammar, and they read exactly as plain as Mercer had wanted them. The floor, the loaf, the fuel, and the gap, his last fix and their lead, one number among the numbers the ship looked at every day now. The mess took it the way the mess had taken every bill since the modules went. A beat of quiet, the ladles stopped, somebody well back asking what the lead was in folds, and somebody nearer the maths telling him. And then the trays went along again, because the Endurance's people had been outrunning arithmetic since the first morning of the dark, and a hunter on the road was one more figure to be outrun. The ship folded at the bottom of the forenoon watch on the new doctrine, banked and lean. At the bench, on the lower trace, the step printed where every step the ship had ever made printed, small, clean, settled short, and Hale entered it in the book in her own hand, 3 columns and now a 4th, what was spent, what it bought, what it stepped,
and what the road had left. Then she sat a moment with the stylus down and the display dimmed, while the dark behind them kept the mark, their hour, their weight, their heading, standing astern on a dying junction for the man who would come and pay to read it. Hale shut the display down and went to get some sleep on the captain's order. Chapter 12. For the Little Guy. The wall mount opened up at the second bend of the dock throat, and it belonged to the people they had come to save. Aldridge read the burst before her body had finished putting her behind a structural rib. Light caliber, low cyclic, the feed snatching, a gun worked by hands that had never been drilled on it, hosing the length of the throat at anything that moved in its light. Rounds came down the passage in a flat, ragged stream and broke up on the collar plate behind the party and went whining off into a dock built for ships that no longer came. Under her boots, through 400 meters of structure, the drum carried the other sound, the one the Endurance had stopped for, the cutter's torches at the hub, still eating. Down and hold. Nobody returns. Say it back. It came back along the throat, station by station. Vega, Rhodes, the pair off the gun deck, the fabrication pair, Teague at the rear under the aid satchel. 7 voices, and not one of them with a question in it, because the whole party had stood in the boat bay when she said it the first time. The people in this drum cannot tell help from harm tonight, and we are not going to teach them the difference with a body count. The distress had crossed the road 2 folds back. No grammar the translator owned, just the oldest shape there is, one phrase over and over on every band at once, spreading wider each hour the way a thing calls when it has stopped believing anyone is coming and cannot stop calling. Marsh had brought it to the bridge because bringing things to the bridge plainly was the duty he had left, and the long scan had supplied the rest. A drum habitat hanging off the rim of a guttered junction, old, slow, patched in the manner of things that have been mending themselves since before anyone living on them was born, and 2 hulls working it the way wasps work an apple. Nobody had argued. The galley had been saying it for weeks, at the tables, in so many words. One clean right thing, on the road home, for somebody small. Mercer had turned the ship before the supper queue formed. Clean had lasted until the second bend. The geometry had not improved since her board first drew it, 20,000 kilometers out. The bigger raider, a cutter, ex-front, its auxiliary brands painted over and the paint failing, had driven a boarding spine through the drum's dock collar and was torching inward toward the stores ring and the air plant, the way you eat the heart of a thing first if nobody is coming to stop you. Its consort lay off the drum's shadow, watching the Endurance arrive with the unhurried insolence of long practice. And the Endurance could not fire on the cutter because the cutter had made itself a tick on the drum's belly, and every line of bearing to it ran through compartments with breath in them. So the ship stood off the consort, and Cardenas put the boat in under the drum's shadow at a service lock, and the party went up the dock throat on magsoles to do with 8 people what close defense could not do with a salvo. Break the grapple, cut the spine, put the cutter back into the dark where the ship could deal with it, which had survived contact with the drum's own defenders for exactly 2 bends. Lieutenant, Vega flat against the opposite rib, his lamp doused, his head tipped back at the trunking that ran the throat ceiling like pipework in a mine. That mount's fed off a local bus. Junction boxes on our side of the bend. 8 meters, my side. The bus dies, the guns are railing. Casualties first. Who's hit? I had money on a quiet walk, one of the gun deck pair through teeth. Forearm, Lieutenant. It's through the meat. Teague was already moving up the dead side of the throat, low and quick under the satchel, while the mount fired at the noise of its own echoes. A man who had crossed worse floors than this one to get to worse arms than that one.
The lamp on his chest threw his shadow back down the passage, and the burst light from the bend threw it forward again, so that the corpseman arrived twice everywhere he went. The party kept to its ribs and let him work. Through and through, good and clean. Teeb's voice on the channel kept the level it kept in the sick bay's worst hours, the level Soto's whole deck wore like issue kit. A seal patch, a wrap, the gas-tight cinch, all of it at speed, in lamplight, under fire. And then, because it was Teague, you'll walk, don't make it a habit, the book's selective. Tell me I'm in the book. You were in the book the day you shipped. This one's a footnote. The book. The whole crew knew the book. A grease pencil column inside the dispensary locker door. One mark for everybody who had walked away from Teague's hands since the torch first lit. The galley ran odds on the number. Teague never gave the number. It's not for reading, he'd say. It's for adding to. And went on adding. Vega, Aldred said. Kill the bus. Vega went up the trunking with his built glove flat to the metal, reading the run of it the way the man read everything now, through the 2 fingers fabrication had given him back, and at the junction box he did something brief and exact, and the wall mount at the bend died mid-belt, the feed jerking once, twice, dry. In the quiet that came down the throat afterwards, the local sounds reached the party from the bend, short, hard calls, not words to her, hands hauling at a dead machine in the dark. Lamps up, she said, muzzles down. We walk through slow, and nobody so much as turns their head fast. Roads on me. The party came around the bend in full light with their guns aimed at the deck, and the drums people saw them for the first time. There were 5 at the mount, and they were built the way the inside of the drum had said its makers would be. Low, broad as doors, wrapped in quilted work cloth gone shiny at the seams, with wide, flat eyes made for a dimmer light than any lamp the party carried. 4 of them went back off the gun in a scrambling knot. The 5th came forward. It put itself between the stranger's and its own. Old, by the gray in its cloth, the top of its head level with Aldrich's chest, and it raised a cutting tool in both hands, and stood there, shaking with the effort of standing there, in front of 8 armored shapes from a sky that had sent it nothing but appetite. Aldrich stopped the party with one hand. The old one's tool was a torch head on a haft, work-worn, the kind of weapon a place owns when it has never owned weapons. Behind it, the 4 others had stopped scrambling and gone still, watching, and behind them the throat ran on toward the hub and the sound of eating. Aldrich turned her lamp onto her own faceplate so they could see there was a face. It would mean nothing. Nothing about her meant anything here. The people of this drum would live and die without learning her name, her species, her ship, the word Manchester, or the word help. She pointed her gun at the deck. She pointed up the throat, at the hub, at the noise. Then she drew her hand flat across her own throat, once, the oldest grammar she had, and pointed at the noise again. The old one looked at the gun on the deck, and the hand, and the lamps. The tool came down a span. Not trust, triage, a thing that has lost everything, sorting which stranger eats it first. It stood aside, and the party went through, and the drums people watched them go past, flat-eyed in the lamplight, the way the cornered watch everything. Bridge, Aldrich, she said, moving. Past the first defended point, no casualties theirs, 1 walking ours, making for the hub. Bridge copies, Holt's voice came down the channel level and dry. Be advised the consort's done watching. She's begun a wide maneuver, working her angle on us. The ship holds the door open for you, Lieutenant, and the ship will go on holding it. Spend the time as if it cost.
Aldrich copies. It always does.
The throat let them out at the hub into the dock's old handling space, a drum-hearted hollow where the spin died away to nothing and generations of careful poverty hung netted to every surface. Stores, spares, salvage, the kept wealth of a small place, and through the middle of all of it, like a spear through a pantry shelf, ran the raider's boarding spine. It had been driven through the dock collar from outside, a segmented steel gullet 4 meters across, petalled at its breech the way punched plate petals, its mouth sunk in the drum's body and its far end fast to the cutter on the hull beyond. Heat shimmered off the collar where the torch crews had widened the wound. The air in the handling space tasted of burnt insulation through her filter's report. And down the line of the spine, in the bones of the station, the eating went on, and now there were voices in it, rendered ones, the raiders' traffic spilling unencrypted from the spine's mouth, because nobody out here had ever needed to hide from anybody. Aldridge took the party in along the netted walls, dark again, lamps out, and got her first look at what the pocket had sent against the little guy. The torch crew at the store's ring breach numbered 6. Their suits were front issue and their suits were dying. Seals doubled over with tape, plates mismatched. One helmet showing bare, crazed glass where its glare skin had peeled, and nobody had a replacement. The rails slung at their backs had been cannibalized down to function and no further, and the bodies inside the suits were starved. It was in the way they moved at the torches, in the wrists, in the gait. A gauntness you could read through armor if you had spent enough years reading armored people, and she had. Demobbed. She'd called it from the brands the moment the optics gave her the hull. When the lane war moved on, the front had cut its auxiliaries loose the way it cut everything loose that had stopped paying, and the cut loose had kept their hulls and their rails and their hunger, and the pocket had no flag left that fed anyone. A dead line's leavings. The phrase came up the years at her from a different boarding, and it arrived meaning something it hadn't meant the first time. The pocket had stopped making villains somewhere back along the road. What it made now was cornered things eating cornered things, and she could sort them only by which had its teeth in which tonight. Spine collar, Vega breathed on the channel. Where she seated through the dock wall. That's the cut. Sever at the collar, she peels off whole. The breech self-seals on the pedals near enough for the locals to dress it. I'll want the charges placed under their feet near as.
Then we move their feet. Roads, left netting line, up and over, your eyes on the spine mouth. Gun deck, the breech. Vega and the charges with me. Teague, the corpseman was already where she would have put him, in cover at the throat mouth. Satchel squared. Stay found. It went for 40 meters the way the good ones go. The party came down both netting lines onto the torch crew's blind side, with the spin gradient at their backs, and the first the raiders knew of the Endurance was Aldridge's voice on their own open band, rendered by the same translator that carried the front's faultless courtesies, saying the one thing she had come to say: leave. 4 of them went. Whatever was left in the pocket worth being shot over, a half-eaten drum wasn't it, and the 4 at the torches dropped tools and bolted for the spine's gullet with their rails still slung, starvation's own discipline, the arithmetic of people who had learned that the body was the last thing they owned outright and the only thing not worth spending. 2 stood guard at the vault mouth, and guards meant something guarded, and they fought. It was close and ugly and very fast, in netted dark, crossed by 3 lamps and the breech glow, rail fire flat and wrong in the dead air of the handling space, and there was nothing in it of the gun line wars outside. No envelope, no tables, no method, just 2 starved creatures putting fire into shadows at spitting distance, while the shadows answered. One of the fabrication pair took a graze across the shoulder plate that spun him into the netting. Rhodes put her burst where AWL had taught the whole boat bay to put it, and the first guard came off the vault mouth dead before the sound of it settled. The second went down wounded under the gun deck pair and died there hard, fighting the hands that held him with everything the hunger had left in the wrists of him, and then died entirely, and the handling space went quiet except for the spine's far end groaning as the cutter shifted its weight.
AWL crossed to the vault the dead pair had been holding because she would not write an after-action with a blind spot in the middle of it, and put her lamp through the torch breach to see what was worth 2 lives to a crew already running. Stores, the drums keeping, lashed in tidy stacks the way a careful place lashes what it owns. And in among the local netting, rank on rank of it, crates of other makes. A dozen patterns, none of them the drums, every lock cut, the cut edges old enough to have dulled. Trade goods came with manifests, with wear at the handling points, with the mess of honest use. This had come aboard the way the cut lock said it came aboard, in one season, from somebody who had presumably also called on every band at once, in the oldest shape there is, while a stronger neighbor came alongside. Aldridge looked at it for the length of one breath, and put her lamp down, and said nothing on any channel. There was nobody to say it to. The party was 8 souls under fire in somebody else's larder. The ship was holding a door open at a price climbing by the minute, and the sorting of this place's sins was not tonight's work, and not hers. Tonight the drum was the thing with teeth in it, and that was the whole of the flag she flew. But the Count went into her the way everything went into her, exact, for keeps, one more entry in the long ledger of what the pocket had taught the Endurance about clean. Charges set, Vega said, collars dressed. Bridge, Aldridge, spines rigged to blow. Their people first. The breach has cut a gallery off the stores ring and there's living in it. Then we burn it. Bridge copies, Holt. And behind his voice the bridge's other voices, the well counting something, Brant's flat Cleveland answering a course. Consort's committed to her pass, Lieutenant. She means to spite us on the way out. Make it quick and come home. Captain's compliments. They pulled the locals first. The torch crew's breach had cut a work gallery off the stores ring with heat and ruin, and there were 8 of the drum's people behind it. Pressed into the cold end of a dying space, eyes full of lamplight, and the party cut the seam wider on the safe side and passed them out hand to hand along the netting lines, broad, heavy bodies light as luggage in the spin shadow, while Vega watched his charges and the clock. 7 crossed on their own grips, quick as stevedores the moment they understood. The 8th was small, a child, or this people's shape of one, half the old one's height, wrapped in a work quilt with the seams turned in, and it would not cross the open dark. It shut its eyes and locked every limb it had. Teague took it. There was nobody else it was ever going to be. The corpseman crossed the gallery mouth, peeled the small one off the netting with the patience of a man who had done it before in other holds with other species' children, and bore it down the line one-armed, its grip closed on his satchel strap, talking the whole way, low and human and meaningless. There you are, there's nothing to it, all downhill from here. The words could not have meant less to it if he'd sung them. The voice was the cargo. At the throat-mouth he set the small one into the old one's arms with the rest of its people, and its fist came off his satchel strap last of everything, the way small fists do, and Teague being Teague, he pressed a galley sweet into the free hand, mint, the bad batch, the ones the crew wouldn't touch, and turned and ran for the boat with the rest of the party. "Burn it," Aldridge said, and Vega burned it. The spine blew with the party 2 bends down the throat. The drum rang like a struck bell, one enormous tone through every deck and bone, and the cutter tore free off the collar pedals, taking its dead gullet with it, and the breech clapped home on torn steel near enough to seal, and the cutter found the Endurance waiting between it and the dark, exactly where a ship stands when she's been holding a door all watch and is done holding it. The party never saw that part. The party was crossing the last open span to the service lock, the gap where the dock's fouter plating had been salvaged by its own people generations back, 8 meters of naked structure with the stars through it, one at a time on the line, when the consort made her pass. The consort was beaten, and knew it, and spent her spite on the way out, the way the cut loose did, a rail salvo flung flat across the drum's dock structure at the lock she'd watched the boat go in by, vengeance priced at nothing, because the Endurance's arc was fouled by the drum itself, one long burst into a place where there was nothing left to win. Most of it went into dead steel. Teague was fourth on the line. The round took him through the body at the top of the span and threw him against the lock frame, and Aldridge was on him before his lamp finished spinning, her gloves at the wound and the wound past any glove, the suit doing its dumb, faithful arithmetic of seals and pressure with nothing left to seal it around. His faceplate had fogged from the inside. His mouth worked once, twice, around something that had no air behind it, and his eyes found her, and were certain of her, which was the worst of it, and also all there was of comfort. And then it stopped, all of it, at once, between one handhold and the next, 8 meters from the boat, half a universe from home. Bring him. Her voice did not move, and the party did not stop. Rhodes, his shoulders. Gun deck, cover the span and cross last. Move. They brought him. The Orun gathered their broken. The Endurance had learned it off the wronged and would not be taught out of it now. The party came over the span under the consort's receding wake, with the corpseman's body on the line between them, and Cardenas had the boat off the lock before the outer door finished its swing, and astern, as they ran for the ship's shadow, the Endurance spoke twice, 2 short, close defense bursts, scarce metal spent exactly, and the consort sheared away, hit and diminished, and gone, off after its sibling into the dying dark. The ship's rounds would tell the cut loose who had hit them, if anyone over there ever read their own wreckage, the front's pattern, the front's handwriting, stamped into the front's leavings, the pocket's whole war in one store's stencil. In the boat, in the webbing, nobody said anything. One of the fabrication pair's teeth had started to chatter with the come-down, and the winged rating sat staring at his own bound forearm, at the wrap Teague had cinched on it in the throat, good for years. Below them, the drum turned in its old patched poverty, and as the boat climbed away, the lights came back up along it, ring by ring, section by section. Somebody at a bus somewhere, restoring what could be restored, until the whole battered length of it stood lit against the guttered junction's dark, a small place insisting on itself. No signal came up with the light, no question, no thanks, no name asked for, and none given. The drum did not know what the Endurance was called. It never would. Rhodes watched it through the port, with the corpseman's body bagged and webbed at her knees, until the drum was a coin of light, and Aldridge let her watch, and said none of the things that were true. Ferris's deck cut the name into the bulkhead at frame 31, at the bottom of the middle watch, off watch, no ceremony ordered, the way it had been done since the first torch. And at the turn of the watch, the wall read 2 captains and 10 names, and the line for all the rest. The watch light stood low on the letters, and the watches turned over around them, because the road had taught the crew that much: the going is the keeping. Aldridge wrote the after-action plainly, in the captain's own form. The objective taken, the spine severed, the drum sealed and lit. One raider damaged by close defense fire and driven off, one driven off whole. The drum stores ring breached by hostile action and found already holding goods of 12 foreign makes with cut locks, contents as observed. She wrote what the lamp had found and whose marks were under the lashings, because a record should carry what the lamp finds and not what the heart prefers.
8 of the drum's people recovered alive from the breached gallery. 2 hostiles killed by the party in close action. Party casualties, 1 wounded, walking, and 1 killed. Corpsman Teague. Rail fire, the lock span, the withdrawal. The certifying line took her longer than the rest of the report together, and said the least. The watch bill for the next leg posted while she was signing. Same standing order at the head of it as every leg since the gather. Mercer's order unamended. The distress bands stay manned, all watches, all junctions. The road home ran on through other people's war, and the Endurance had not stopped being the ship that stops, and the cost of that now had a fresh name on it, and the order stood anyway, and Aldridge set her name under it the way she set her name under true things. Soto found her at the dispensary, because Soto found everyone, and the 2 of them stood at the open locker without saying very much. The book ran down the inside of the door in grease pencil, the whole commission of it, column after column in a corpsman's tidy hand, every mark a person who had walked away from him. The newest marks still shone. He never gave anybody the number, Soto said. I signed that man's stores chits since Houston, not once. It's not for reading, Aldridge said. It's for adding to. The total stood at 209. Aldridge took the grease pencil off its string and added the rating with the bound forearm, who would walk for years on Teague's cinch work. Then she added the 8 from the gallery, broad, flat-eyed strangers in a drum that would never learn his name or hers, alive tonight in their lit rings because the Endurance stops. And the last of the 8 was small, and had crossed the dark in his arms with a galley suite shut in its fist. 218. Aldridge put the pencil back on its string where the next hand would want it, and closed the locker on the number. Chapter 13. The End of What a Person Can Take. The Skald came down at the bottom of the middle watch, wearing the shape of the urn rail, on the wrist of a galley hand who went to sleep in the treatment chair between the cutting of the cuff and the first touch of the dressing, upright, mid-sentence, gone. And Soto finished the whole dressing on a sleeping man, and then stood a while with his slack hand in both of hers, because the chair was doing more for him than anything in her cabinets could, and waking him to send him to a rack he wouldn't use seemed a poor trade for either of them. It was the 4th burn off that urn since the leg began. The urn had not moved, the rail had not changed. What had changed was the hands. Somewhere back along the road, she could have put a date to it if dates had still been the way the ship kept time, instead of legs and folds and the names of actions. Soto had stopped asking her patients how it happened. The question got her stories, and the stories were all the same story wearing different overalls. A wrench that slipped, a rail that bit, a ladder that arrived early. She asked instead when they had last slept a full watch through, and wrote the answers down without comment. And the answers had become a column, and the column had become a curve, and the curve only went one way. The ward behind her ran quiet. 2 beds taken, the burn case from frame 61 still growing his new skin at the scheduled new skin kept regardless of wars, the rest of the long room dark and squared away. And at the duty desk, under the one lamp, Soto's own book lay open at the pages nobody else read. Not the ward log. The ward log was the ship's. This one was hers, started in the bad spring with a stub of Teague's grease pencil, and it ran in columns the way everything aboard ran in columns now, because the captain had taught the whole ship to count what it spent. The draft line first, sleep doses issued per week, climbing in its slow stairs since the gather, past anything she'd have signed for in home waters, every issue judged and initialed, and most of them hers. Then the weight curve. The loaf was honest, and the trays came back scraped, and the crew got lighter anyway, ounce by ounce. the body doing its own quiet accountancy of what the cold and the watches cost, above what the printers gave back. Then reporting sick, not the broken bones, the other kind, the headaches without injuries, and the backs without strains. The body sending up flares on behalf of a man who would never himself ask for anything.
And then the fourth column, the one with the honest word at the top of it, because she had tried the clinical names and thrown them out. Homesickness, written plain, entered like any other finding, charted like a fever. She'd half expected the first reading of it at the morning conference to raise somebody's eyebrow. Nobody's had moved. The crew had been diagnosing each other across the mess tables for a year in exactly that word. Her log had merely stopped pretending it knew a better one. The presentations were in front of her every watch now, and none of them looked like the word. They looked like a coxswain's mate who came down for a dressing change and stayed 40 minutes telling her the tide times at Vera Cruz, this month's, which he had worked out from first principles on the back of a fuel chit for a harbor on the far side of a sealed sky. They looked like the fabrication hand who asked, embarrassed, hands in her lap, 26 years old, for something to stop her dreaming. Not the bad dreams, she'd said. She kept the bad ones fine. The good ones. Her mother's kitchen, the dog, rain on a window with a latch she could have drawn blindfold. It was the waking out of those that she couldn't keep paying for, 4 o'clock after 4 o'clock. And Soto had written the request in the log in the woman's own words because no language she owned could improve on them, and had not filled it. And the two of them had sat with that for a while, and then the fabrication hand had gone back on watch. Sleep debt, grief debt, the want of home. Soto ran her eye down the 4 columns the way she'd run it down Holt's trace through the worst of it, looking for the floor. And the difference was that Holt's trace had owned a floor. This curve had a wall with 2 captains and 10 names on it, standing under it, and a fresh cut among them that still showed bright at the edges, and every soul aboard stood within 2 removes of a name on that wall, and the ship sailed on regardless because sailing on was the treatment plan, the whole of it, there being no other entry on the formulary. On the inside of the dispensary locker door, when she opened it for the night issue, the book met her the way it met her every time now. Column after column, in a tidy grease pencil hand, 218 marks, the newest 9 not hers to have added, and added anyway by Aldrich, and the night draws roster taped beside it with a line through nothing, because Soto had not yet struck his name off the rotation, and knew exactly what that meant, and charted it nowhere. Boyd came down at 3 bells of the morning watch, and the cook came himself, which was the first reading, because Boyd ran his galley like a battery and did not leave it in the run-up to breakfast for anything that a runner could carry. Doctor, flour to the elbow still, and a man unused to wards, standing where the lamplight ended. The loaf figures not come up.
Soto put the issue book back on its shelf. Say the rest of it. It's Renner. Boyd turned his cap once in his hands, a half-turn, and set it going back the other way. He's in number 2 hold. Been there since the forenoon. Yesterday's forenoon. I sent the duty baker down for the figure at midnight, and he wouldn't give it. Said it wasn't finished. And Wim Renner has never once in this commission said that sentence. I went down myself an hour ago. The cap stopped. He's counting the barrels, Doctor, out loud. He gets up past 40 and stops, and goes back to the top of the rank, and his voice is gone from it. And when I put my hand on the board, he looked at me like I'd reached for the helm in a fold. Boyd, who fed 160 people twice a day off arithmetic and nerve, looked at the deck, and then made himself look back up, and said the thing he'd carried 4 decks to say. He's telling them to the barrels, the numbers, like they need to hear it. I've left the baker at the hatch so he's not alone, and I've not told the bridge, and I don't know which of those was right. Both, Soto could have told him. She took the satchel instead, the satchel off its peg, where a tidy hand had stalked it in a pattern she had not had the heart to rearrange, and went up through the sleeping ship with the cook, fast, at the pace that was trained to look like rounds. Soto knew Wim Renner the way she knew most of the crew below the wardroom, through his paper and his blood pressure and his teeth. Stores petty officer Utrecht, a face like the closed ledger, and a heart he thought nobody had the figures on. He had kept the loaf since the day the Gardens died, the man who turned barrels into days and days into the number the captain read out at muster, with the floor and the fuel and the gap. And in the whole hungry history of the road, his figure had never once come up late, and never once come up wrong. And the rationing had stayed a thing the crew could bear in part because everybody had watched Renner weigh his own tray last, every sitting, since Houston. It was Renner who had kept Teague's satchel stocked, and signed his chits, and squared his columns. The quiet ones who make the fair thing feel ordinary. The ship ran on perhaps a dozen of them, and no watch bill anywhere listed the post. Number 2 hold stood at the cold end of the ship, and the work lights were on down one rank only, so that the barrels stood up out of the dark in a single lit lane like a road with nothing at the end of it. Renner was halfway down the lane with the tally board against his forearm, the way a man parries a shield, and Soto stopped at the hatch and read him from there, the whole presentation, before one word got spent. 40 hours on his feet by the set of the knees, lips cracked, voice down to a husk that was still, and she could hear it across 30 meters of cold, saying numbers. The chalk worn to a stub his fingers had to pinch, and his eyes, when the light caught them, doing the thing she had seen in casualty bays and never anywhere good, moving along the barrel rank fast and returning, a man bailing a boat with a hole in it and no land out. "Stay at the hatch," she said to Boyd, and put the satchel down inside it, in plain view, and went down the lit lane alone with her hands empty. Soto sat on a barrel 2 ranks short of him, in his eye line, and said nothing at all until the count ran out, 38, 39, and stopped, the way Boyd had said it stopped, like a man stepping off a stair that wasn't there. "It goes at 40, Renner said, to the barrels, or to her. The difference had thinned. "Every pass, up to 40, it's certain, and then the certainty." His free hand opened, slowly, showing her the empty palm, the most exact description of the thing she'd heard from anyone aboard. "And a count you're not certain of isn't a count, so you go back, you have to go back. The figure goes to muster, Doctor. The captain reads my figure to the whole ship's company, the floor, the loaf, the fuel, and he spends days off it. He lays courses off it. And if the loaf is wrong—" The voice didn't rise. That was the worst of it. The voice stayed at the level a man uses for stores, reasonable, procedural, while the hand that wasn't holding the board shook against his trouser seam like a part of a different man. "I've been doing it since the forenoon. It won't stay done. I can't make it stay done." "When did you eat, Wim?" "It's 51 barrels. It's been 51 barrels for 9 days. It should take 11 minutes. I've done it in 11 minutes, 1,000. And the procedural voice cracked through, 1 syllable wide, and closed over again. "I can't come off the count, Doctor. If I come off it, it's not done, and the figure's not safe, and they'll eat off a number nobody proved." Soto stayed on her barrel. The cold of the hold came up through her boots, patient, the same cold that lived in every compartment of every leg now, and she kept her voice in the place she kept it for the conversations that were doses. "Then I'm relieving you of it." Plain, formal ward volume. "You're a watchkeeper who's been on watch 3 watches past handover, and there was a procedure for that,
And you know it better than anyone aboard, because you wrote half the store's copy of it. The count passes to me the moment the board does, not abandoned, relieved. Boyd and the engine deck will prove it barrel by barrel with 2 hands and a witness, and the figure will go to the bridge under my signature, and my signature has never been refused on this ship." She put her hand out, flat, steady, and let it stand in the cold between them. "Give me the count, Wim." Renner didn't. His arm closed the board into his chest, both hands now, and for a long moment the store's petty officer stood in the lit lane, gripping a slab of chalked composite, the way the drum's old one had gripped its torch haft. A man at the end of everything, defending the last thing that was his. And then his face came apart. Not crumpling, nothing so soft. It went in stages, like a seal failing. The procedural set of it going first, and then the jaw, and then the eyes. And what was behind it had been behind it for a long time, and was bigger than the hold. "Teague's line is still open." It came out of him in the husk, in the ledger grammar, because the ledger grammar was the only one with a road left through it. "Satchel restock. Drawn against stores. Week before the drum. Signed for. Never collected. It's an open issue, Doctor. It sits in my book in red, and I can't close it, because closing it means writing the word, and I can't leave it, because an open line says he's coming down for it. And every time I prove the columns, the book stops at his chit, and the board sagged. "I square that book every week of my life. There's a man in it who won't square. What's the procedure? Tell me the procedure for that one, and I'll follow it. I swear to God, I'm good at procedures." "There isn't one," Soto said. "Not in your book, and not in mine." The board went down, not handed over, down, out of his arms, taking the rest of him with it. And Renner sat against the barrel rank on the deck of his own hold, with his hands over his mouth, and wept the way men weep who have spent a commission not doing it, in heaves, ugly with the breath fighting him, nothing in it for anyone to admire. So Toe came off her barrel and sat down on the deck plates next to him, cold and all, shoulder against his shoulder, and did not tell him it was all right, because it wasn't, and he was a bookkeeper. He'd have caught the false entry before it finished crossing her teeth. Lot was 8. It came out of the heaves sideways, halfway through, the real cargo arriving the way the real cargo always arrived, after the inspection, under other paper. When we shipped, 8, and she had a loose tooth. She wouldn't let anybody. She'd be 11, 12. Her birthday's in the spring, and I can't. Doctor, I don't know whether it's 11 or 12. I've tried to prove it, and I get 2 answers. I count barrels for a living, and I cannot make my own girl's age come out. And her face, I've got the picture. Everyone's got their pictures, but the picture's 8. She isn't 8. Somewhere she's tall, and I wasn't. And the rest of it went where there were no words to keep it, and he sat in the lit lane of his proven barrels and cried for the daughter he could not count, and the urn scalds and the tide tables, and the good dreams, and the whole 4th column of her book sat there on the deck with the 2 of them, wearing a store's ledger for a face. Soto stayed until the worst of the heaves had run through. Then, because he was the man he was, he asked her for the thing himself in 4 words, with his eyes already going back to the rank of barrels and the terror of the Count standing up in them again, ready to start him over. "Put me out, Doctor." "Yes," she said, and got the satchel. Renner was asleep before the orderlies came down, on the deck, on Boyd's folded coat, his face slack and young, and finally vacant of arithmetic. And the 2 of them carried him up through a ship beginning to wake, and the few hands they passed in the passages stood back against the trunking and asked nothing, and would not need to. The galley crew would do the ship's diagnostics by breakfast, accurate to a decimal place, the way it always did. At the hatch, Soto picked the tally board up off the deck. Chalk columns, neat as print to halfway, the hand loosening below that, and the last pass a stagger of figures going nowhere. A year of the road, charted by a man on one board in one night. She gave it to Whitlock at the hold hatch, where the second engineer had arrived unsummoned with the watch change, the way the ship's good ones arrived. Full recount, you and Boyd, 2 hands, called and witnessed, and the figure to the bridge under my name before muster. Aye, Doctor. Whitlock took the board the way she took a casualty's effects, both hands. The recount took the 2 of them 40 minutes, and the figure went up late. The first morning since the Gardens died that the muster numbers stood waiting on the loaf, and the lateness went through the ship with no pipe made and nothing said and everything understood. It came out at 51 barrels, to the barrel, to the kilo, dead on Renner's last proven figure. Whitlock brought the chit down to the ward herself and stood while Soto read it, flat Welsh and very quiet. He was never out, Doctor, not by a heel of loaf. There was nothing wrong with his count. No, Soto said, there never was. That was the finding she charted in the end, in the ward log where findings went. A sound count, a sound man, and the road. She wrote the diagnosis in the honest words, all 3 of them, and under cause she wrote service conditions, and under treatment she wrote what there was, which was sleep, and the watch off the figure, and time. And she sat looking at the last word a moment, because time was the one stores item aboard that nobody could prove the count on. And then she signed it, because a record should say what the lamp finds. Mercer came down in the dog watches, the way Mercer came down every day of every leg, with no folio, and his stool habit, and his memory for names, and stopped at the duty desk instead. And Soto knew the difference in his step before she turned, because the pair of them had been reading each other across this desk since a different captain owned the other half of the arrangement. He's sleeping, she said. He'll sleep most of 2 days if I have my way, and I'll have my way. Then he's mine for a while. Light duties, the ward, nothing with a column in it. Boyd carries the loaf in the meantime, with Whitlock proving him weekly. You'll want more than that from me, and there isn't more. He isn't broken machinery, Captain, and I won't write you a repair date. We'll know what's left when there's a man awake to ask. That isn't what I came to ask. Mercer took the stool, not to the desk, to the alcove screen, half drawn on the sleeping shape of the man who had weighed his own tray last for the whole hungry length of the road, and sat the way he sat with the burned and the winged, forearms on knees, no polish anywhere on him at this hour. I came down to ask you the question I've been not asking you since the drum, Maria, and after this morning I've lost the excuse. The distress bands are manned, all watches, all junctions, my standing order. The next call that crosses the road, and there will be one, this pocket is one long call. I turn the ship, and I spend what's left of these people on somebody else's worst night. Or I don't turn, and I spend them another way, the way that doesn't bleed and doesn't show. His hands came together, lightly, the old committee gesture stripped of all its rooms. You keep the only gauge aboard that I've been reading off your face instead of off a board. So read it to me. Can they keep doing this? Soto came round the desk and sat on its edge, where she could see both of them, the captain and the sleeping bookkeeper, one lamp between them. No, she said, and they're going to have to. And you knew both halves of that before you came down, so let's have the real question on the table.
Mercer's mouth moved, not quite to a smile. The ghost of the man who had once kept speeches ready for kinder versions of conversations. The real question, yes. He looked at the screen. Which calls do I stop for, Doctor? That's where I've got to. I sit with the wall, I sit down here, I read your face at every muster, and I've started pricing mercy by the watch hour. And I wanted, the fluency went out of it. What was left was plainer and better. I wanted to be told whether the stopping is what's killing them, because I can stop the stopping. It's the one expenditure on this ship that's mine to strike. Strike it and I'll certify you unfit. Soto said it flat, at ward volume, and let it stand long enough to be heard as the clinical opinion it was. You've read my columns, so read them right. Sleep, I can't print. Home, I can't prescribe. And grief, I can only sit with. But the stopping, Julian, the stopping is the one thing on this road that puts anything back. I watched a boat bay full of spent people come home from that drum having lost the best of us, and I charted every one of them in the week after, and I'll tell you what the readings said. The ones who carried that child out, the ones who put the lights back on in a place that will never know our name, they're the ones still standing nearest to upright. It costs, and I bill you for it, and the bills are real. This morning's is 2 decks down with his daughter's age coming out 2 ways. But you strike that standing order, and you won't have spared them the spending. You'll have told 160 people that the last year meant nothing, and the next one will mean less, and I'll be issuing drafts with a shovel by spring. They cannot keep doing this, and they must, and the only mercy you've actually got in your locker is to make sure that what it's spent on stays worth what it costs. That and the figure. The figure. Mine. Soto reached back across the desk and turned her own book around, the 4 columns facing him, the curve only going one way. You read the floor and the loaf and the fuel and the gap to the whole ship's company every morning, plain numbers in plain company, because you won't hide arithmetic from people who can do arithmetic. Your words, the mess can recite them. There's been a 5th figure aboard since the gather, and it's been kept in one head and read off one face, and after this morning every hand on this ship knows it exists. So put it on the board, Captain. The margin, how many fit watchstanders the bill has to spare, past the bare watches. I'll build it honestly and read it out myself, and the ship will know what the next stop costs before you spend it, the same as rounds, the same as barrels. No more gauges behind my face. Hidden gauges are how this mourning happens. Mercer looked at the columns a long time. When he stood without ceremony, a man picking up the next weight in the row. And at the screen's edge he paused and looked through the gap at Renner, asleep, slack, counted out. Vance had a line. Sloane gave it to me once, second hand in the bad week, and I've been spending off it since. A captain's stores are people. I used to think it was warm, that sentence. It isn't, you know. It's an inventory instruction. He turned for the hatch. Build your figure, Doctor. It reads out tomorrow, after the fuel. And the standing order stands. I know it does. It's half my pharmacy. The 5th figure went out at the forenoon muster in her own voice, after the fuel and before the gap, the watch margin, a plain number in plain company, and that morning the number was 4, and the mess took it the way the mess had taken every true bill since the modules went. A beat of quiet. The ladles stopped. Somebody well back asking what it had been at the gather, and somebody nearer the mess saying 11. And then the trays went along the rail again, because there was a watch to relieve. From that morning the ship's company knew its own remaining strength the way it knew the loaf, and watched the captain spend it, priced, in the open, every time the Endurance stopped, and not one voice, anywhere, on any deck, asked him to stop stopping. Renner woke on the 2nd day and was not mended, and nobody had said he would be.
The shape of it stayed on him, a slowness at the edges of him, a flinch when the morning figures came down the passage on the tannoy, eyes that went away somewhere in the middle of a sentence and came back having been to Utrecht, and Soto kept him in the ward on light duties and let his hands have what his hands could trust. He counted dressings. He squared the stores cupboard until the stores cupboard could have stood an admiral's inspection. And on the third afternoon he told the duty orderly, in a voice still half-husk, that the second drawer was 2 field packs short of its card, and he was right, and the orderly swore and went hunting, and the small laugh that ran down the ward had Renner's own ghost of a smile inside it somewhere, the first entry on that page, and not a cure, and she charted it for exactly what it was. The chit she did herself at the duty desk on the 4th evening, with Renner standing beside her because she had judged him fit to stand there, and judged it better than fit that he see it done. The ward was short a corpsman's satchel stock. The line had sat open in the stores book in red since before the drum. The issue was true, and the need was true. Soto drew the restock to the ward under her own signature, and the open line closed, honestly, in the ordinary way of stores, goods to a living deck, and she turned the book so the bookkeeper could see his columns square. Renner looked at the closed line for a long time. The ledger sat balanced under the lamp, and somewhere 2 frames forward the wall kept its own ledger, 10 names and 2 captains, and a line at the foot for all the rest. And the man who counted things stood with his split lips pressed together, reading the one entry in his book that had come out true and would never come out right. "It shouldn't balance," he said. "No," Soto said, "it shouldn't. Square isn't the same as paid. We keep the books anyway." That night, on her own watch below, at the duty desk with the long room dark and breathing, Soto opened her 4th column, the one with the honest word at the top, the curve that only went one way, and at the bottom of it, in the tidy hand 30 years of charts had given her, she entered the name she had been leaving off it since Houston. Then she dated it and initialed it the way the records wanted things done, and went back out to the living. Chapter 14. The Log Nobody Will Read. The third sweep crossed the dead system at the turn of the middle watch, and the Endurance lay dark in the cinder's shadow and gave it nothing to find. Marsh ran the emission ledger the way he had run it through every contact since the running silent days. Every emitter line, every interlock, the long column of things the ship had promised not to say, the relay layer sitting in its place in the column now because he had put it there himself, line by line, so that no one after him would need a spy's education to keep a ship dark. The sweeper rode its rung across the top of the sky, patient as arithmetic, and found a cinder, a rung junction, and a hole in the dark 200 meters long, and went on down its ladder toward the next system with its take as empty as the system was. On the plot at Aldridge's station, the range opened, and went on opening, and nobody on the bridge said anything until it had opened past the threshold, and then everybody said something quietly to somebody, which was how the ship cheered these days. 3 sweeps inside a month. Tan's ladders were not searching this volume, they were mowing it. And the junction, the one road out worth the name, the next rung of the route home, sat 11 light minutes off the cinder's shoulder and would not hold a solution, because somebody's war had been through this sky before them. Hale's bench had measured it the first day. The junction rang. Not steadily, that you could work with, but in long, sour swells. A bell struck and struck again somewhere far up the line, and a fold committed into that was a coin flipped with the ship on it. Her best reading gave it weeks to settle. Her honest reading said it would settle when it settled. So the captain had made the call the whole crew had heard him make. They would wait. Drive banked to embers, boards cold, the ship moored to the shadow of a star that had finished burning before anyone aboard was born, while the hunt mowed the sky overhead, and the one-door home rang itself quiet. The Endurance had outrun, outfought, and outbled everything the dark had sent her for 5 years. Now she had to do the one thing the crew was least fit for. Nothing. Mercer came down to the signals deck himself the forenoon after the third sweep, which was the captain's way. He went to people. The room came to no one. The minder that watch was Tice again, back in the rotation, broad and patient at his stool, and the captain nodded to him as a man at his duty, and stood at Marsh's board and looked at the column of promises the ship was keeping.
"Lieutenant, from tonight, the ship keeps a second log." Mercer's voice stayed flat, order flat, but something underneath it was considered, a thing he had walked here deciding how to say. "The bridge record goes on writing itself. Positions, watches, the machine's memory. I mean the other one, what this was like, who we were while it was happening. Geneva trained me to read official histories, which is how I know nobody can write one while it's true. So it won't be official. It'll be a man at a board, in his own hand, putting down what the day actually held, the muster, the weather of the ship, what was said, and what it cost. Plain and whole, and nobody reading it over your shoulder for style." "You're giving it to me?" "I'm giving it to you." "Sir." Marsh kept his eyes on the board because the board did not look back. "There are 163 people on this ship who'd be believed first." "There's one officer aboard," Mercer said, "with the proven record of writing down true things that powerful people would have preferred unwritten, and of keeping at it, under a sealed key, for years, at a price he then paid in full and in public. I have read the tribunal record more times than you have, Lieutenant, which I know, because you read it once." A beat. The captain's eyes went along the green wash of the receiver stack and came back. "I'm not handing you a kindness. I'm handing you the duty that fits the shape of what you are, and they aren't always different things. 2 keys, same as everything you touch. Tice signs for the right. Nobody signs for the wording, not Commander Holt, not me. If the log says the captain got it wrong on a Tuesday, the log says so." Marsh looked at the slate Mercer had set on the console edge. Ordinary, yard issue, the cheapest object aboard, and the question arrived before he could price it. "Who's it for?" Mercer was already at the hatch. He stopped, and the answer he gave was the one Marsh wrote at the head of the file an hour later, because it was exact. "Home," the captain said, and went up the ladder, and the watch went on around the word. 9 October, 2243. ISV Endurance, lying dark and cold in an uncharted dead system on the long road home. The crew have been promised the naming of it, and the steward is taking entries. By the captain's order this log is begun, to be kept plainly in my own hand for the people we belong to, who do not know we are alive, and have no way to learn it until the sky between us answers, and will read this late or never. We left Earth in 2240. We are coming up on 4 years out now, and the road home has been the hardest stretch of all of them, and the way home runs through a junction that is presently ringing like a struck bell, so we wait. Muster this morning, 164 souls, all names answered. The wall at frame 31 carries 2 captains and 10 names, and a line for all the rest. The newest is Corpsman Teague, who is owed by 218 people, some of whom will never know his name. The ship is patched, grafted, toothless by her builder's lights and dangerous by anyone else's, and she is home, which is a thing I will try to explain in these pages to people who have a better one. Entered by Lieutenant T. Marsh, signals, supervised. Countersigned for the right, P.O. Tice. The second week of the wait ate the ship's manners, and Marsh logged the eating. It went the way Soto's arithmetic had always said it would go. The doctor had stood in the wardroom before the wait was a day old and told the captain's table what a stretched crew does when the stretching stops, which is not relax. The load you have carried at a dead run for years does not set itself down gently. It arrives, and the ship proved her right in small installments. The galley queue grew a temper. The drop court stayed strangely empty because joy that had been easy at the gather had stopped being easy. An hour's noise needs fuel, and the fuel was home, and home had never been louder in anyone. Whitlock posted a bracket and took it down again 2 days later, unfilled, and nobody said anything about that either. The naming pool was Hollis's answer, and it worked the way the old man's things worked, sideways. Entries a chit apiece, proceeds to the jar, the steward presiding with the grease-pencil ledger and a gravity that forbade anyone to notice the entire enterprise was a toy. The entries ran to the grand, Endurance deep, Vance's rest, withdrawn by its own author inside the hour, rightly. The scholarly, Ansari proposed the Cinder's catalog projection to 4 decimals and was fined a chit for it. And the obscene, 3 entries the steward ruled ineligible, and the author knows why. The winner went up on the galley board on the 10th day in Hollis's careful capitals, and the dead system that no chart of Earth's would ever bother with had a name. And the name was the lay-by, and the ship's company looked at it and made all watch the same small noise of a joke landing true. A lay-by. A pull-in at the side of a long road, engine off, hazards on. Somewhere up the sky Tan's ladders mowed the dark for them with the patience of a fleet that owned the neighborhood, and the crew of the Endurance drank their ration tea in the lay-by, and the name did more for the ship's lungs than the air plant did. 17th October. The system is named. I have entered it on the chart annex in capitals as voted, with the formal designation beneath in small print, where formal things belong. Morale, improved by 1 word. This is not a joke. I have watched the watch bills. T.M. The still was the week's other discovery, and for a day and a half it had teeth. Environmental flagged it first. An ester trace in the air mix off the aft trunking, faint and sweet and wrong. And the trace walked back along the trunks to a service void aft of the printer flat. And in the void, lagged in salvage blanket like a shameful child, sat a fermenter and a coil that Ferris's deck identified at a glance and declined conspicuously to claim. The galley claimed it instead, in the other direction. Boyd came up the spine with a face like weather off the lake, and the arithmetic already in her mouth. The mash was loaf, the loaf was feedstock, the feedstock was the count of everyone's meals to the horizon of everyone's life, and somebody had been drinking the ration. And the mess split on the word, fast and ugly, the way only a crew with nothing to do can split. It got loud at the midday sitting. It got personal by the dog watches, sections counting each other's plates, a year of swallowed small grievances arriving dressed as principal. 2 messmates who had crossed the same 8 meters of vacuum under fire in June, not speaking over a half-heel of bread. Weeks of nothing to do is a pressure like any other. It finds the seam. The seam held because the steward audited it. Hollis sat down with his housing ledger and the galley chits and did what he did, mild and merciless, and the finding posted on the board next to the system's new name. The mash, every gram of it, reconciled against one man's own ration heels, saved and dried and hoarded across months of going a little hungrier than he had to, Pereira, of signals, who had stood at the back of the mess through the whole storm with his jaw set, too proud to produce the receipts himself, getting thinner all autumn in plain sight of people too tired to see it. Nobody had been robbed except Pereira, by Pereira. The Fury had nowhere to go after that, and a crew is never lovelier than in the hour it has just been wrong. Boyd crossed the mess at the evening sitting and put it right the only way a galley can, which was not an apology. Marsh, watching from the end seat, would have logged any apology as the lesser thing, but a requisition. He wanted the dregs, the slurry off the fermenter, the living yeast in it, turned over to the galley entire. Pereira stared at her. Boyd stood with his sleeves rolled and his chin out and said, loud enough for the compartment, because shame does its business in public or not at all, that with a live culture and 10 days he could raise true bread, crumb, crust, the whole cathedral, for the first time since the gardens died, and that he was asking the man he'd called a thief to make it possible, and that the first loaf was his. Half the first loaf, Pereira said, unevenly. You're doing the work. Done, said Boyd. And that was the fight made up in trade goods, no speeches, and the mess pretended not to be watching, and failed, and didn't mind failing. 19th October. Stores variants investigated and closed. The ship has been found to contain an unlicensed distillery and an honest distiller, and the steward's books have survived contact with both. The galley has annexed the means of production. I am instructed by the steward to record, for posterity, that the spirit itself is technically a confiscation, pending a suitable occasion. The ship is already inventing the occasion. T.M. Mott came to the board on the Friday of that week, in the slack of the first dog watch, with his hands clean for once, and a paper folded small in them, and stood off Marsh's shoulder, where he had stood once before with a banner in his mouth, and this time said nothing at all for the better part of a minute. It's for Bellamy's mother, the coolant tech said at last. Bristol way, same as you, near enough Bath. They'll post the casualty lists whenever Geneva calls us lost, if they haven't, and she'll have had the flag and the form words. I was at frame 31 when he went in after the recovery party. I held the seal line. Nobody who writes form words knows what he... The rag came out of his pocket on its own, went round his knuckles, went back. You'd write it better. You write everything better. That's half what's wrong with you. No, Marsh said, and slid the cue open, and kept his voice on the level he kept it on. She'll have a drawer of better written. What she won't have is a man who held the line at the door her son went through. Only a mate can prove the dying mattered to somebody on the day. Put it in as it is, Mott. The grammar's yours, the proof's in the grammar. I'll cue it the hour we raise a working sky. Mott put it in as it was. He stood while Marsh logged it to the outbound annex, personal traffic, held for transmission, in trust, and watched his folded paper become a line in a queue, the way a man watches a coffin go. And then he said roughly, "There's more would want this, if they knew it was a thing. Half the mess thinks letters are bad luck, writing home like you're already wreckage." "Tell the mess," Marsh said, "the luck runs the other way. A ship that writes home is planning to deliver." Mott told the mess. By the end of the week, the annex held 40 letters. By the end of the wait, it would hold over 400, hands 5th and 6th. And the locked drawer of every rack aboard had given up the letters that had been lying in the dark of them for years, undeliverable, unposted, alive. Brant brought hers up on the Sunday. To her father, Cleveland, 4 pages, and at the hatch she turned and said, "Tell him page 3's the important one. It says there's a dinner at his table in a betting jar at the bottom of the universe, and he's to lay in perch." She paused. "It'll read mad." "It reads like proof. Mad is what proof sounds like from this far out."
Dunbar's birthday fell inside the 3rd week, and the engine deck kept it, and Marsh was asked to bring the log and sit in, which cost him a careful hour of deciding what it meant, and then the harder admission that it meant what it looked like. They kept it at the long bench aft, under the mug hook, with no mug taken down from it, and it was not awake. It was awake mourns, and this did the opposite thing. It attended. Whitlock told the story of the cooling loop bet, which could not possibly be true and was witnessed by 3 people. Vega, who had been a runner on Dunbar's relay once, demonstrated with 2 spanners and a packing collar the impossible thing the dead woman had done to the number 2 pump in the first winter, and the bench rang, and the laughter was the working kind. Then Ferris took the mug off the hook, the first hand to touch it since the wall got its name, and poured into it the first issue of Pereira's confiscated spirit, a short measure, water clear, smelling of nothing earth would have licensed, and set it at the empty place on the bench, and said nothing over it whatsoever, because the woman it was for had heard every speech Ferris owned, and would have rated this one poorly. The mug stood at the empty place through the rest of the watch. At the turn, Ferris drank it himself, in one, with his eyes open. "She'd call pouring it away a court-martial offense," the chief engineer said to the bench at large, putting the mug back on its hook. "She'd be right. Log that, Lieutenant. Log that Dunbar was right about the spending, every time, all the way out, and the rest of us were slow." 26th October. The engine deck kept a birthday for a man on the wall, and the ship is better for it in a way I can write down but not account for. For the record, since I am the record, the dead of this ship are not behind her. They are aboard. They are at the benches and the hooks and the foul line. They hold their places in the watchbill of everyone's attention, and the living set the noise around them on purpose, like a lamp in a window. I did not understand this arrangement when I was one of the crew. I understand it from where I stand now, which is the place they keep for a different kind of dead man. T.M. The feast came at the wait's first full month, on the day Boyd's culture proved out, and it was nothing beside the gather feast of the year before. No hoard spent, no urn, no last 10. The ship had no hoards left, and that was the pride of it. It was a feast from nothing. Bread from a contraband fermenter and a punished man's hunger. A broth Boyd built out of printer base and the spent mash, and an engineering of salt that Soto publicly declined to examine. The confiscated spirit, issued at one short measure ahead, Hollis presiding, the occasion having duly arrived. Long tables, the good noise, the laby's name chalked over the serving line with a road sign drawn around it by somebody who could draw. And at the head of it, the true bread going down the line in halves, Pereira and Boyd carrying it together. By then the whole mess knew the terms of the piece and counted the carrying as the signature on it. And the smell, the impossible cathedral smell of crust, rolling down the spine of a patched and toothless warship at the bottom of the dark and bringing crew up ladders 3 frames away with their eyes already wet and their excuses already drafted. Marsh ate at the end seat, inboard. The chairs across from him stayed empty through the first sitting, the old arrangement, smooth as paint. And at the second sitting, Scion sat down in one of them as Scion had sat down on a winter evening in another year, without ceremony, and a moment later, with very much ceremony, deliberate as a hull survey, Pereira put his tray down in the other, and said nothing, and ate, and the mess rearranged its attention around the sight, and the formation of unwatching wavered that day like a thing that has been asked to hold its line a year too long.
The marriage was the wait's last week. It had been coming the whole month, the way these things came to a watchkeeper's eye. Cardanus and Doyle, the ship's two boat pilots, who had flown each other's wings through every bad sky since the Green World, and divided between them, in the crew's standing judgment, the steadiest hands and the fastest aboard. The weight had given them what the road never had, which was evenings, and when they came to the captain, it was Doyle who put the question, because Doyle had been shot out of the sky once and had opinions about waiting for good weather. The difficulty was that there was no one to marry them. Mercer laid it out plainly at the captain's table, and Marsh logged the laying out. The nearest registrar a hole dark astern, the captain's authority a thing of emergencies and watch bills, the old sea lore about captains and weddings a pleasant fiction in every fleet that had ever floated. "I cannot make it true in Geneva's eyes," the captain said. "Here is what I can do. I can stand the two of you up in front of the ship's company and take your word and yours, witnessed by every soul aboard, and entered in a log under 2 keys. And the day we are home, I will walk you to whatever office makes it true on paper and sign as your witness, in this hand with this date on it, so the record shows the paper came last. The marriage will have been the thing that happened in the lay-by. Earth will be ratifying it." They were married at the foul line in Cargo 3, under the strut where the sack hung, because Doyle said it was the only church aboard, and nobody could find the flaw in that. Ferris's deck turned the rings off a spare bus collar, Houston yard metal, the last honest earth bronze on the ship. "Married and the only earth left aboard," Whitlock said, and then had to stand with her face working while everyone pretended she hadn't said it. Nhál attended in her stillness and inclined her head a fraction at the word-giving, the Ceylon nod, a chord weightier than agreement. Hollis stood steward and ruled the kiss in order. The ship's company made a noise that went out through the hull skin into the dead system where there was no one left to hear it, and made it anyway, and the captain entered the date and the names, and then came to the end seat of the second sitting and set the slate down by Marsh's tray himself. "Yours now, Lieutenant. Write it whole. 7 November. This day, before the ship's company assembled in Cargo 3, Esteban Cardenas and Kit Doyle took each other for as long as they live, and the ship witnessed, and I have entered it under 2 keys where nothing can amend it. There is no law within reach of this entry. There is the word of 162 witnesses and the 2 concerned. I have queued copies to her people and to his in the outbound annex with the rest of the letters. A wedding notice from nowhere, from the dead who danced. The galley produced bread. The steward produced the confiscation. The captain produced the oldest grammar there is and made it bear weight, which is what he does. For the record, the bride flew the worst approach of the war with a Torrent stabilizer and has married a man who argued the whole way down that it was flyable. The ship concurs with the bride. T.M. Sayan came to the signals deck in the dead hours of the wait's last days, the way he had taken to coming, the Thorn's watch and the Nhal's wandering hour, finding each other so often by then that Tice had given up logging the visits as visits and entered them as routine, which in the privacy of the supervision flimsy was the warmest sentence anyone had written about Marsh in 2 years. "Vesha, Lieutenant." Sayan folded himself onto the dead stool at the next board and watched the green wash of the receiver stack for a while, the standing quiet doing its work, asking nothing. The two of them had built this out of the winter of the shunning, visit by visit, neither ever naming it, the man the crew held at arm's length, and the being the crew could not hold any closer, keeping a watch neither was bidden to keep. "The log," Sayan said at last. "Nhál has read the entries you posted to the open annex. She instructs me to tell you, instructs, her word, that you have the grammar of it right, the attending, the lamp set in the window. She says your people do not have a word for what the log is, and you are writing it anyway, and this is the most human thing she has seen a human do. A pause, 2 beats, no long. We have the word, Selkor, the debt in the voice itself. Every hand that writes is full of older hands, the ones who taught the letters, the ones who kept the records before, the ones who cannot write now and are owed the writing. A log is not for its readers, Lieutenant. It is the payment of the voice's own debt. It would still be owed if the universe were empty. It may be, Marsh said. Empty in the way that counts. Nobody home knows to listen. I am 400 letters and a wedding deep in an annex addressed to a sky that thinks we died in 2240. The crew calls it the mail. Privately, I have been calling it the log nobody will read. You are wrong twice. Sayan held up one long gray finger, then a second one. A human gesture, observed, rebuilt, deployed with the precision of a being who had assembled his warmth from parts and made it the truer for it. Once, I read it. Nhál reads it. 2 of your readers are aboard, and we are not nobody. We are merely not home. Twice, the annex is not a silence. We have a word for that also. Selvesh, the voice quiet, a stillness that holds a voice ready, a door kept open from the inside. Your dead sky is not refusing to answer, Lieutenant. It has not yet been asked. There is a difference, the width of everything. The finger came down. Nhál and I have put our own letters in your annex, in our tongue. The device will not carry the register across, so they will arrive untranslated, like everything that matters. The question Marsh did not put, to whom does a Nhál write this far out, answered itself in the asking, the way Cyan's questions had a habit of doing on their way past. And Marsh looked at his board, at the queue, at the 400 and some lines of other people's loves in his keeping, and at the one name in the muster with nothing entered against it. You have written everyone into the bag except the writer, Cyan said, rising, grave and ordinary. This is noted aboard, Lieutenant, more widely than you would credit. And at the hatch, the leave-taking half, Vesha, pay the voice's debt, all of it. The letter took him 3 watches, and was 1 page, and was to his mother in Bristol, who had buried him unstained somewhere in the 2nd year, he supposed, when Geneva ruled the silence. There would have been a service. She would have worn the green coat. His name would have stood in the parish lists with the gloss the casualty form gave it, lost on service, which was even true. The page corrected the record, because correcting records was the shape of what he was. I am alive. The ship is alive. I serve under a captain who spends himself like rounds and a crew that is better than its luck. Before any list reaches you with my name on it, hear it from my own hand. I was tried aboard for what I did and convicted, and the court was fair, and the work I was convicted of was honest. Both of those are true at once. I have stopped sanding either one down to fit the other, which is, I find, the whole trick of going on. I keep the ship's log now. The captain trusts me with the truth, which is either a joke at my expense or the largest thing anyone has done for me. I have decided it is permitted to be both. You will not believe how I have learned to take my tea. Hold the green coat. Your son, Theo. Marsh entered it to the annex himself, under Tice's key, 411th of 411, and logged the annex sealed for the leg, and did not reread it on the old principle. The junction went quiet on a Tuesday. Hale's bench called it at the morning muster, the ringing down for 30 hours and falling, the swells gone long and shallow, a solution holding steady on the board for the first time since the wait began. and the ship came up off the cinder shadow the way a crew comes off its racks at the alarm, except that the alarm was joy. Power walking up the spine ring by ring, boards warming, the drives banked embers blown bright, Brant at the helm laying the fold with her pout running calm, and the whole bridge breathing on it. Aldridge's plot put the nearest ladder a clean 9 days off the volume. The sky, for once, for an hour, was theirs.
Marsh stood his watch at the emission ledger, the column of promises being taken back one by one and spent as speech, and at the captain's order, given on the open address, flat, with something underneath it that had not been there in October. The outbound annex was queued to the head of the transmit stack. 411 letters, and a wedding, and the log itself riding first in the queue, ahead of telemetry, ahead of everything. The moment the Endurance raised a working sky, anywhere, ever, home would hear about the people before it heard about the war. Marsh wrote the wait's last entry with the deck trembling under him, the good tremble, the road tremble, and Tice read it through once, unhurried, the duty unchanged whatever the day was doing. 17 November 2243. The junction has settled and the ship is going home. Muster, 164 souls, all names answered, 2 of them married, none of them whole, every one of them aboard in all the senses I have learnt out here to count. The wait is ended. For the record, we were not idle. We named a system, audited a crime into a kindness, kept a birthday for the dead, raised bread from punishment, married the boat deck's best hands at the foot of a game, and wrote home 411 times, to a world that thinks the writing stopped in 2240. The annex rides first in the stack by the captain's order. If you are reading this, then a sky answered, and you should know the rest before any of it. We were alive the whole time. Tice turned his key.